bhogan rudira pratiktan. So it will be instead of Mahanubhavan Gurun Ahatva, instead of killing these great masters, great gurus, Ihaloke, in this life, it is better to bhaikshyam, live begging my food. It is better to beg than to kill my teachers. Api bhoktum shreya. So it is better to eat or live, eat food by begging than to kill my gurus, because gurun hatva iha eva artha kaman bhogan rudira pradigdan bunjiya. If I were to enjoy all things in this world after killing my teachers, those enjoyments will be having the stain. They will be all having the kalanka or the stain of my guru's blood, blood of my gurus. So that is why I cannot live after killing the gurus. It would be a very miserable existence. So that's what I am not able to understand. Nacha etad vidmaha kataranno gariyo yadva jayema yadivano jayeyuhu yaneva hatvana jiji vishamaha te avastitaha pramukhe dhartarashraha. So I don't know for us, Naha, Katarat, what are among these two alternatives? That is our problem. All the time in our life, we face this problem whether we have to do this or that. So, Katarat Gariye hai, which is better? I don't know, because, and I also don't know, Nacha Vidma, Etat Nacha Vidma, I don't know, Yadva Jayema, whether I should conquer this enemy, Yadi Vana Jayeyuhu, or whether they should conquer us, because yaneva hatva na jiji vishamah te pramukhe avastitaha. So after killing whom we should not be living at all, because we can live only with them. They are our relatives, but they are the people who are standing in front of me. Who are they? Dhartarashtra. So why does Arjuna tell this here? Because of confusion. It is not that suddenly he started loving, or there is suddenly love between Arjuna or Pandavas and the Kauravas, but he is confused. And that is where now that this is the place. And when he is, as we say in English, pushed to the wall, so to say, when he does not have any other recourse, he is completely helpless. And that is when he utters this statement, which is the foundation of bhakti. Bhakti requires understanding that certain things cannot be changed. Certain things means most of the things cannot be changed. So the coming to terms with the inevitability of things is the first prerequisite for bhakti. And that is what we find in the seventh sloka of the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And here, completely confused, because Arjuna was chastised, he was scolded by Sri Krishna. How did you get this funny or this kind of a weird understanding? Kashmalam, this confusion, where did you get from? And give up this weakness and get up and fight the war. When this is told, then it shakes up Arjuna, and Arjuna gets up and talks these things. And then finally, he is so bewildered, he is so confused, and he is in such a confused state. Then finally, without understanding what to do, he surrenders. And that is the surrender. Karpanya dosho pahata swabhavah pritchami stvam dharma sammuda chetaha yat shreyah syat nishchitam bruhi tanme shishyasteham shadhimam tvam prapannam. So Bhakti Yoga, though in the Bhagavad Gita, is in the 12th chapter, Bhakti Yoga, but Bhakti Yoga starts from this shloka. It starts from this shloka, and this is where bhakti starts, where you surrender. And why do you surrender? Because you understand the limitation of your intellect, A, of your capability be, and you also understand that there is an inevitability of things. Certain things cannot be avoided. And finally, you understand that you need a conceptual clarity. You need a clarity which you are unable to arrive at. So you need a helping hand, basically. When you are, it could be any field of work, it could be any walk of society. Whenever you are in a problem which cannot be handled by you, we do seek counsel, we do seek people who can help us. And so that exactly to, so first we have to get into that point. As in psychology it is said, you need to have insight. Only a person who understands that that person has a psychological problem can be helped by a psychological person, a psychoanalyst or a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist. It cannot be done by a person who does not understand that she or he has a problem. So here, that is what we understand, that Arjuna has been now driven to come out with this confession that he is unable to make sense of what to do. In Sanskrita, we have a very good word for that. Kim, in Hindi also it is there. Kim kartavya vimudha. So he is bewildered, he is perplexed, he does not know what to do, how to go about things. And so at this juncture is when bhakti, because he is ready to be given the knowledge of bhakti yoga. So this is the juncture where bhakti yoga will work. So uh, what does he say? He says, my swabhava, Arjuna's swabhava is what? He is a Kshatriya. And so that Kshatriya has been upahata, it has been overpowered by Karpanya. Karpanyam actually means, uh, it can also mean miserliness. Here it means that you don't have a complete understanding of your own skill set or your own capability. So you consider yourself weak, an inferior kind of disposition, an inferiority complex, so to say. So that has now overpowered my inborn nature or my intrinsic nature of being a Kshatriya. So that is why I am sammuda chetaha. My mind is confused. And regarding what? About dharma. Dharma sammuda chetaha. My mind is confused. Of course, in the Mahabharata, Duryodhana's famous statement is there that janami dharmam, janami adharmam, janami dharmam, nachame pravrittim, janami adharmam, nachame nivrittim. I know what is dharma. I am unable to practice that. I'm unable to do it in practice. And I know what is adharma, but I am unable to refrain from it. So here, that is what is told by Arjuna, that dharma, I know, of course, I know what is dharma, but then I am confused regarding dharma, whether I should do it or not. So dharma sammoda cheta, my mind is confused now. And tvam, so that's why I am asking you, prichami, I am asking tvam, you, may yat shreyah, for me, what is good, yat shreyah, what is good, syat, tat nishchitam bruhi. That you please tell me with clarity, with certainty. Please tell me what is good for me with clarity. Give me some clarity, because my problem here is that I don't have clarity. So you give me some clarity and you tell me what is good for me. And if you do that, I will be only then I can do something. And so, aham te shishyah. I am your disciple. So I become your disciple. I am surrendering to you. Tvam prapannam. I, I am surrendering to you. I am taking prapatti. I am taking refuge in you. I am surrendering to you. So this insight that you are in trouble, and the further insight that you, and the further confession and acceptance of uh, something greater than you, some god or guru who is greater than you, and also taking refuge in that person, that is the ultimate, that is the guiding principle of bhakti. So in bhakti this has to happen. One has to first understand one's condition, then one has to understand that one is not able to do something about that condition, is not able to come out of that problem condition, and also that there is somebody or some principle which is in a better position, or who is in a better position to bring conceptual clarity, or bring some relief from that condition. And to that principle or to that person, maybe a teacher, one has to first admit that teacher to be, or that person, principle, say if it is God, to be the ultimate, and has to admit that one is surrendering to that person. Only when that happens, then we will be able to proceed further in bhakti. So here, Sri Krishna has been made the teacher in the second chapter itself by Arjuna. And only then Sri Krishna is able to now teach Arjuna, because he has been accepted as a teacher. And he also says, Mam Shadhi, means Shadhi means teach me or instruct. So, Mam, you instruct me, you tell me what to do now. Throughout the Bhagavad Gita, though the 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is dedicated towards Bhakti Yoga, but throughout the Bhagavad Gita, there are various ideas of bhakti which are spread here and there. So first what we will do is we will first see the 12th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which is specifically on Bhakti Yoga. And then we will also see the other ideas spread across Bhagavad Gita about bhakti, about devotion. So the 12th chapter is quite interesting, and it has 20 shlokas. And so we will first see what it talks about. We will see it shloka by shloka. 20 shlokas are there. And then later on, we will go and see other aspects or other ideas in the bhakti, about bhakti in the uh, Bhagavad Gita. So, as I told you earlier, the idea is to have a kind of surrender. So one might feel, why is this surrender? Why one should not have one's own will, and what kind of surrender? So here we have to understand that this surrender is to the things which are, as I told you many times earlier, the things which are inevitable. For example, recently, some years ago, we faced a pandemic which we had not at all seen, we had not at all read something like that, read about something like that. And so it was a huge shock and a huge thing for the entire humanity, for the entire world. COVID. So COVID was a big um, reality check, and it was a big problem. Now, how do we control COVID? We cannot. Though we had so many methods to go about it, how to treat or whether it can be treated, etc., so on and so forth. But the very incidence of COVID, that COVID happened, was beyond our. We can now post-mortem or afterwards, in hindsight, we can say that happened because of this, etc., etc. But the very fact that such a big calamity happened to humanity was beyond our control. And that is a big example, a large example, a major example of inevitable things. A very common example could be I leave my home or my ashrama, or somebody leaves one's office, and then you go out, step out, and just after you travel a bit, and you are faced with rain for which you have not prepared. You don't have an umbrella, you don't have a raincoat. So, how can you be prepared for that inevitable thing? You can't be. That's the point. So, there are many things, in fact, only for a few things we are prepared. For most of the things that happen to us, we are unprepared and they are beyond our control. So, how do you approach those things? To understand that there are only certain things that we can control. So, to understand the inevitability of the situation, and also to understand that we are not all powerful, to understand also our capabilities and their its limits. So that is very important, and that is what the Sharanagati is about. And that comes very clearly in the Bhagavad Gita, it has been told. Now, coming to 12th chapter, first shloka is Arjuna Uvacha. Arjuna said, Evam satata yukta ye bhaktaha tvam paryupasate ye cha api aksharam avyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamaha. So this is a continuation. Actually, in the Bhagavad Gita, every shloka is connected to its previous and its succeeding shloka. Even the last verse of Bhagavad Gita is connected to the first verse of the Bhagavad Gita. When you read Bhagavad Gita like that, it makes better sense and it gives you continuity, and you are able to apply those ideas, that wisdom, to your life directly. So, here in the previous chapter, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, there, here, the 55th sloka of that chapter says, Mat karma krit, mat paramah, mat bhaktah, sangha varjitah, nirvairah, sarva bhuteshu, yasa mameti pandava. So he says, O Pandava, addressing Arjuna, Yah who mat karma krit does work for me. That means one who works with complete surrender to me, with whole mind and heart and entire being dedicated to me, mat paramah, and one who considers myself as, that is God, as the ultimate goal of life. And mad bhakta hai, one who is devoted to me. And sangha varjita hai, one who is free of attachment, free from attachment. Nirvaira hai, sarvabhuteshu nirvaira hai, does not have any vaira, enmity, animosity towards all beings, sarvabhuteshu. Saha, that person, mam eti, attains me. That means that person attains God or godliness. That means complete cessation of suffering. One who considers me as the ultimate goal of life. One who does work with dedication and surrender. One who is devoted to me. One who does not have any animosity towards anybody. And one who has no attachment. So, when this is propounded, when this is proposed by Sri Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, then the question comes now. Arjuna asked this question. If that is the case, then among them, Who is better capable of yoga? Yoga means an attempt to attain God. That is yoga. So, who is best capable? So, that question is evam, in this manner. In this manner means in the manner in which you have told us, O Sri Krishna. Satata yukta, those people who are always connected to you. Ye, those people, bhaktaha, your devotees, tvam, you, pariyupasate, those devotees who constantly think of you and constantly worship you, and also api, avyaktam, that which is unmanifested, aksharam, that which cannot perish, imperishable, of which, so the people who worship you in form and also people who worship you as without form, as something which does not get manifested, which has no destruction. Between these two kind of people, who is better for yoga vittamaha? Who is uh, who is knowing more about yoga among these two kinds of people? So one is bhakta of form, another one is bhakta of or dedicated to non-form, formless God. Who is better among these two? That is the question. That is the question. And there comes the answer because it is Bhakti Yoga, obviously. Here, Sri Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is talking and saying that Mayyaveshya mano yemam nitya yukta upasate shraddhaya parayopetaha teme yukta tamamataha. So Lord says, Mai on me, Manaha Aveshya, fixing my mind on me, Nitya Yukta, those who are constantly engaged with me, constantly dedicated to me, Paraya Shraddhaya, with supreme Shraddha. So Swami Vivekananda says the word Shraddha cannot be translated, it's an untranslatable. So what does it mean? It means with full faith and sincerity. One could say that sincerity of purpose. So Shraddha, Upeta, endowed with supreme Shraddha, ye who Mam Upasate, worship me, te Yukta Tamaha. They are the best in yoga. So those who worship me constantly, fixing their mind on me, and those who uh, have greatest Shraddha for me, they are in my mind best suited for yoga. It's not suited, they are best in yoga. They are the best in yoga. Me mataha. But that also Sri Krishna says, not in a very absolute terms, he says that it is my opinion. That is also my opinion. So even Sri Krishna gives this idea, gives this glimpse of humility, though he is God, but he still gives this idea of humility, how he is so humble. And me mata, it is my opinion. You have asked me my opinion, and my opinion is among those two people, though the person who is constantly worshipping me, that means in form, that person is better in yoga. That person is better in yoga and has highest shraddha. So here obviously the form is talked of, but then again that form is not a particular form, it is more like an all-pervasive idea because that is what he explains in the next two verses. What does he say? He says, see, so your question was, oh Arjuna, your question was that who is better in yoga? Are those people who worship God with form or God without form? So, people who are worshipping me constantly, and they are dedicated to me with the supreme Shraddha, they are better in yoga. But also, third sloka, he says, Ye tu, ye tu aksharam anirdeshyam avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gamachintyam cha kutastham achalam dhruvam sanniyemyendriya gramam sarvatra samabuddhayah te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhuta hiterita. So here again he says that those people also who are worshipping me in formless manner, they are also attaining me. How? Sarvatra, everywhere, samabuddhaya, having a samadarshitva or a equanimous approach, a person who is there, everywhere having equanimity, uh, those two Cha Indriya Gramam Sanniyamya. So earlier he said that Aveshya, Mana Aveshya, fixing their minds on me. Here he is saying a person who is controlling Sanniyamya, subduing or restraining the whole sense organs, the complete senses, Indriya Gramam, entire aggregate of senses, and Anirdeshyam, and they are worshipping or meditating on, thinking about Anirdeshyam, means that which cannot be defined, Avyaktam, that which is unmanifested and which is omnipresent, Sarvatra Gamam, Achintyam, which cannot be thought of, it is unthinkable, Kutastham, the unchangeable, Achalam, the immovable, and Dhruvam, that which is eternal, the eternal, Aksharam, the unchangeable again, or that which does not perish, Paryupasate. One who worships these means one who worships me in formless manner. That person also, Sarvabhuta Hiterataha, being engaged in the welfare of all beings. So it can be taken to mean that by constantly thinking of me in formless manner, one person automatically engages oneself in the welfare of all beings, or such people also engage in welfare of all beings. Rataha, engage, te, those people, mameva prapnuvanti, they reach me alone. That means the destination will be the same, irrespective of whether you go for formless worship or formless spiritual practice of formless God or God with form. It will be the same destination. You will reach the same goal. So the goal is God realization, or we also understand it as Atyantika Dukkha Nivritti, complete cessation of all kinds of suffering. But then it is difficult, more difficult. What is more difficult? Fifth sloka, he says, the meditation on formless is more difficult for people who are having a body. Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna says that in Kali Yuga, it is difficult to do Jnana Yoga. It is difficult. So in Kali Yuga, Naradiya Bhakti, that means Bhakti which is preached by Narada in Maharishi Narada in Narada Bhakti Sutras, that is better suited for Kali Yuga. The same thing in a different language, Sri Krishna is saying this in the fifth shloka of the 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Kleshah adhikatarah tesham अव्यक्तासक्त चेतसाम अव्यक्ता ही गतिर दुखम देहवद्भिः अवाप्यते. So tesham, of those who are asakta chetasam, whose mind is attached to or focused on avyakta, unmanifested, that means God or God principle or Brahman without form. For those people, adhikatarah kleshah, the difficulty is greater, adhikatarah, because dehavadbhihi, for people who have a body, for embodied, avyakta gatihi dukkham avapyate. So the unmanifested or the God with form, God without form or formless aspect of God, is attained, avapyate, attained with difficulty. Dukkham gati. The goal is attained with difficulty. Durgama, we say, which is difficult to attain, which is difficult to attain. Why? Because as Sri Ramakrishna says, in Kali Yuga, body is annagata. It is made out of food. So we are all dependent on food. So much of thinking beyond form is not possible because you yourself are identifying yourself with the form. So therefore, if your question is who is better in yoga, so the question has to be replied in a different way. Sri Krishna is replying in a different way that essentially both of them reach the same destination. Those who follow God with form and those who follow God without form, they reach the same destination. But then it is easier for those who follow God with form, bhakti. That for them it is easier compared to those who follow God without form, formless aspect of God. For them it is comparatively difficult. And then in the sixth sloka, he says, Yetu sarvani karmani mai sanyasya matparaha ananyenaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate. So, those who sarvani karmani mai sanyasya, giving up all actions in me or surrendering all actions in me, that means doing all actions with a spirit of surrender. So they are not attached to any action or the fruits of those actions. That is the meaning here. And madparaha, they regard me as the supreme, that they accept God to be supreme. They ananyena yogena eva. Indeed with yoga. That means a kind of complete absorption, a complete concentration on me, Mam, ananyena, and which is single pointed, single minded, and dhyayantaha, they meditate on me, upasate, and they worship me, partha, O son of Pritha, aham, I, my, on me, aveshita chetasam, those whose minds have been fixed on me, tesham, for them, what do I do? So if there are people who single-mindedly think of me, meditate on me, worship me, and who have with complete surrender doing actions, they have surrendered the actions and the fruits of the actions to me, then for those people whose minds are dedicated to me, tesham mrityu samsara sagarat nachirat samudharta bhavami. I become the samudharta. Uddharta, samyak uddharta. I become the savior. I save them. From where? Mrityu samsara sagara. The ocean of the sansara of mrityu. That means this, as Shankaracharya says in his famous Bhaja Govindam, Punarapi Maranam, Punarapi Jananam, Punarapi Janani, Jathare Shayanam. So, repeated cycle of the cyclical nature of birth and death. You take birth, you die. You take birth again, you die. So, all of us know the date of birth, but all of us have a date of expiry also. We don't know that. That is there. Jatasya hi dhruvam mrityuhu. That which is born will definitely die. So this body has a date of birth also, DOB, DOE. So this date of expiry, date of death, DOD. This keeps on happening, DOB, DOE, DOB, DOE. So that if a person is constantly dedicated and single-mindedly meditates, worship God, and also does all the actions with a spirit of surrender to God, is not attached to the action or the result of the action, then for such people, God becomes the savior. And achirat, nachirat, without any delay, without any delay. Chira means long time. Chirat means with after a long time, delay. But nachirat means without any delay. Mrityu sansara sagarat samudharta bhavami. I become their savior from this ocean of life, ocean of birth and death. So if that is the case, now what is the conclusion one has to arrive here? One conclusion one has to arrive is simple. See, what Arjuna did in the second chapter we saw in the seventh shloka, that Shishyas teham, I am your aham te shishyah, mam shadhi. So I am your disciple. Please tell me, please teach me. That kind of surrender. So I will become, Sri Krishna says, I will become the savior. I will save them from the repeated cycle of birth and death. That means I will remove the suffering for them. I will end this whole thing of suffering for them. Atyantika dukkha nivritti. So for that, what one has to do? So to whom will he save? Those who are ananyena yogena eva dhyayantah upasate. Those who are sarvani karmani mai sanyasya madparaha. Those who consider me supreme, Sri Krishna says, those who consider God as supreme, those who dedicate all works in God. If that is the case, to attain freedom from suffering or freedom from mrityu samsara sagara, the ocean of this death. Samsara means cycle, that which keeps on repeating. So the cycle of death, what to do? You have to have those qualities. That's why in the eighth sloka, Sri Krishna says, Mayyeva mana adhastva, Mai buddhim niveshaya, Nivasishyasi Mayyeva, Ata urdhvam na samshaya. You don't have to have any doubts. Have no doubts. Be sure. What? Mayyeva manaha adhastva. Adhastva fix. On me only. Eva. Me alone. Fix your mind on me alone. Mai eva, you can add eva. Mai eva, another eva is also there. Mai buddhim niveshaya. One more eva you can add. So on me alone you fix your mind. On me alone you fix your buddhi. So mind, what is the nature of mind? Mana. Mind. Mana, that it has got various alternatives. Sankalpa vikalpa atmaka. Sankalpa vikalpaka atmaka. Vikalpa atmaka. So it has got various alternatives. But buddhi is what? Buddhi is the determining faculty, nishchayatmika, that which chooses from among different alternatives. So your manaha should be focused only on me, and your buddhi also should be focused only on me. And then thereafter, ata urdhvam, afterwards, mayeva nivasishyasi, you will live only in me. That means you will become identified with me, or you will be taken care of me. So you will live only in me. That means you don't need to worry about that. Na samshaya, there is no doubt. There is no doubt. So you will live only in me means uh, you will be protected from this mrityu samsara sagara, from this ocean of this repeated birth and death. And so, because of that, you have to now, first, what you have to do, you have to pray, you have to focus your mind on me, you have to focus your manas on me, you have to focus your buddhi on me, you have to pray, You have to accept me as the supreme thing in life and also after life. So you do that, and then I will be protecting you. So then in the ninth shloka, he says, अथ चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यास योगेन ततः माम इच्छाप्तुम धनंजय. So this is one way of doing it, that you fix your mind on me, manas on me, buddhi on me. But if you cannot do it, Dhananjaya, oh Dhananjaya, atha, if Mai chittam sthiram samadhatum na shaknoshi, you are not able to constantly, steadily fix your manas on me, if that is the problem. One of the beauties of Bhagavad Gita is various options and alternatives are provided to you. So you can choose, and depending on the skill set of different people, all kinds of people are taken care of in the Bhagavad Gita. Everybody is given an option. So you can choose. So if you cannot, if you cannot fix your manas or buddhi on me steadily, then don't worry. Abhyasa yogena tatah, then Abhyasa yogena ma mabdum ichha. You desire or you try, it means try here. You try to reach me or attain me using Abhyasa yoga. What is Abhyasa yoga? That means it has been explained in the sixth chapter, which talks about dhyana. Yata yata nischarati manaschanchala astiram tata tata niyam yetat atmani evam vasham nayet. That means whenever you are focusing on Atman or the object of your meditation, and whenever yata yata manah chanchalam asthiram, mind because it is restless and it is unsteady, whenever it is nischarati, moving away, wavering from the object of your meditation, tata tata etad niyamya, you control this mind, and atmani eva vasham nayet. You fix it, point it to Atman alone. This is the idea. So that is Abhyas Yoga. That means you keep on practicing this, which again is explained so beautifully in the sixth chapter by Sri Krishna. Abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha krishyate. So that will be, your mind will be controlled. There's no doubt. Asamshayam mahabaho mana durnigraham chalam. There's no doubt that mind is very difficult to control and it is restless. But Abhyasena but Abhyasena Vairagyena cha Grihyate. You can control it by both Abhyasa, practice, and by um, Vairagya. That means, what is Vairagya? Where you don't get distracted by things that are not going to lead you to the object of your meditation. So here this option is given. If you cannot constantly fix your mind on me, then you can, what can you do? You can do Abhyasa Yoga. And again, there is another option. That is the beauty. The 10th shloka, Sri Krishna is saying, Abhyase api asamarthosi matkarma paramo bhava madartam api karmani kurvan siddhim avapsyasi. So even if abhyase api, even if you are asamartha, unable to practice abhyasa yoga, then matkarma paramaha bhava. You think of doing actions only for my sake. That means you do things only for my sake means constantly whatever you're doing, you there are two ways to do that. Whatever you are doing, you surrender it to me. Always, whatever actions, even thoughts, surrender them to me. And the next step is the nature of actions also. Whatever you are doing, ensure that you're doing such actions which could be considered something as service of God. So one thing is, whatever you're doing, whether it is service of God or not, you surrender those actions and the fruits of actions to me. And if that, with that, you also try to do more and more service activities or activities which we can consider my mat karma, my work, my work, where you are helping someone, etc. My work. Now then, in 11th shloka, he gives further option. So there are so many alternatives given. अथ एतदपि अशक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगम् आश्रितः सर्वकर्म फलत्यागं ततः कुरु यथात्मवान्. So अथ, if api etat kartum ashaktah, even if you are unable even to do my work or to surrender all the work, to dedicate all the work to me, even if you are unable to do that even, then sarva madhyogam ashritah yatatmavan. So then what you do, you just surrender to me. Madhyogam ashritah. And yata atmavan, controlling yourself, controlling your mind and your sense organs, sarva karma phalatyagam kuru. You just renounce all the fruits of all actions. So here there are three alternatives are given. First, whether if you are able to steadily concentrate on God. If you're not able to do that, then repeated practice. If you're not even able to do that, then surrender, then do works, dedicating them to God. If you're not able to do that also, then surrender all the fruits to God. So that means continuously while you're working, you're not able to think of God. Maybe that is what is told mat karma parma. Uh, when you're constantly thinking of God, even when you're working. If you are not able to do that, that's all right. But then you, um, after doing work, you surrender all the fruits to God. If you are not, while you're doing work, if you are not able to do that, then after doing work, you surrender at the end. So in many rituals, etc., we have this, as we have this aparadha kshamapana stotram, where we seek apology from God if we have done something mistakenly, any ritual or chanting of a particular sloka or a mantra wrongly. And similarly, there is something called where you samarpana, you do all the phala you offer to God. Now, here again, uh, why should you offer all the fruit of action? So that would be a question. As I told you earlier, every shloka in Bhagavad Gita is connected to its both its preceding shloka and the succeeding shloka. So the 11th shloka might give a question in one's mind. Why should we offer the fruits of action? So that is explained here. Sri Krishna says in the 12th shloka, he says, Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasat, jnanat dhyanam vishishyate, dhyanat karma phalat tyagah, tyagat shantir anantaram. So, abhyasat, by abhyasa means repeated practice, then repeated practice, jnanam hi shreyah. Knowledge is indeed better than repeated practice. Jnanat dhyanam vishishyate. And then knowledge, dhyana is better. And dhyanat karma phala tyagaha, and also better than dhyana is the renunciation of fruit of action. So that means renunciation, karma phala tyaga, giving up, tyaga, giving up karma phala, fruits of action is better than repeated practice. It is better than jnana. And so by this tyagat, shantihi anantaram. Tyagat anantaram shantihi. Why tyaga? Because if you do tyaga, because of that tyaga, you will get peace. How will you get peace? We get confusion or dukkha because of attachment. because of our getting connected to some thing, something attached to something. So how will we get um free from suffering, or how will we get shanti by getting rid of that attachment? So that's why Tyaga will lead to shanti. So that is what is told here. So now I believe we can take a break of 15 minutes. Then we will uh, come again later. I request all of you to join. Then we will see the remaining some few shlokas. Some wonderful ideas are there. We will see those, and then we will also see other areas, other shlokas in the Bhagavad Gita, where the concept of bhakti, the concept of surrender is explained or told by Sri Krishna. And as it was told earlier, if possible, we could take some questions also. So now we pause for a break. We'll meet after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. Yes, we'll all meet at 12:15 sharp and restart the session. Namaskar, Swamiji. Swamiji, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Namaste. Shall we resume?
Ji, Swamiji, we can restart.
Yeah. So, welcome back. In the 12th chapter, now, till now it was told how to, or how do you become a bhakta or a devotee, or what are the steps to follow to become a devotee, to attain the path of devotion. Now, the qualities of a devotee are enumerated here. In the 13th shloka, Sri Krishna says, Advaishta sarvabhutanam maitrah karuna evacha nirmamah nirahankarah samadukha sukhakshami. 13th and 14th shlokas, usually they are read together. Santushtah satatam yogi yatatma dridhanishchayah mayarpita manobuddhihi yo madbhaktah same priyah. So here the manner is to say that these people are dearer to God or dearer to Sri Krishna. By saying this, what is meant is that they are the best devotees. Who are they? Sarva Bhutanam Adveshta. Those who are free from any kind of animosity or hatred towards all jivas or all creatures, all living beings. Maitraha, those who have these qualities of friendliness, karunaha, compassion, and those who are nirmamaha, those who are free from the idea of mamakara, mine. As we see in Indian philosophy, or even in general in Eastern philosophies, we find that the cause of suffering is generally attributed to two ideas. One is mamakara, another one is ahankara. So the idea of I and mine. So a person who is a true devotee is free from the idea of mine, mama. And that's what we saw in the first sloka, mama kaha. So that causes suffering. If you have this idea and if you're attached to that idea that it is mine, mamakara, then you have suffering. And nirahankara, a person who is also free not from the idea or just only from the idea of mind, but also is free from the idea of I. So ahankara also is not there, mamakara is also not there. And that person is sama dukkha sukha. This theme keeps on occurring throughout the text of the Bhagavad Gita. The theme is one who is oblivious or not aware of, but one who is impervious to. That means one who is not unaffected by dualities of experience. So it can be sukha, so that person is not attached to sukha. Uh, if it is the dukkha, that person is not disturbed by dukkha, which we also see in the qualities of a person who has realized one's true nature, or one who has realized God, or one who has realized Brahman, Sthita Prajna. And in the second chapter, towards the end, Arjuna is asking Sri Krishna, what are the characteristics of such people? And that is explained. One of the characteristics is Sukheshu Vigata Spuraha, Dukkheshu Anudvignamana. That one is free from um, anxiety in suffering, and one is not attached to anything, is unattached in terms of pleasure. And also, that is told here. One is even minded in both pain and pleasure. Then Shami. Shami means one who has got a forbearing attitude, one who is having this quality of forbearance. Why forbearance? As I told you, we understand that there are certain things are inevitable. There is nothing you can do about it. So only way to approach such issues in life is by just keeping quiet, just having a forbearing attitude. Satatam, ever santushtah, content. So that person is constantly content. Or as we, there is another name for Shiva, Ashu Tosha, means happy with even little. Yogi, that person is constantly contemplating or meditating or fixing, focusing on God. Yatatma, Yatatma, Atma here can mean mind, will mean mind. So one who has controlled one's mind, restrained mind. And Dhrida Nishchaya, one who has a firm conviction about what? Firm conviction about the condition of suffering, that there is suffering, and also that it is temporary, and that there is some way to get rid of this suffering. That conviction one who has. And my in me, that means in God or the ultimate principle, arpita manobuddhi, one who has fixed or focused one's mind, manas, and buddhi. Mad bhakta, those devotee, and one who is devoted to me, sa me priya hai. That person is dear to me. That means these are the qualities of the bhakta. And here we see that most of the qualities resonate with qualities of a Brahmagyani, or so qualities which are achieved also by other methods of spiritual practice. You find these qualities also in Yoga Sutra. You can find similar qualities in Nardya Bhakti Sutras also. So these qualities are not new. Almost all traditions, even Buddhism, talks about such qualities. So these qualities are there in almost all religious or faith traditions. And these are the qualities of a person who has attained devotion, means one who is the perfect devotee. Then in the 15th shloka, Sri Krishna says, Yasmanno dvijate loko, lokanno dvijate cha yah, harsha bhayodvegaihi, mukto yah sachame priyah. So again, another quality of a, or qualities of a good devotee. That's why Sri Krishna says, he or she is my priya, me priya. I like that person. Why? Because that person is the best devotee. Who is Yasmat Lokah Ud Vijate, from which this entire universe, na Udvijate, is not, from whom this entire universe is not agitated or not disturbed. That means a person who does not cause any trouble to this world. And yaha cha lokat na udvijate. A person again who is not troubled by this universe or this world. So who does not cause any trouble is also not troubled by this world, does not cause any trouble to this world. Yaha cha harsha amarsha bhayo udvaigahi. So a person who by harsha means joy, amarsha envy or jealousy, and bhaya fear, and udvegai by anxiety, mukta hai. A person who is free from joy, envy, fear, and anxiety. Saha me priya hai. That person is my dearer to me. So here, starting from 13th sloka up till 20th sloka, Sri Krishna is enumerating the qualities of a good devotee. And so the refrain is there, me priya hai, sa me priya hai, etc. That person is dearer to me, dear to me. Then further in, so why this happens? Why is a person not bothered about the world or does not bother the world? because that person is content. Why is the person content? Because that person is free from suffering. All our activities, as it is told in Sankhya philosophy and also in Vaisheshika, Yoga, all philosophies say that all our activities are directed towards removing our suffering. And if we don't even believe in philosophy, just think what we do. We study, we get a job, we take employment, or we do some business, something. We earn money. Why? All this is towards the final end of getting rid of suffering. Now, whether we are able to do it at a final level or whether we do it in bits and pieces is a different question. But our goal is to remove suffering in whatever which way, whichever way we can, whatever uh, level we can. So, a person who has attained bhakti has got rid of suffering, has got rid of suffering. And so that person is now not excited or does not become a stone that sense, becomes full of experience without any attachment. So experience is there, but no consequences of experience. That means no undue consequences of experience. So the person will be experiencing everything in the full without getting attached to it or getting troubled by it. And that's why this happens. Because now you don't have to really do something because you want a better living condition or a better condition of existence, because you have already reached the best condition of existence where you don't have any dukkha. So 16th shloka, Sri Krishna says, Anapekshaha suchihi daksha udasino gatavyatha sarvaramba parityagi yo madbhaktaha same priya. Here what I was just mentioning is told by Sri Krishna. Anapekshaha, who does not depend on anything, does not expect anything. Suchihi, one who is pure. So who is pure? A person who does not have any desires is pure. And why would this person not have any desire? Because why do we have desires? We have desires because we want to get rid of suffering. So this person has already conquered suffering. So does not need to desire. And udasinaha is unconcerned. Why is unconcerned? Because that person is not disturbed by suffering. So suffering is just seen. So that's why unconcerned. Udasinaha. Gata vyatha, and does not have vyatha, means does not have trouble. That person has conquered or overcome trouble. So is untroubled. And sarva aramba parityagi. That is very important. Sarva aramba parityagi has given up all kinds of undertakings. Now, one might think what kind of life that is. So that life is full of experience without any suffering, as I told you just now. And why would this person give up all undertaking? As I was mentioning earlier, we do all our activity in order to get rid of suffering. A person who has already uh, got rid of suffering, why would that person do any more activity? So whatever is being done in the normal course of things, and that person will not start any new undertaking or will give up all undertakings. Sarva arambha parityag. So all undertakings that person will give up, because all undertakings, the goal of all undertakings is to attain something that you desire. So that is not necessary now, so will give up. So that person, yo mat bhaktah same priya. That person is dear to me. I like that person more, close to my heart. That means that person is the best devotee. Then again, further in the 17th shloka, यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न कांक्षति शुभ अशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान यह समय प्रिय है. One who is bhaktiman, full of devotion, and यह न हृष्यति. So again, these ideas both in the second chapter, Sthita Prajna Lakshana, the characteristics of a person who is called Sthita Prajna, and the characteristics of a true devotee or a person who has attained supreme devotion to supreme God, might give one the idea that that person is like a stone or something. No, it is not. That person is full of experience. So imagine if you can, whatever you hear, you can enjoy it 100% without any distraction, without any confusion, without any anxiety. Suppose whatever you eat, it is often seen that somebody is cooking some food and the person who is eating does not even know what is being cooked. So suppose every day somebody is making some food, say, and for a change, one day they have put some extra ingredients. The people who are eating, they will simply eat and go away. They are not having any idea of what change happened. Why? Because you're not eating. You are having so many anxieties. You are having so many worries, and you're just somehow finishing the job of eating and going away. But a person who has attained true devotion, thereby one who has conquered suffering, one who does not need to attach oneself to something, has no attachment, that person will experience everything to the full. So if that person is watching a movie, will watch it with full concentration, will enjoy every scene of that movie. If a person is eating food, will eat it with full concentration, will enjoy every tiny taste of that food. So that is the difference. So that doesn't mean that a true bhakta becomes like a stone or something. That person becomes more uh, a person who can experience more and experience in a much more qualitatively rich manner. So a person who does not rejoice, that means does not have over enthusiasm, over rejoicing, does not hate, na sochati, na kankshati, does not grieve. Because in the earlier chapters of the in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, it is told by Sri Krishna that why do you in the second chapter actually, why do you grieve? Why are you becoming sad? Because for things which come and go, panditaha na anusochanti, that this people die, people are born. So people who really know this, they don't feel sad. So why are you feeling sad? All these are told. So these people, that person who has attained devotion does not feel sad. Na kankshati, also does not desire anything. Shubha Shubha Parityagi has given up both good and evil. Then again, 18th and 19th slokas. Sama shatrau cha mitrau cha तथा मान अपमानयोः शीत उष्ण सुख दुःखेषु सम संग विवर्जितः तुल्य निन्दाः स्तुति मौनी संतुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतः स्थिरमतिः भक्तिमान मे प्रियो नरः. So that person has now, see, when do we consider a person friend or a foe, enemy? When somebody is acting in a way which is anukula to us, conducive to us, which gives us enjoyment, then we consider that person friend. A person who is acting in a way which is pratikula, which is not conducive to us, which is against us, our interests, we consider that person an enemy. But a person who has attained the state of conquering of sufferings does not need anything and does not hate anything. So there will be nothing anukula or pratikula. There will be nothing conducive or non-conducive. That person has gone beyond that state. So that is why for that person, everybody is same. Shatraucha mitrecha. Then if that person has undergone this conquering of suffering, then will there be a person who is friend to that person or enemy to that person? No. Then why it is told that that person is same to both enemy and friend? If there will be no enemy and no friend, then how does this make any sense? It makes sense from the perspective of the other person. Suppose a person has attained supreme devotion and has conquered suffering, but the other people who have not conquered suffering, who have not attained this evolved state, they might try to create suffering for this person. So that person who is trying to create suffering is the enemy, and the person who is trying to help or serve this person is a friend. But both of these people are seen equally by the bhakta, true bhakta, and that person does not have any that person does not get attached to any honor or dishonor. So even if somebody honors that person is okay with that. Dishonors also okay. Shita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkeshu. I told earlier also this concept of a person being immune to dualities of experiences. That is a common idea. So in Shita, in cold, Ushna, in heat, Sukha, in pleasure or happiness, and Dukkha, in pain or suffering, Samaha, that person is same with an equanimous mind. And that happens because Sangha Vivarjita, that person is free from attachment. And already we saw Mana Apamanayoho, that person is same in honor and dishonor. That is told in a different manner. Tulya Ninda Stutihi. So that person is to that person both ninda, that means insult, and stuti, praise, are same. And mauni, that person is silent. Again, why is thought generated? Or because of desire. And thought further translates into speech. So a person who has nothing, no desire, that person is silent, does not need anything. Yena kenachit santushtah. And that person is content with anything. Anything means, I told earlier, ashu toshah. That person does not need much to be happy. A little is sufficient. With that, that person is happy. Aniketah does not have any home. That means, of course, that person may stay in a place, does not identify with some place as one's own. Because Mamakara is not there. Mine, it is my home, it is my building. People, this Mamakara is so strong. If you ask somebody to make tea, nowadays there is something called herbal tea. So you lose weight by drinking this herbal tea, because once you drink herbal tea, you will not like to drink or eat anything for the rest of the day. Awful taste it has got. So anyway, so like that, if you ask somebody to make tea, open a sachet, put it in boiling water. This is what herbal tea is usually. So if that also, if somebody makes, they say, how is the tea? Then you say, what happened? I have made it. I have made it. So how does it taste? Like that. So this mamakara is very powerful. Ahankara is also very powerful. So this person does not have mamakara, does not have this idea of mama, mine. And so that is why it is told Aniketa. That person does not identify a particular place to be one's own. Homeless. Homeless means not like homeless people who do not have homes, but in the sense that does not identify with a particular place. And Stiramatihi has got a steady mind. Why steady mind? What makes our mind restless? In the Bhagavad Gita itself, it is told, Bahushakha hi anantaha cha. So, like the mind gets so many branches. Why? Because of desires. A person who does not have desire, the mind will not go here and there. So, stiramati, that mind is steady. Stiramati. Bhaktiman narah me priya. That human being who is having these qualities, that person is my dear, or I like that person. Now, final shloka in this chapter, 20th shloka. Ye tu dharmya amritamidam yatha uktam paryupasate shraddha matparama bhaktaha te ativa me priya. So till now he was saying, Shri Krishna was saying they are all dear to me. Now he says they are ativa priya. They are exceedingly dear to me. Means they are dear, but they are too dear to me. I like them very much. Who? Ye, who, tu, indeed, yatha uktam. As it has been told in the previous shlokas, this idam, this dharmi amritam, this eternal or immortal, amrita means immortal, that which cannot die, dharma, those who practice that, Pariyupasate, follow properly. Shraddha dhana, with Shraddha, Mat Paramaha, considering me as the final, supreme goal. That one has to consider me as a supreme goal. One who do that, Bhaktaha, devoted to me, te ativa me priyaha. They are exceedingly or they are too dear to me. So this we saw that in a space of only 20 slokas, of which also one sloka is Arjuna's statement. The first sloka is Arjuna's statement. So only 19 slokas, Sri Krishna tells how to practice bhakti, what to do. Many alternatives are given, and towards the end, he gives us these qualities of bhaktas. Now, the beauty of Bhagavad Gita is that in Bhagavad Gita, so many things are prescribed. Okay. So many things are prescribed. 18 yogas. Is there a problem, something? Hello, are you able to hear me?
Swamiji, someone's screen got shared, but we can continue.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was wondering. So, so 18 yogas are talked of here, and we have even in each yoga, for example, in this bhakti yoga, we saw how you have different types of alternatives given. You practice this, if you cannot, you practice this, if you cannot, you practice this. Even after giving so many alternatives and so much of freedom to think, etc., with all that, finally in the Bhagavad Gita, Shri Krishna says, Yatha ichchasi tatha kuru. You do as per your desire. That means whatever you deem fit, you do. So here, the responsibility of action has been put on the person. It is not that you have to essentially follow. In the 63rd verse of 18th chapter, it is told, Iti te jnanam akhyatam guhyat guhyataram maya. Maya, by me, akhyatam, it has been told. What has been told? Iti. Guhyat guhyataram. More profound than all profound things, or more secret than all secret things. It has been told with deep meaning. Guhya also means which has got deep meaning. So, etad, this vimrishya, asheshena vimrishya. You think about it. You think about it, aseshena. Deeply, completely you think about it, and yatha ichchasi tata kuru. After thinking about it, whatever you feel correct or you deem fit, you do. So this unlike other scriptures. Generally, scriptures are you have to do this, you have to do this. They are like a list of do's and don'ts. But this is not like that. I have told you whatever is profound of deep meaning, and of this you study them properly, and then whatever you deem fit, you think about it properly, think all the aspects, think all the perspectives, and then finally do whatever you think fit to be. So that is the characteristic element of Bhagavad Gita. Then uh, here bhakti, as I told you earlier, is not just contained in the 12th chapter, though in the 12th chapter it is named Bhakti Yoga. But this idea of bhakti, this idea of understanding that we need to accept certain things to be inevitable, certain things or most of the things beyond our control, all these things have to be accepted. And finally, you have to seek help. All these things are understood. And then finally, surrendering to truth, surrendering to the teacher, surrendering to God. All these things are brought up in many shlokas spread across the Bhagavad Gita. So in the 65th sloka of 18th chapter, Sri Krishna says, मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी माम नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि satyam te pratijane priyosi me. Again he uses the same manner of speaking where he says that they are dear to me. Who are dear to Sri Krishna or God? Manmanaha madbhaktah madhyaji bhava. So he says, always you engage your mind with me. Manmanaha madbhaktah, be devoted to me. And madhyaji. Yaji means sacrifice. So madhyaji, you sacrifice, you offer everything to me. Bhava, and be like that. And Mam Namaskuru, and salute me, bow down to me. That means you accept the greatness of some principle which is not yourself. Mameva Eshyasi. If you do all these things, then you will reach me. You will reach me. Mameva, definitely you will reach me, or me alone you will reach. Eshyasi. Aham te satyam pratijane. And also, I promise you, it is a guarantee. I promise you that you will be dear to me. That means you will become a great devotee. So, and in 18th chapter again, 66th verse, which is quite popular, Sarva Dharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanam Braja Aham Tva Sarva Papebhyo Moksha Yishyami Masuchah. So, Sarva Dharman Parityajya, giving up all dharma. So, here you all know, but I'm just reminding you, the word dharma means all properties, all of your characteristics. Give up all of your characteristics, good, bad, everything. Give it up. And mamekam sharanam braja. Just take refuge in me alone. That means in the ultimate truth alone. And what will that do? Aham tva sarva papebhyah mokshayishyami. So I will mokshayishyami, I will free you from sarva papebhyah, from all sins. Now here I have to emphasize that sin here in generally in Sanatana Dharma or in Bharatiya Darshana, sin means what? Sin means a wrong understanding about yourself. That is sin. Sin does not mean that you have done something, so that is wrong, so you have to do something punya, etc. That is a very narrow and a wrong understanding. Sin means wrong understanding about yourself and the universe and God. That is sin. So, Satchit Ananda Swarupa, your true nature is always absolute existence, absolute knowledge, absolute bliss or happiness. That is your true nature. But forgetting that, we think ourselves to be bound by this body. So my knowledge is limited, my existence is limited. I have a date of birth, I have a date of death, and then my happiness is also limited. So that is papa, that is sin. So that from there, I will again the thing which has been told, Mrityu Sansara Sagarat. I will protect you from. I will become the Samudharta, savior. I will protect you from the Sagara, ocean of death and birth and death. So that is what he is telling here also in different language. Sarva papebhyo moksheshami. So that is why ma shuchaya, don't get sorrow. Don't think what will happen to you. Coming back to, so he is coming back to the problem of Arjuna in the first chapter. Ma shuchah, don't grieve, don't become sorrowful. Okay. So this is these two shlokas, 65th and 66th shloka of the 18th chapter. That is really, it is kind of the culmination of bhakti. Now, if you go to the 9th chapter, then you will see their 21st shloka. 9th chapter, 21st shloka. It is also quite important, very important. All these actions in this universe, they are bound to produce effect. So even if you don't, the whole idea behind the famous, oft quoted and often misunderstood shloka, Karmani eva adhikara hate mahaphaleshu kadachana, is that you do not have right to the fruits of the action. That means you don't need to bother about the fruits of the action. And that also means that you should do action, but not get attached to either some particular action or the fruits of actions. So you should also, in the next line, it is told you should not keep quiet without doing any actions. So there, the idea is if you do some action, automatically fruits will be there. You don't need to be anxious of those fruits. And you don't need to be attached to either the action or the fruits. That is the idea. It is not that you will not get any fruits. That is not going to happen. So in the 21st and 20 22nd shloka, not the 21st, 22nd shloka of ninth chapter, this idea is given. Ananyaha chintayanto mam ye janaha pariyupasate. Ananyaha. That means those who constantly think of me, mam, chintayanta, meditate or think of me, without becoming thinking of them as separate from me. That means they almost become one with me. Ye janaha pariyupasate. Those who worship me in that manner, tesham nitya abhiyuktanam. So they, what they do, nitya abhiyuktanam, always engaged constantly with enthusiasm, engaged with me, tesham, for that person who worships me or God, constantly engaged with a lot of enthusiasm, to them, tesham, aham, what do I do? This is a great assurance, and not it's not just assurance. What it means is, if you approach the problem of suffering, if you approach the problem of suffering by going to the root of the problem, and root of the problem is worrying where there is no need to worry, and not understanding the reality of things. That is the root of the problem. Even Nyaya Sutra, the philosophy of Nyaya, the first sutra itself says, Tattva Jnanat, by knowing the reality of things. The 16 things or 16 categories are mentioned. And by knowing the reality of these categories, uh, one will get Nishreyasa Adhigamaha. One will get Nishreyasa or freedom from suffering, moksha. They use the word Nishreyasa. So if you know what is what, you will not get suffering. So the point is that if you know what is what, through bhakti, by constantly meditating on the reality, what is the reality? By meditating on that and not on what is unreal, what will happen? Yoga aham, God is saying I, yoga kshemam vahami. I will, yoga kshemam means, yoga means addition, means if you need something which you don't have, that will be supplied to you. And kshemam is preservation. That which you already have will be also preserved. So you will be given what you don't have, and what you have will be preserved. This is the motto of Life Insurance Corporation of India. Yoga Kshemam Vahami Vaham. Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham. That is, so that means I will carry on the supply of what you need, and also what you have, I will preserve it. Now, in this very chapter, there are some more slokas which are directly mm, uh, connected to bhakti. So, which are directly connected to bhakti. So, there is this shloka, 9th chapter, 26th and 27th shloka. How, what is the kind of bhakti we need to have? So people might think, oh, I am not quite well versed, or I don't know how to do puja, etc. I don't have that kind of ability to do puja. So what should I do? That might be a question. That might be a question. So that is answered here in 26th shloka of the ninth chapter. What is the answer? Yaha. So patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti upahritam ashnami prayatatmanah. Yaha, whoever may to me bhaktya with devotion, patram, that means leaf, pushpam, flower, phalam, fruit, toyam, water, prayachati, offers to me with devotion. Aham, I, prayata atmana. Prayata atmana means one who has a restrained and pure mind. Bhakti upahritam, that upahara, that gift which is given with devotion, that 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 ashnami I accept. So a person accepts that gift which is given to me devotedly. This God accepts this gift. A person can give anything. It is not that you have to prepare that offering like this, you have to give it with ghee, etc. Those things are not talked of here. So it can be anything. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yaha me bhaktya prayachati. Now here only leaf, flower, fruit, water has been talked of. So one may say that only leaf, flower, fruit, or water should be given. These are representative. The idea is you can give anything. The idea is you can give anything. You can give anything. What should be the characteristic quality of that offering? Bhakti. So it should be a gift given out of prayata atma, that means the pure mind, and also bhakti. That is the characteristic thing here. Otherwise, you can give anything you want. So even the process of worship has been simplified and it has been made universal. So you can, and also the 27th sloka also of 9th chapter, it says, see, even if you are not in a position to do a particular ritual or particular yajna, homa, etc., you might not have the money or you don't have the time, whatever it may be, then it is very simple. You can compare this with the uh, composition of Kabir Das, where he say Kabir Das says, when I walk, it is parikrama, when I sleep, it is dhyan, like that. So here in the 27th sloka, Sri Krishna says, Yat karoshi yadashnasi yad juhoshi dadasi yad. Yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam. So whatever you are doing in the natural course of things, that itself can be turned into bhakti. That itself can be given a turn, given a change of alignment, and that can be made a spiritual practice. So, see how it is connected to. Generally, we have this idea that spiritual practice means one has to give up all that one is doing and one has to become a monk or something. That is so wrong an idea, because in the Bhagavad Gita, all text, it is clearly told by Sri Krishna that you have to just have a change in perspective. That's all. Kaunteya, oh Kunti son, that is Arjuna, yat karoshi, whatever you do, yat ashnasi, whatever you eat, yat juhoshi, whatever you offer in sacrifice means whatever you offer to somebody somewhere, yat dadasi, whatever you give, tat yat tapasyasi, whatever you practice as austerity. Now again, practicing as austerity means I have to sit in one place, close my eyes, or I have to keep one hand up like that. Now Mahakumbha is going. Unfortunately, people go to Mahakumbha for all the wrong reasons. Not to understand the spirituality, but to see some people with a different kind of dress or too much jata, etc. This is what people are going to Mahakumbha for. That is quite unfortunate. So here, austerity means what? You are working. Say you have to you have to evaluate papers or assignments, and you are working continuously for say 6 hours. Now you are attending this class for 3 hours. So this is austerity. This is tapasya, where you are controlling your mind and your body to attain something. That is tapasya. So yat tapasyasi, whatever you do, yat karoshi, yad ashnasi, yad juhoshi, dadatsi yad. So whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you give away as donation, and whatever tapasya, whatever hardships you are facing, all that, All these things which you are doing in the natural course of things, you just Madarpanam. You just do it as an offering to me. Simple. It is simple. So that's why before you eat food, just offer it to God. While you are eating, also offer it to God. You're doing something, offer it to God. It can be anything. See, he does not talk about the category of things you should do, category of food you should eat. It is all not said. It's quite open. Whatever, because that whatever is all inclusive. Whatever you are eating, whatever you are doing, whatever you are considering as a big austerity. Oh, बहुत मेहनत हो गया. Great exertion, lot of austerity. That is austerity. It may be giving a class for 2 hours or 1 hour, evaluating examination papers, assignments. These are all austerity. Or even for going for election duty, austerity. It is definitely austerity, election duty. So all these austerity, you say that I offer to God. That's all. That's all. That is what we have to do. So here, it's a great device in the sense that if one were to say that meditate for 3 hours, very difficult. The very thought of meditating for 3 hours is difficult. Oh, I have to meditate for 3 hours. But whatever you're doing, do that and offer it to God. So by that, you don't have to do anything extra. It is integral to your daily existence. That's the beauty. And so it is so inclusive. Means people who, for the reasons of their health or because of not having enough resources, time, people, many things, they have so much of responsibility. They cannot do something. They, for them, this is a boon. You just offer that to God. Now, when we go to the sixth chapter, in the sixth chapter, the chapter is basically about dhyana, but there is this famous shloka, 30th shloka, and that talks about the omnipresence, all-pervading quality of the ultimate principle, that is God. Now, as I was telling you, Bhakti Yoga involves a different perspective. That's what Bhakti Yoga needs. And one of the drastic perspective one should have is that God is all pervading. And in this sloka it is told, Yomam pashyati sarvatra, sarvam cha mai pashyati, tasya aham na pranashyami, sacha me na pranashyati. So a person who sees me everywhere and who sees in me everything, for that person does not get destroyed for me, and I also don't get destroyed for that person. That means this connection between God and you, this connection will constantly remain if you understand that God is everywhere and everything is in God. So it is both, it is an overarching quality. Omnipresence is there, and it is omnipresent in the sense that it is interpreting everything. It is there in everything. So this God. So that means there is no distance of space or time. There is no antarala, as we say. There is no gap. In this universe, God is everywhere, and there is no gap. Even electrons, there are some gaps, but there is no gaps here. It is completely God. And you have to understand that. If you understand that, then it will lead to bhakti. It will lead to bhakti or it will lead to dhyana. All yogas have to be based on this. See, these two chapters, 10th chapter and 11th chapter, it is the celebration of the form of God. So, bhakti necessarily requires that you see God with form. And how do you see God with form? This glory of God, which culminates in Vishwarupa Darshana, the God's universal form, that starts with 10th chapter, where he says that I am in this particular category, I am this Adityanam Aham Vishnuhu, etc., etc. So there you are celebrating the form aspect of God. And in that chapter, in the 10th chapter, in the 25th verse, if you see, there is this emphasis on the name of God. Generally, when we say bhakti, one of the practices of bhakti is taking the name of Nama Japa, taking the name of Japa. And in the 25th sloka of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, Sri Krishna says that of all the yajnas, I am Japa Yajñosmi. Yajnanam Japa Yajñosmi. That means all yajnas means wherever you offer something to God, in that I am the offering of Japa. Why offering of Japa? Because in offering of Japa, nothing has to be, no tree has to be cut, no fire has to be made, no life has to be killed, nothing has to be done. It is just a silent offering. It is a silent offering. You don't need any japa. Just japa here is, of course, it is the manasa japa, which is talked about here. Mental japa. For that, you don't need japa mala. You don't need to open your mouth also. So it is the most silent and the most deepest kind of worship. And so, yajnanam japa yajñosmi. This is very important. That bhakti. And so, obviously, we all know japa is one of the main forms of bhakti practice. And that Sri Krishna says, I am that. I am japa. Then, if we go to the 7th chapter, so there, starting from the 4th sloka of 7th chapter, you will find the idea of bhakti there. How? In the 4th chapter, he is telling how this entire universe can be broken into 8 parts. So the elements, Bhumi, Apa, Analo, Vayuhu, Kammano, Buddhirevacha, Ahankara, Iti, Yamme, Bhinna, Prakriti, Rashtada. So this 4 parts. Then afterwards, he is talking about all these parts. Now here, just as in the 10th chapter and the 11th chapter, as I told you, it is important for one to have a idea of the form aspect of God. And so you suppose that's why if you go to Ganga, there in the 10th chapter, Sri Krishna is saying that among rivers, Ganga, Bhagirathi is my, there I am Bhagirathi. So you give a sacred turn to Ganga. And so Ganga, we all know, is sacred. Like many other rivers are also sacred, Narmada, Yamuna, Saraswati, etc. So that gives the devotee, it helps the devotee in understanding that this whole universe, we were talking about how everything is there in God. So if everything is there in God, the entire universe, and God is everywhere, entire universe has to be God, is God. So if entire universe is God, that means, or to put it in other words, entire universe is based on God. If that is the case, how do I understand it mentally? How do I bring the visual picture? We cannot, it is too abstract to say entire universe is God. That is why Sri Krishna is giving you pointers that, for example, in the 11th shloka in the 7th chapter, he says, Balam balavatam asmi, kamaraga vivarjitam. So, I am the strength of the strong people. Balavatam balam asmi. I am the strength of the strong people. And that strength not because of some attachment or because of some desire, kama or raga. It is strength which comes when you conquer attachment and desire. Dharma aviruddho bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshava. And also, I am desire in beings, but not some desire which goes against dharma. It is dharma aviruddha, not dharma viruddha. So then you get an idea of how to understand how God is, the form aspect of God. So a bhakta, when a bhakta sees a strong person, so the person will say, "Oh, this is God because balam balavatam asmi." So that way you can appreciate. And if the person sees that a person who is otherwise quite righteous, quite innocent or quite kind, has some desire. Say that person wants to say eat biryani. Everybody wants to eat biryani. I don't know why. So that person wants to eat biryani. So then you can say that that is what this bhutanam uh, bhuteshu kamosmi. This is the desire in a living being. So you respect that as God. So to give you a visual or a idea how you can relate something to God. So, for example, Sri Ramakrishna, he goes to the zoo in Kolkata, Alipur. There is a place called Alipur. Even now, the zoo is there. Zoo, he goes and he sees lion. The moment he sees lion, he says, "Oh, this is the Vahana of Simha Vahini." So immediately he goes into a exalted state. So because he says it is the Vahana of Simha Vahini. So immediately is reminded of Simha Vahini. Like that, here we are given pointers, we are given devices using which we can connect with the omnipresence of God. Otherwise, if I just say, or somebody says omnipresent, it doesn't make any, you cannot actually connect to that with your mind. You need some device, and these devices are given here. So first, that the whole universe, so Bhumi, uh, earth, water, the five main elements, fire and air and space. And then Manaha, Buddhi, Ahankara. All this is my Prakriti. Eight divisions of my Prakriti. And also, this is lower Prakriti, but there is higher Prakriti also. He says in the fifth sloka of the seventh chapter, Apareyam mitastvanyam prakritim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho yaya idam dharyate jagat. So there is some other Prakriti other than this eight part Prakriti, based on which this whole world is sustained, whole universe is sustained. And then in the sixth shloka, he says, Etad yonini bhutani sarvani iti upadharaya aham krishnasya jagatah prabhavah pralayastata. So again, this know that these two prakriti, this higher prakriti and lower prakriti, this is bhutani yoni, means it is the yoni or the womb of all the bhutas. Bhutas means all the living beings. And I am the Prabhavaha, origin or source. And also I am the place where everything dissolves into of this entire universe, Jagata. So that means again the source and the destination of this universe is me. So this idea again is given how to understand. Uh, in the 18th chapter again, we find that wherever there is something good, or wherever there is something which is of some good nature, that that is because of my amsha, because of my some part. That is what is told by Sri Krishna. So, so wherever you see, suppose you see a person excelling in academics, etc., there may be some other problems with that person. Okay, but then we have to understand uh, that that person has got some element of godliness. Everybody has, but that has got more manifested in that person. So here again, it is a device by which we can relate with God in a more practical, at a more practical level. Because if we don't have such device, then it becomes too abstract, and it is very difficult for us to relate with God. Similarly, yet there are so many such ideas throughout the Bhagavad Gita. So, for example, if you go to here also in the 10th chapter, in the 7th chapter, 10th shloka, Bijam mam sarva bhutanam vidhi partha sanatanam. Buddhi buddhimatam asmi. Just like he says, Balam balavatam asmi, he says, I am the intellect of the intelligent. And Tejaha tejasvinamaham. Those who are heroic or show a lot of valor, of them I am the heroism. So, Bijam sarva bhutanam, of all the living beings, I am their cause, I am their bija, seed. And you know that. So, Apsu Rasoham in the 8th shloka he says, you see, Kaunteya, O son of Kunti, Rasoham Apsu Kaunteya Prabhasmi Shashisuryaho. What is the essential characteristic of water? We study in Bharatiya Darshana philosophical systems that it is rasa, it is taste. So, the rasa or this thing, rasa, tasteness of water is I. God is saying, I am the defining characteristic. So whenever water we talk about rasa. So water has defining characteristic of rasa. So that is God. Shashi Suryaho Prabha. So Prabhasmi Shashi Suryaho. In Shashi, moon, and in Surya, sun, it is the radiance. So radiance defines both sun and moon, and that is water. Similarly, in the Vedas, what is the we can say the seed of Vedas? That is Pranava or Om. So he says, Pranava sarva Vedeshu. In all Vedas, I am Pranava. That means the seed. And Shabdaha Ke Paurusham. Again, what is the defining characteristic of Akasha? In our Darshana, we know Akasha's defining characteristic is Shabda. So he says, I am Shabda. So wherever what is defining and Nishu Paurusham. So a sense of purpose, a sense of character is what is meant by Paurusha. Actually, the word Purusha does not mean man. Purusha means a person who is in a body which has got Navadware Pure Dehi. Actually, in Bhagavad Gita itself, body is compared to a city with nine gates. Navadware Pure. So a person who is in that puri of a body, human body, is a Purusha. So now the Paurusha means if you are a human being, you need to have purpose and endeavor to achieve that purpose. That is Paurusha. Sometimes it is translated as manliness, but then it might mean that oh, women don't have that. No, it's not like you can say humanliness. What is humanliness? To have a purpose and to have the ability or the uh, willingness, intention to strive to achieve that purpose. So that is also that is what defines a human being. So by that definition, many of us are not human beings also. So that is what defines human beings. But that essential characteristic of human being is God. So it helps us to relate to God. And then the finality of this statement of God, that is, God is everything, that is also brought home in the 7th sloka of 7th chapter. He says, Mattah parataram na anyat kinchit asti. Dhananjaya. Mai sarvamidam protam sutre maniganaiva. The interpenetrative nature of God. That is what is told. This is a very famous shloka. Most of you have known this shloka already. So here, Sutre Manigana Iva, just like in a necklace, you have this thread which goes through all the pearls of that necklace, all the beads of that necklace. Similarly, I go through all the I am interpreting or I am interconnecting all the jivas, everything in this universe. Sarvam, idam sarvam. Idam sarvam means not necessarily only living beings, but also non-living. Everything in this universe, I am interpreting them as I am a as though I am a threat. Mai sarvam idam protam. Sutre Manigana Iva. And also, there is nothing higher than me. Mattaha parat than me, na anyat parataram kinchit asti. There is nothing which is greater than me. So I am the final or the ultimate principle. So these ideas give us mental devices or mental imageries to connect to God and use that as devices for meditation on God. Also, uh, the essential characteristic of Prithvi, earth is Gandha, smell. That is how in the Bharatiya Shastras it is defined that smell is the defining characteristic of Gandha, Prithvi. Gandha is the defining characteristic of earth. So that is God. Punyo Gandha Prithvyam cha Tejas cha Asmi Vibhavasau. And also in fire, I am its brilliance. Jivanam Sarvabhuteshu. What is the essential characteristic of living beings? Life. Life is the essential characteristic of living beings. That I am. And what is the essential characteristics of people who do tapasya? Tapasya itself. Tapasvi, that's why we call them tapasvi. What is tapa? When you try to control your body, mind, and sense organs, you try to restrain them. You don't allow them to go to their natural flow of things. That creates heat, and that is heat is called tapa, and that's why it's called tapas. So tapasvi, one person who is anybody who is engaged in trying to restrain one's mind and sense organs. So we are doing that all the time, not just yogis or ascetics. We are doing it all the time, because whenever you say you miss skip a meal, or you have to work hard more hours, or you have to put more concentration, you are doing this tapasya. So that tapasya is what I am in tapasvi. So this kind of a technique, and also life, I am life of living beings, this helps us in connecting with God. In this chapter again, we have this famous shloka, the 16th shloka of the 7th chapter, where Sri Krishna says that who are the people who approach God? So, Chaturvida bhajante mam janaha sukritino Arjuna, arto jigyasuhu artharthi, jnani cha bharatarshapa. So, he says, you are the best among Bharatas, people who follow the lineage of King Bharatas. So, he says, Arjuna, there are four kinds of good people, sukritina janaha, who come to me. Who are they? So, first of all, there is a qualification that not all people come to me. People who come to me, among them, only virtuous people come to me. Good people come to me who have done some sukriti, good work. Why? If somebody is artah, distressed, that person need not come to me. That person can go to some other people to get rid of that suffering. But only people who have done good deeds, they understand that there is something called God, and they come to me. Jigyasuhu, the seeker of knowledge who wants to attain something. And artharthi, that person who wants to get something. And jnani, uh, the person who already knows God, or a bhakta. These are the four people who worship me. Out of these, two people are on the path of spirituality. That is the Jigyasu and the Jnani. They are on the path of spirituality, whereas the other two, they might be or might not be at the path of spirituality. But the Artha is the person who is suffering, and Artharthi is the person who wants to attain something. But among these, what Sri Krishna says is that Tesham Jnani Nitya Yukta Eka Bhakti Vishishyate Priyo hi Jnaninah Atyartham Aham Sacha Mama Priya. So of these, Nitya Yukta, constantly engaged with God, Eka Bhakti, who is having a one-pointed devotion, that is Jnani. That is Jnani, a person who has already realized God. And that person is the best, Vishishyate. And Aham Jnaninah अत्यर्थम प्रिय है and सच मम प्रिय है. So I am the dearest to the jnani, and also jnani also is dear to me. This is what is told here. And generally in such texts, sometimes we have something which explains the importance of and the rarity of the condition you want to achieve or the destination you want to achieve. So in Bhakti Yoga, the destination is like all other spiritual tradition, freedom or getting free from suffering. But other than that, there is another thing also that you want to attain bhakti. So how do you attain that? And if you attain, what do you become? And how rare it is. So in the 19th shloka of the 7th chapter, Sri Krishna says that how rare it is. Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavan mam prapadyate. Vasudevah sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabha. So a person who has this idea that Vasudeva Sarvamiti, Vasudeva, uh, it can be translated as two things. One is the son of Vasudeva, meaning Sri Krishna, or Vasudeva means that which is there in every living being, innermost self, Pratyek Atman we say. So Vasudeva Sarvamiti means the God. God is everything. To get this kind of knowledge, it happens Bahunam Janmanam Ante, after the end of many, many births. So we have this repeated cycle of birth and death. After the end of many births, you attain this idea. And that Jnanavan, a person who is wise, who has the wisdom, what does that person do? Prapadyate, Mam Prapadyate. He or she takes refuge in God. And by taking refuge in God, that person then attains this Vasudeva Sarvamiti, this knowledge that everything is God. And that Mahatma, Sa Mahatma Sudurlabha is very rare. Durlabha rare, Sudurlabha very rare. That Mahatma is very rare. This idea is there here. And again, the problem that I am unable to perform worship, I am unable to do rituals. That is again addressed in 7th chapter, in the 20th verse and 21st verse. So a person who does not understand that God is everything, does it mean that person cannot practice bhakti? That is the question. Or a person who is completely going behind one desire or the other. I want to buy this, I want to go there, I want to watch this, I want to talk to this person, etc. It's quite natural. So whether they cannot have bhakti, that is explained in the 20th sloka of 7th chapter. Kamai taitai hritajnanaha prapadyante anya devataha tam tam niyamam asthaya prakritya niyata swaya. Sometimes we do see that a particular temple or a particular place of worship has huge crowd. That Pir Baba or that particular masjid, etc. Huge crowd, or that particular church, huge crowd. Why? They say, no, no, the God is awakened. So the logical fallacy, you see, God cannot be less awakened in a place and more awakened in another place. It is God. So God is omnipresent and omnipotent. But people who seek some desires, tai tai kamaihi, by this or that desire, and kritajnanaha, they are, their jnana is gone. Their discriminative faculty is gone because they are seeking for different types of desires. So that is why they will say, you go to that particular temple or you go to that church, you will get all your desires will be fulfilled. It is a very awakened church. So that comes why? because of this idea that I have this particular desire and I have to fulfill this desire. So what they do, tam tam niyamam asthaya. They follow a particular rite, a particular ritual. So if you want to have child, you follow this ritual. If you want to have money, go to the temple or go to that place of worship. So like that, and then they worship anya devataha prapadyante. They will worship some other gods, being propelled by this desire or that desire. Even such people, even though they don't understand that the ultimate principle, ultimate God is everything, even such people will attain to me alone. That is the point here. That is told in the 21st shloka. Yo yo yam yam tanum bhakta shraddhaya architum ichchati tasya tasya achalam shraddham tameva vidadhamyaham. So in whatever yah bhakta yam yam tanum means form. In whatsoever form, whatever bhakta is giving with Shraddha, Architum, worshipping with Shraddha, Ichchati, desires, Tasya Tasya Tameva Shraddham Aham Achalam Vidadami. So I, that is the ultimate God, make that Shraddha or that sincerity, that devotion, that dedication, I make steady. So that Shraddha they have for some other people, some other gods. They are not thinking that God is the ultimate or that there is a final principle of this universe, but though they are worshipping for some particular desire and they are worshipping some particular form, I make their sincerity, their dedication steady. So that means eventually that person, even though to begin with that person started with the aim of fulfilling some desire, eventually that person will come and accept that there is a principle which is imperishable, which is eternal. They can call it God or something. So even if somebody starts praying to God as artharthi, as a person who wants to fulfill some desire, that person also eventually attain to devotion. That is what is told here. And whenever the idea of renunciation or giving up of fruits, renunciation not in the sense of sannyasa, but giving up of fruits is talked of, or surrendering everything to God is talked of. So that idea is resonated in the 29th verse of the 5th chapter. That whatever sacrifice is happening, whatever spiritual austerities or practices are happening, they are all caused by, or they are all directed to, or they are all received by God. Bhoktaram yajna tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suhridam sarvabhutanam nyatva mam shantim richati. And a person who knows that every yajna, every tapasya, every worship, every spiritual practice is given by God, and one who knows Sarva Loka Maheshwaram, that God is the Maha Ishvara, great Lord of all the universes, and also who is Sarva Bhutanam Suhridam, one who is the friend of all the living beings, a person who knows Mam Nyatva, that person attains Shantim Richati. So Shantim Richati means that that person attains freedom from sorrow, three kinds of sorrow, dukkha, traya. So that person attains freedom from three kinds of sorrow. That is the idea. Now here, again in the now some people might have this problem that, see, I have in my whole life not done anything wrong. Sorry, not done anything good. I have always done wrong things. Whatever society thinks wrong, that I have done. I have never thought of God and all this. So suddenly, how can I worship God. Even for that, in the ninth chapter, 30th shloka, Sri Krishna says, Apiched su durachara bhajate mam ananya bhag sadhureva samantavya samyak vyavasito hi saha. A person who is very wicked. Durachara means one whose achara or habits or uh, behavior is very bad. So whatever we consider bad, say creating problem for other people, a person is very bad, wicked person, he is killing people, even such a person, murdering people or stealing from people, creating problem, even such a person, api, chet, even if that person, ananya bhag, without having any devotion to other things, mam bhajate, worships me. So even that person, if that person worships God single pointedly, sadhuhu eva mantavya, that person should be regarded as good person only. Saha samyak vyavasita hai. For he or she has now, whatever that person has done, okay, but now that person has taken a correct decision to give up all the evil way and become this. And if that person has taken that kind of a decision, then one may say, oh, such a person has taken such a decision. So many bad things that person did. Is it overnight? Will that person become good? So, Sri Krishna tells, Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, Shipram bhavati dharmat. Yes, overnight, almost overnight it will happen. Not overnight, but Shipram bhavati dharmatma. That person will become Shipram. Soon, dharmatma bhavati. That person will become a righteous person, good person. And though that person was evil, that person will become good. So such a big assurance is given here. Such a solid assurance is given. And also Shashvat Shantim Nigachati. Eternal peace that person will get. Kaunteya Prachidjanihi Name Bhakta Pranashyati. So my devotee, a person who has even for once prayed to God, does not get destroyed. So what does it mean does not get destroyed? Will that person not die? Of course, that person will die. Does not get destroyed means that person will get freedom from suffering. That person will definitely get freedom from suffering. So this is the entire we have tried to see. There are many other ideas on bhakti in the Bhagavad Gita, but more or less we have tried to see many such ideas. And so Bhagavad Gita, what Bhagavad Gita proposes as bhakti is quite open, has many alternatives, and can be practiced by any person. And it can the form also is quite open, does not require many paraphernalia. You can practice bhakti even just you can just take the name of God, and that is bhakti. So that much scope and that much broad ambit has been given, and that is the greatness of bhakti yoga as prescribed by Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. Elsewhere, we find Bhakti Yoga to have a lot of prescriptions, do's, don'ts, etc. But here, even whatever you eat, offer to God, whatever you do, offer to God, your gift you offer to God, whatever you're doing, think that you're doing God's work. Such a big scope, and calling it Bhakti Yoga makes it really quite charming. And it gives hope to people. So we are talking about various kinds of stratification in society. So it gives hope to people from all religions, from all so-called stratified communities. We call them castes or something. Irrespective of any kind of categorization or distinction, one can practice bhakti as prescribed by Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. So I thank all of you and the organizers for having arranged this event, this fortnightly workshop, and also for having invited me. And I don't know if there is time for taking questions. We have only 5 minutes left. But if someone has questions, not even 5 minutes, 3 minutes, so we can try. And I wanted to base it because it is a workshop on Bhagavad Gita. but I want to also go to the shlokas proper to get the idea. Because when you go to the original text, then many things become clearer. There are other methods are to just comment upon text. So I prefer more hands-on approach. No, no, no. So there is the question that conquering suffering, does it mean that as a person has become so much suffering, that person has got, that one has become numb to suffering? No, no, no. It doesn't mean that. Conquering suffering is a approach. It is primarily an approach of change in concept. So, if we take the example of Buddha, Buddha himself did not suffer. He saw four images: one of a old person, sick person, and a dead person, and a monk, and came to the conclusion that I have to take the path which will lead to enlightenment. So, you don't need to actually suffer to understand this. At the same time, even if somebody suffers again and again, might not understand this. So it is not that you have the person who will come to this realization as to subjectively suffer. It is a idea which you get. It's a conceptual clarity you get. So you don't become numb by suffering, first of all. That is a psychological thing. And you always get suffering, but at the same time, to get this conceptual clarity, that is not got by getting more suffering. It is by doing, being aware of the condition of suffering. It is being aware of the condition of suffering. uh, that is what is the case. So you don't need to suffer. So you have to understand that suffering is inevitable, and you have to find some way out of suffering. Anyway. So I hope the class or the discussion, the engagement was of any help. And if you have any questions, you can contact me. Uh, my name is Naraswamy Narasimhananda. If you just Google me, you will get it. Narasimhananda. And so, uh, if there are some assignments, I think they will put it up. And if there is any need to uh, curate any assignment, of, uh, I will be glad to help. So, thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. It feels like we should just keep listening to you and you should not stop talking. You should not stop enlightening us with your knowledge. And the way you took us from the Tapatraya and the Prayojana, why bhakti is needed, and why egotism has increased so much, and how it is possible, what is a definition of bhakta, what are the qualities of a bhakta, and how through a Sahaj Marg it is possible to practice bhakti in everyday life. It was really an enlightening session, and there are so many takeaways that it is very difficult to summarize it in a few minutes. We are really, really very grateful for your presence and for all the guidance that you gave us for us to understand Bhakti Yoga. Thank you so much, Swamiji. And thank you to all the participants for actively listening and for the questions. We would reconvene for the next session at 2:15. Thank you so much.
Namaste everyone. Our next section will start within 3 minutes. Namaste Sushilji. Yeah, we are waiting for others. We'll take 2 more minutes.
Thank you, madam. Sure. Namaskar.
I think it's 2:15 now. Let's start. Okay. So, namaste and welcome back to the second session of today's discourse on Bhakti Yoga, the path of devotion. As part of this ongoing refresher course on Shrimad Bhagavad Gita, jointly organized by Ramanujan College and the Center for Human Science. Yeah,
Just one moment, ma'am.
yeah, sure, sure.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the delay. We'll just let us begin. I begin with a small invocation.
Can you please give 1 minute, Sushritji?
Oh, somebody else is joining. Okay.
No, I didn't give the introduction. So once I'll just tell about the things here. So, yeah. So jointly organized by Ramanujan College and the Center for Human Sciences, Rishikesh University. Actually, before we begin, let us take a moment to practice Ekagrata, the path of one-pointed concentration. In the Rishikesh tradition, we commence each session with a minute of silence, aligning our minds with the secret knowledge we are about to receive. This brief pause helps us clear distractions and immerse ourselves fully in the learning process. I invite you all to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and embrace the stillness within for 1 minute. Please. Oh, thank you. With a sense of inner focus, let us now move forward with our session. So, in the morning session, we had the privilege of learning from Adriniya Swami Narasimhanand ji, who beautifully explained the nature of bhakti as love, surrender, and faith. He also introduced us to the forms of devotion such as bhava, bhakti, and prema. Now, in this second session, we will delve deeper into two important aspects of bhakti yoga: types of bhakti and practices of bhakti yoga. To guide us in this exploration, we have the esteemed speaker Sri Sushrit Badheji, a distinguished author and researcher whose work bridges the ancient wisdom of Sanskrit texts with the modern world. A graduate in mechanical engineering from Pondicherry Engineering College, Sushrit ji has dedicated himself to the poetic translation of India's sacred texts. His monumental work, Bhagavad Gita, the Rhythm of Krishna, translates all 700 verses of the Gita into rhymed English while maintaining the original rhythmic beauty. This extraordinary achievement earned him a place in the Limca Book of Records. His contributions extend beyond the Gita. He has translated three Upanishads, Isha, Kena, and Mandukya, into English rhymes and authored Sri Aurobindo's Vedanta Rhythm of Ananda, which was launched at the Pondicherry Auroville Poetry Festival in 2022. Beyond his literary achievements, Sushritji is deeply involved in research on the therapeutic effects of Vedic chants. His collaboration with Madras University's Department of Genetics explored the impact of Vedic chanting on the children with autism spectrum disorder. Presently, he is working with neurologist Dr. Sunil Narayan to further investigate the neurological benefits of these chants. Additionally, Sushilji serves as the CEO of KVM Research Laboratories, where he focuses on crafting Ayurvedic medicines for skincare, pain relief, and overall wellness. With such vast knowledge and deep dedication to India's spiritual and scientific heritage, we are truly privileged to have him with us today. With great respect and enthusiasm, I now invite Sri Sushrit Bandhiji to take us through this insightful session on Bhakti Yoga. So please.
Thank you, Anushree Madam. Namaste. Thank you for that introduction. It is truly a privilege. I am grateful to my Guru Sri Madhusudan Damleji, to the organizers of Ramanujan College and Rishihood University, Dr. Lataji and Dr. Preetiji who had interacted with me, and also Dr. Sampananda Mishraji for this opportunity to interact with such a learned audience. I'm sure, as Madam must have said, now in the morning, Swami Narasimhanandaji must have beautifully covered the meaning of surrender, love, faith. So I will not waste too much time and directly head into the subject. I will enter the subject and try to speak in English with a little bit of Hindi. My Hindi may have some errors in it. I request you to be kind enough to excuse me for that. So we begin. The first thing we need to identify is what is the need for bhakti. Bhakti is something that completes everything. We have talked about the three marga in the Gita, jnana, karma, and bhakti, but all three are not so separate. But without bhakti, nothing gets complete. If what is the need for bhakti? Bhakti is brought about in the Gita, the Yogeshwara Krishna, who is said to be the Lord of Union. He is teaching us the way of bhakti. Can anybody, if it is okay with everybody, we could have an interactive session. You can please unmute if you wish to. Can anybody tell me what is the need if you feel? Why do we need bhakti? Or where do we need anything related to this? The necessity? Because once we established the subject, we can move ahead. Yes, please. Anybody?
So bhakti is something. So hello, I'm Dr. Meena Rao.
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So bhakti, according to me, is something where we try to find peace with ourselves.
See. peace with ourselves. It kind of takes us to a higher consciousness, isn't it? Yes, ma'am. All right. Pradeep, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, namaste. I think bhakti meaning is surrendering ourselves in toto towards our deity or god or goddess or whatever, and try to follow the thing,
Yes, sir.
their instructions or their path at our
Yes, sir.
best capacity.
To our best capacity. Ji, sir. Ji, sir. So it is like to our Aradhya, our Ishta,
Hmm.
whichever marga we may be on, we have
Hmm.
to surrender. And the
And
surrender must be complete. Ji, sir.
bhakti is always sanshay rahit,
Is
supposed to be.
always a
Sanshay
it,
rahit, Sanshay rahit.
Sanshay Rahita, without
हाँ,
doubts. Okay, sir.
हाँ.
Ji, ji. Without doubts. Yes,
संपूर्ण
sir.
समर्पण, संपूर्ण
Sampurna
समर्पण.
Samarpan. All right, sir. Ji, sir. That's another beautiful concept. When sometimes we surrender, but we do 50% surrender, 20% surrender. It is not with terms and conditions. Surrender is always unconditional. And surrender is something which sometimes takes a lifetime to learn. It is a lifetime process, people say. So, yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful addition.
Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. So, this bhakti is something which is very close. We have bhakti, I think, in our parents growing up very strong. It will become Shraddha, meaning it will not change. My mother is my mother. I don't have any doubt what she says. Somebody may come and share a particular certificate saying, I am your mother, according to latest DNA proof, and say, no, my experience teaches me you may be biologically my mother, but I have lived with this person and I have experienced. So, this is something, this is actually bhakti is that which connects us with the divine. If you look at it philosophically, the need for bhakti is because there has been a separation. We have got separated from the divine consciousness. We have become what we call vibhakta. To eliminate this difference, to eliminate this separation between man and God, bhakti is necessary. And who better can teach us bhakti other than Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga, Lord of Union, who brings about union of the opposites, Krishna himself. So, this need for bhakti is probably because we have got separated and we need to become one. Bhakti allows us to enjoy the life process better. The sadhana becomes more cheerful. Even the most kathor sadhana with bhakti can become a source of ananda at every given point. And that is the important aspect of bhakti. Without bhakti, no matter what actions you have done, no matter what great wisdom you may have acquired, without bhakti, it is going to be dry, meaning the most exotic flower will stop blossoming if there is no water. It is like that, that rasa is required, and that is bhakti. Without bhakti, one is very poor. And if you have bhakti, well, even Kubera's wealth cannot touch it. You are that rich as well. So, with this small introduction, which I'm sure all the learned participants are already aware of, we enter into what is the, we can say, a welcome from Krishna in the Gita for the path of bhakti. Yogeshwara's speciality is this that he makes everybody walk on the path of yoga. And we will go into the 12th adhyay, some shlokas, and then to the topics that have been notified to me. So 12th adhyay of the Gita is very special. Some people say it is best special because it is very short, only 20 shlokas. But that is not the reason for it, why it is special. It is special because it is about the bhakti. What is bhakti? What is the way of bhakti? And in a very small number of shlokas, Krishna has, given the way. My one question does come is with bhakti comes the darshana, isn't it? Darshan of the divine. When we are having bhakti, we all aspire for. We say darshan do ghansham nath mori akhiyan pyasi re. That is, my eyes are thirsty. So generally, after you have cultivated a certain bhakti, then you get a darshana, is what people say. But in the Gita, it is very interesting. First, Krishna talks about gives the Vibhuti Darshana, description of all the various places in the world, in the Bhuloka, where you can recognize the divine presence. After Vibhuti Darshana, there is Vishwarupa Darshana, which is very difficult for Arjuna to understand. The Ugra Rupa is something which, no matter how sincere Arjuna is, he is not able to tolerate that raw force and power. He prays with bhakti to Krishna. Krishna, no, no, please, this is too much. I'm afraid. Show me a different form. Show me the Shanta Rupa. Then the Chaturbhuja Darshana takes place. Normally, we see this is the culmination. Darshana is the culmination. But Krishna says, no, keep your darshanas to yourself. After darshana, your next phase, you have to understand what is real bhakti. So, Bhakti Yoga chapter begins after Krishna has given what is the darshana. It also begins with a very good question, an important question. Which is the right way of worshipping? Should we worship the form or should he worship the formless? This is a very big question. Krishna very beautifully answers that this is a question which is individuals, where there is Shraddha, Sarva Bhuta Hite Rata, somebody who is working for the betterment of humanity. That person is my true Bhakta, whether he is worshipping the formed or whether he is worshipping the formless. He later on gives a right addition that since man is made of form, it's easier for him to connect with the form. So that would be easier for him to relate, but it does not mean that one is another path is wrong in another. So one thing we have to understand is that bhakti, there are so many ways. We cannot criticize somebody else's bhakti just as we cannot criticize somebody else's Shraddha Sthana. This is something because even in Vishwarupa, Krishna talks about having no dvesha. The heart that is having dvesha cannot practice bhakti. The heart that is having hatred, there you cannot experience that. So with this, let us enter into the 12th, we can say 12th adhyay. I'll just look at 4 shlokas first, then we go to the topic. Shloka number 8 to 12. This is very interesting. Why these shlokas have been selected is because Krishna is telling how to become one. And who can give? Normally, we say we need to cite references when we publish research papers. They have to be from good sources. We need to have a verified source. Here is the Pramana Shastra, Bhagavad Gita. And who is the author? Yogeshwara Krishna himself. So he's undoubtedly, whether you are from the we can say Dvaita school or Advaita school or Vishishta Dvaita school, all 3 schools accept this. And the reason it is accepted is not just what we can say blind faith only. Shraddha is there, yes, but there are also questions asked. You are allowed to question. And after that, this has stood the test of so many thousands of years. Even today, we see, and most of the, if you see medical journals, right now also, you see, psychiatry, psychotherapy elements, they are using Gita as Krishna's model of psychotherapy. More and more, we are seeing how it is teaching us mindfulness. So, here now, Krishna is giving a very shortcut of, we can say, a welcome to sadhana to everybody. We look at those shlokas right now. Shloka number 8 of the 12th adhyay. Mayeva mana adhatsva, Mai buddhim niveshaya, Nivasishyasi Mayeva, Ata urdhva na sanshaya. I think Pradeep sir told bhakti is without sanshaya, and here the Krishna is also saying without doubt, if you follow this, you will become one in consciousness with the divine. What does he say? He says, make me the sole focus of your mind. Your intellect, founded in me alone, may you find. Then you shall without doubt reside in me, in a plane beyond the mortal one that you see. Means you are going to be in that consciousness. When your mind is founded in the divine, your intellect, mana and buddhi, both have become one and they are focused, kendrit on the divine. That time, Krishna says, you will become one with me. Don't have any doubts. My consciousness will take you ahead. So many places we see that. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham for somebody ananya chintayanto mam, somebody who is always having smarana. But the question comes is how do we make our mind and intellect found? What is this? What could this imply? Mind and intellect founded in the divine. Say I'm doing some work. Say I'm working in the factory. I'm doing a manufacturing activity. How do I get founded in the divine and while manufacturing? Anyone? How do or yourself also, your examples if you wish to share. How can we be founded in the divine? Keep our minds and intellect also, buddhi also. Anybody? Is it possible? Or Krishna is telling us something which is not really possible, only theoretical. Anybody? Please feel free to unmute. Harita ji has written by this work offering work to divine Dr. Srijata ji has written. Yes, ma'am. So anybody would like to add something? for a perspective so we can move ahead then? And you are free to add opposite perspectives also. Krishna had, throughout the Gita, never forced anyone to have a forced opinion. You must follow this, you must. There is nothing like that. So, is it possible to think of the divine while you are working, while you are doing your profession, while you are
Sir,
doing
if
regular
you
work?
are, hello,
Yes, ma'am.
hello. If
Ji.
you are working and thinking that that work you are doing is for the God Himself,
Okay.
then I think we can relate.
Ah, all right, all right. So this is possible, meaning having thinking that this is an offering, whatever work I may be doing. All right. Yes, ma'am. Somebody would like to add?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Neeruji,
Sir,
Dr.
the work,
Neeruji. Yes, ma'am.
yes, sir. The work that are full of goodness, the work that are full of morality, definitely is the path to go near the divinity. Divinity is nothing but the peace that we achieve from the doing good deeds are divinity.
Okay. So when it is offered, what is best is offered, then you can think of the divine and offer it. It becomes better. I think like grew up, Janmashtami laddus are always tastier, always, because the mother has offered it with a love to the divine. This is something like it's so in manufacturing also. If we focus consciously when we are doing the work consciously, then at all times, say maybe a teacher is scolding a student also, instead of getting emotional and the teacher is using that option as also an offering to the divine, that student will get transformed and the teacher will also not get the inner palpitation or frustration which comes from the because it is done as a we will see later as a seva. That is the last part of today's session. So this aspect of offering to having a continuous smaran or always thinking of the divine, whichever way. And the beautiful aspect is you don't have an order, no, that you must worship me this way only. Krishna says, Patram Pushpam Phalam Tuam. What connects with you? It's a very personal and private matter. It is not something he is ordering. He's not ordering you do this exactly like this. But while you are doing it, become conscious. But problem is many people say this is too much. I can't become conscious of the divine at all times. That means I have to become alert. I have to become alert. I cannot do usual mischief that I want to do. And then suddenly a person feels, no, this path of yoga is difficult. So Krishna says immediately we see the next shloka, shloka number 9. That's why Yogeshwara is best. He will make everybody walk on the path of yoga. He, he is keeping the road open. Shloka number 9, he says, Atha chittam samadhatum na shaknoshi mayi sthiram abhyasa yogena tato mam ichhaptum dhananjaya. He says, if to dwell in me, O Arjuna, you are not capable and cannot keep your mind firm and stable. Then by practicing yoga, make yourself able and make your awakened consciousness sustainable. So simple, Krishna is saying. See, Acha Arjuna, you're not able to think about me at all times. You cannot focus. It's okay, Krishna says. It's all right, it is nature. Human nature is chanchala. Arjuna also complains the same thing, chanchalam hi manaha Krishna elsewhere. How do I control my mind? But Krishna says it's okay. Practice yoga. Practice yoga because with yoga, as you do, even yogasana is what? Yogasana is exercise for attaining what? Oneness, oneness of man with divine. So there are different postures. These postures, if you do it consciously, physical, yes, they are physical, but also becoming one. Your mind also, if your mind is disturbed, mind is frustrated, slowly learn to control. That is what Krishna is saying. With yoga, you can practice it, make that consciousness sustainable. Because this is very important. Keeping that consciousness sustainable. Sometimes people are brilliant. When they are doing meditation, they look like they are the Maha only, in that state of silence. And then when the meditation is over, it appears that what Asura has suddenly been born from where? The same person who is very quiet is not able to sustain that quietude. So this aspect of keeping it sustainable by practice of yoga, that is something which Krishna is advising Arjuna. But then what about practicing yoga? Is yoga practicing yoga every day, every time? Is that easy or is it not easy? Anybody? Yes or no? What do you think? Yes,
So
Dr. Minaji?
practicing yoga is not always possible.
practicing yoga is not always possible. Dr. Minaji is saying yes. And there was an interesting dialogue between leaders of political countries. I think Mr. Putin had told Mr. Modi during World Yoga Day when the first day was celebrated, yoga is very difficult. Here is a former KGB agent, he's saying it's difficult. So we can have probably multiple perspectives. Some are saying if we practice, we can do it every day. Some say it is a little difficult. But I think that is the beauty. We are all allowed to have our own perspectives. Still no problem. Krishna gives next option also. He says, it's okay. What does he say next? He says, अभ्यासेऽपि असमर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म परमो भव मदर्थमपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिं वाप्स्यसि. So he says, do it madarpana, just for me, madartham, for my sake, for myself, for the divine. Perform your action. Acha, you're busy, you're not able to practice yoga because of your XYZ reasons. You feel it is difficult. Krishna says, no problem. He says, and if this yoga too you can't partake, then just perform all your actions for my sake, and let all your works be only mine. For then you shall attain the perfection divine. This is Siddhi. Siddhi is what? Siddhi is perfection and accomplishment. When we make our tailams in the factory, we call it Siddha Tailam, and it reaches the Siddha Lakshana, the point of perfection. That that will happen when you offer. Krishna is saying so simply. It's okay if you cannot practice yoga all the time. You are probably feeling it is difficult. Krishna is not saying it is difficult, but it is all right if you think that. He says, then just perform all your actions for my sake. Let all your works, means it is, this is something, let all your works be only mine. Meaning no more is the authority. And this is a very important aspect. Your authority, you are passing on to the divine. This is something which is also there in the Upanishads. ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत्तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीता मागृध कस्य स्विद्धनम्. All belongs to him, whom the divine, living, non-living, everything, knowing the owner, joyously forsake. That is the way. That is the way where you will become, you will get Naishkarmya Siddhi also, is what the Upanishad tells. Or like there is this beautiful Kavali which says, तूने क्या बनाई, तूने क्या सजाई, सब किया है तो उसने, तूने बातें बनाई. So everything the divine has made. You start recognizing that the ownership is divine because the divine gave me the opportunity. I have been able to do it, so I will not get this bhava that I am the doer. If you can do this and offer to the divine, that is possible. That time also you can experience. But the question is, can we offer everything to the divine? That is the next question. So now one after the other, Krishna is simplifying it. But now, can we offer everything that we have to the divine? Please feel free to unmute. Yes, please.
So human beings are very selfish. They will never offer anything.
Yes, yes. It is human beings are selfish. You know, it's like, oh my God, what is this? Krishna is taking over my property. Everything. Transfer he is asking immediately. No, no, no. This has to remain with me. I can't give it. So this is a bhava. I cannot offer everything. That means I will not. That's why I will not do yoga, is what people feel. Because Krishna or the divine or Aradhya is going to take everything from me. But no, let's look at the next option. Krishna gives one more. He simplifies it further. Acha, this is also not possible. He's a wonderful teacher who does not get annoyed. He doesn't get irritated with Arjuna for 18 chapters. 18 adhyayas he goes on. Arjuna asks him questions again and again. He even asks questions like, how can I believe you? He asks question ki Krishna, it doesn't make sense. After 4 chapters, he says, I don't understand anything that you have said. It's like sometimes a maths professor will teach a theorem, student does not understand. The student says, sir, I didn't understand this step. The professor explains. But now when the student says, I don't understand maths only, what can the teacher teach? But Arjuna is like that, asking all these questions, and Krishna is not annoyed. He gives the next shloka. He says very clearly, he says, Athaita, he says, one second, there is a screen is frozen. Yeah. Athaitad api ashaktosi kartum madyogamashritah sarva karma phalatyagam tatah kuru yatatmavan. So here he says, if constantly thinking of me is beyond you, there is yet another thing you can still do. Tame your mind through a spirited self-control and renounce the fruits of your actions as a whole. So beautifully. This is also connected with the secret of Karma Yoga, where Krishna first shares Karmanye Vadikaraste Mam Phaleshu Kadachana. The fruits of actions, Krishna is saying, it's all right. If you cannot think of me at all times, you cannot make a what we can say affidavit, henceforth all my property, everything belongs to divine. Get witness to sign it and paste it in your room. No, I want to keep property to myself. All right, Krishna is saying, at least do this thing. What is it he's saying? Sarva karma phala tyagam tatah kuru yatatmavan. Because it changes the psychology of the individual itself. Individual automatically becomes bhakta or connected with the divine consciousness if the person is going to do actions without any expectation of return. Krishna is asking this. And what is he asking? He's asking something very interesting. Sarva karma phala tyagam. Means he's not saying don't have aspirations. You will have aspirations. Human individuals, everybody has aspiration, which is not wrong. The aspiration has to be channeled into a right aspiration. It becomes Agni of the Rigveda, the very first sukta. That will make a person powerful also. But here, Sarva Karma Phala Tyaga, the phala of every karma is what he is asking. To put it into a better perspective, just imagine you are walking on the road, a criminal, or say even I come on the road in front of you, I have a knife in my hand, and I say I will not allow you to pass unless you give me Eiffel Tower. What will you say? Take Eiffel Tower, take Taj Mahal, take everything, isn't it? You are not owning any of it. So when you realize you are not the owner, you say, ah, take it, no problem. This is the thing Krishna is offering us. He is saying, recognize that you are never in control of the fruits of your action. If you are able to let go of the fruits of your actions, every karma that you are doing, then you will not only become peaceful, you will also experience what is the way of bhakti. You will start understanding and growing towards a higher consciousness. This is something which is definitely practicable, isn't it? Means we go to the market and buy fruits also, we don't know, no, until you cut it open. What is it going to come, whether it is good or no. Nowadays, people make the fruits also look very nice from the outside. But until you cut open, you don't know. Same thing as with our life. We plan so much. We want to do so many things. Outcomes are not in our hand. So many factors are there which govern the outcomes. If we at least realize that, yes, the outcome is not in my hand, that also will allow us to move ahead of the path. My question is this possible to recognize that the outcome is not in our hand? Sarva karma phala tyaga. He's not said karma tyaga. A lot of people misinterpret. They eat that word phala and say sarva karma tyaga, so I will not do anything. Let the divine do. No, we have to be instruments of the divine. But while being that, we should not be driven only by the outcomes. Is it possible? Anybody? Letting go of the phala. Anybody?
Yes, possible.
It is possible, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. G.
Yes. G. Yes, sir. Miss Angela ji has written that it's not very easy, but it is definitely possible. It is difficult to come to terms sometimes. I have done so much for my friend. I want something for this person with a goodwill. I have done something, but I must understand. No, I can't make that. If that person obeys everything, there's what is the difference between a nowadays we have new AI bots coming up and somebody else. Everybody will not behave exactly what we want. We will have to let go, and that is an important aspect. One important means basic aspect that we must understand for sadhana or for a fulfilled life. We have to understand the outcomes of our actions. We may do something very nicely and sincerely, but we don't know what will happen on the what is going to happen. So instead, focus on the action. Outcome will come according to the action only. But while doing the action, let us not be driven. That is one important aspect of the Bhakti Yoga. So, with this, we look at the topics that have been told to me. That is, there are four types of Bhakti. Some other classifications give more types, but let us look at these four types also. The first one is the Shanta Bhakti. Shanta. Shanta means quiet, quietude, peace. Krishna has asked one very nice question elsewhere in the Gita when he says, Ashantasya kutah sukham. Can you be happy? Can you experience sukha if you are not shanta? Anybody? Can you be happy without being shant on the inside, quiet on the inside? No, isn't it? No. It's a very strong no. And that is exactly what Krishna says. Nasti buddhirayuktasya nachayuktasya bhavana nacha bhavayatah shantir ashantasya kutah sukham. He whose wisdom is not focused, his emotions are also uncontrolled. Uncontrolled emotions only spread disquiet around. And without peace, can happiness ever be found? In the Hindi, there's a phrase also, भरा घड़ा तो शांत रहता है, आधा घड़ा अच्छा लगता है. Means the silent, we can say, or English, this empty vessel makes the most noise. But the one that is filled, or if you notice people who are wise, they are not frustrated and agitated at all times. Even if things go against their will, they're quiet, they're having that peace. And this is a peace that comes from some, like, there are different margas of bhakti. Some people do the upasana of this shanti only. They start cultivating that shanti, or more than cultivating, shanti enters into their life. They become calm and peaceful as they go closer and closer to the divine. In the Mandukya Upanishad, it is very nicely said that there is a quietude, which is a very auspicious one, which is even beyond if you see, Mandukya is about the exposition of Om. What is Om? It's Ma, and then there's a fourth part. Adrushtam, Avyavaharyam, अग्राह्यम अलक्षणम अचिंत्यम अव्यपदेश्यम एकात्म प्रत्यसारम प्रपंचोपशमम शांतम शिवम अद्वैतम चतुर्थम मन्यन्ते स आत्मा स विज्ञेयः. That u ma, beyond that there's a fourth one. Many times the silence that comes in that silence, or as Sri Aurobindo says, it is in the calm that the divine works. So this is one aspect. On the path of bhakti, you become quiet. For that quietude, anybody, can you tell what is the simplest aspect? If we cultivate, we can experience that quietude in our life. Say, if you want, what can give us the quietude? Yes, Dr. Meenaji? Yes, please.
Stop arguing, sir.
We have to stop arguing. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. And but sometimes it becomes difficult, isn't it? Many times we become unquiet when we see things going against our way, or we see things which are wrong also. We become sometimes, many times it's because of confusion, because of fear, sometimes because of anxiety. All of these are because we somewhere lose some kind of faith, either in an individual, or maybe we're not able to find a ground or a strong footing. Because I have
Introspection
seen.
also.
Yes, ma'am.
Introspection also.
Yeah,
Introspection.
introspection also. I have seen from up close a father being insulted by both children whom he has raised. So badly they have been insulted, and the entire aim of that insult was to provoke the father, who was supposedly a saintly figure, and they wanted to show to others, see, this person gets angry, he is not what people are calling him. And that person was so quiet, I found, wow, means how can this person be quiet in this situation also? And that was an understanding, means that is a saint. The sadhu, Krishna says, who is a sadhu? Who is going to be free from fear and anger? That person becomes quiet. Somebody who has Shraddha. Shraddha in what? Shraddha in the divine, Shraddha in goodness. Sometimes if you have the Shraddha in the goodness of the world, well, even the great Mahamari like Corona also can be surpassed. I think we all experienced it. For some time, we were all in the greatest of strains, not knowing what to do, what is going to happen. But somewhere the faith in humanity that we will all tide over, we will overcome, that allowed us. Otherwise, in my village, there was one person who didn't have any Shraddha. He immediately ended his life just because somebody suspected he had it. That was a very strange, the aspect of, means a firm footing is required, and that is Shraddha. That is why we need to all have a Shraddha sthana, a place to go to, a place where we can go to receive the strength, to drive the strength. And when we find that strength, we find that source, we become receptive of that peace. And that is exactly what Krishna is talking about. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam tatparah sayatendriyah jnanam labdhva param shantim achirena adhigachati. Means he whose faith is strongly ordained and a control over senses, he who has attained, he is by the supreme knowledge enlightened, and his ascent to absolute peace is ascertained, such a person can experience the Param Shanti, the person will also experience the knowledge. I grew up listening to a story in school. I had heard about one ship which was going to sink. Everybody's running elsewhere, here and there. Now, that boy, there was a small boy inside of the ship, and his father said, "Son, stand on this side. I will come." So, the son went and stood there. And his father went somewhere to arrange some rescue or something. But the captain of the ship was getting frustrated because everybody's running around, grown-ups, nobody's following any orders. But he's seeing this boy standing in that corner, so calm and without any, fear. He's surprised in this situation also. He's not having a fear. He quickly goes and asks, he says, "What happened? Why are you not afraid?" He said, "My father said he will come." So he's free. Now, what is this? This is that confidence which comes from in the difficult moments also. So let us establish a Shraddhasthana. If we want to understand, bhakti cannot be taught. Bhakti cannot be, it has to be cultivated, more than cultivated. It is actually like a fountain which has to flow naturally on the inside. We probably have to remove the doubts, like maybe doubts and other stones which are there, which are preventing that free flow. So when we get that knowledge, Jnanam labdhva param shantim, the highest, the greatest peace that is experienced by the individual. So this is one aspect, means shanti. So if somebody wants to add something, is it? No, all right. So this is one, the shanta bhav of the bhakti, the shanta way. Another is a dasya. Dasya is servitude, servitude to the divine. But now, like people say surrender. People always, what is this? You have to surrender to the divine. That is same as you are losing everything. But surrendering to the divine is different, no? From surrendering to an enemy. Enemy will kill you. Enemy will destroy you completely. But surrendering to a guru or surrendering to a divine, guru will transform you. Divine will take away all that is wrong and transform you, raise you into a higher consciousness. It is same thing in Dasya also. You are not becoming a das of some living being. You are becoming a das of the divine. And who is the das of the divine? Is the Raja in this world. तुलसी तुलसी सब कहे तुलसी बन की घास हो गई कृपा प्रभु राम की बन गए तुलसीदास. That is it is so beautifully said. What Tulsi just grows just like that. But see, when the divine is there, that time we have so many great saints who are exalted in their status. Their names are all accompanied by Das, Ram Das, Kabir Das, Tulsi Das. Sri Aurobindo also says to be a servant of God is good, to be a slave is better. Servant also will say, I have छुट्टी है, Sunday नहीं आऊंगा, ये नहीं करूंगा. These are terms and conditions. But a slave has no right, no authority. It is a complete surrender to the divine. That is one more aspect. If you see in Ramayana, it is Sri Hanuman who is the great Das of Sri Ram. And what does that bring him? He raises his consciousness to the highest. He is considered the greatest. Manojavamma Rututulya Vegam Jitendriyam Buddhimatam Varishtam Vatatmajam Va Narayuta Mukhyam Sri Ramadutam Sharanam Prapadya, meaning he is the Dasa of the divine. That person who has become the Dasa is actually the Raja of the world, or the Rani, or the king and the queen of this universe. Meaning they have overcome something, and that something is the attachments, that something is the desires, the expectations. These come naturally to us, but we don't realize these also make us weak. These only make us vulnerable. There's a nice Sanskrit subhashit which says, Asha yaye dasaste dasaha sarva lokasya Asha yasi dasi tesham dasa ete loka. Somebody who is a slave of desire, somebody who is addicted to something, that person is a victim of that addiction, isn't it? He becomes a slave. Anybody would manipulate. In Bangalore, very recently, some time back, a few years, I was very surprised, or more than surprised, disappointed to hear that a woman got caught for arsoning. She had, burst the windows and set some buses on fire. What was she given? She was promised a plate of biryani in return. She did not even know what was the reason she was fighting. Look at that. One individual who is so brilliant as an individual has now reduced that individual to just because I'm getting this freely, go do this. Somebody told me, I listened to it. Like that. That is why our, Sri Hanumanji is called Buddhimatam Varishtam, because he has overcome all of his desires, and then such a person who has made desire the slave. Dasayate Loka means it becomes the king. The entire world bows to such a person. And that is one aspect. So becoming the Dasa of the divine, that is another type of what we can say, a beautiful approach towards the divinity, towards realizing. Aradhya also, you serve your Aradhya. Become the Dasa of the divine. Nothing more. Sri Aurobindo has told me, Yantrini chale yantram yatheshtham gananaike. As you wish, O goddess, I worship you and I am available to you for any aspect that you want. Work as per your wish for the divine will. That is the second. The third is Sakhya. That is Maitri. Friendship is something very special, isn't it? In our life, one of the best experiences is friendship, when you experience a good friendship. But can we become friends of the divine is my question. Anybody?
Yes, Krishna is my greatest friend.
Krishna is your greatest friend. Okay. I'm sorry, I could not see the screen, madam. So, how do you say he's your greatest friend?
He often visits me here
Okay.
and I
Okay.
experience him.
Okay. So, you have experienced this friendship of Krishna.
Yes,
And this friendship bhava is what? You are afraid of him or you are enjoying the divine's company?
truly enjoying his company. And he is like my son.
Okay, you treat him like a son. Okay. All right, ma'am. So I think we'll come to you again. Will we talk about Vatsalya? That will be something interesting. There is one more type of bhakti that we look at. We will come to that, but thank you. Yes, Dr. Meenaji wants to add something? Yes, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I myself have found that I uh, have a devotion, sense of devotion, uh, a sense of protection that whenever in need, I feel that when I bow my head, I get that protection and I am saved from whatever problems I am facing. That is what has it's my experience,
Okay.
sir.
Ji,
So,
so,
me too
yeah.
also. So
Some,
the true, yes, sir. True friend is that one to whom you can say each and everything with your heart, and the friend who is always stand with you in each and every condition. And this is none but only the God, God to whom you devoted to whole and soul, and you can say each and every aspect of your life, of your heart, of your mind. And He is such a person who never avoid you, never leave you in every condition. So that is the true definition of friendship and friend.
so we can be God loving and without having to be God fearing also, isn't it? So, all
Yes,
right,
sir.
ma'am, that was a wonderful experience. Actually, 60 years back, my Guruji, Shri Madhusudhan, he was a young man in his 20s, early 20s. That time he had a job which required him to go touring. A lot of time he had to travel. So, by the time he used to travel by the trains, somebody has written something. I'm not able to see. Anyway, let's continue. So, he would travel by the, all the comments unfortunately are not visible, so anybody can unmute anytime. So anyway, as he was going on the train on this station, he saw one book. The title of the book was Bhagwan Hamara Mitra. He suddenly stopped. He got, what is the meaning of this? Because he had learnt, 60 years back, what he was taught was you have to be afraid, you have to do this, otherwise you will get this punishment, or this was generally heard. He didn't have that heavy fear, but it comes, no, what you hear from your elders, what you hear from around people speak. So that was the general talk. You should be God fearing. He saw what is it, and then he saw the book. He saw the last page. Who has written it? First thing you see when you read the book is also who has written this book. Let me see. There was a young sadhu, and he was surprised. Okay, let me buy this book, and so he brought that book. And throughout the journey, he read the book, and he said that book changed him. He said from that day, Bhagwan really became my mitra. I stopped fearing because fear is not necessary. And in friendship, there is a bond of love. Through that, much can be learned. I think if we also, as if teachers become friends of the students, they can teach better. That does not mean that the everybody must behave in a particular manner, but the Maitri Bhava is there. Everybody will have their Swabhava. They have to function according to it. It does not mean everybody has to follow a same protocol. But when the aspect of friendship is there, much can be learned, and that is what we see in the Gita as well. Because Krishna has given that freedom of friendship to Arjuna, we see Arjuna initially questioning Krishna also. Means the questions are sometimes, we can say, a little bit obnoxious also. Sometimes when he says directly, he says, Krishna, how can I trust you? Or Krishna, were we greedy? Is that the reason? Forgetting all the efforts Krishna did to avoid the war. The Raja becomes a messenger. He goes and asks the opposite side, telling them, let us come somehow bring about a reconciliation, give 5 villages. So he did all his best. And yet, despite doing his best, Arjuna accuses him of being one of the conspirators for this war. Did we want wealth? Is that why we fought? Or when Krishna starts saying about the greatest secrets of Atman, Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi, the soul, everything, Arjuna says, see, I don't understand anything that you're saying. When Krishna says multiple births have taken place, he says, how do I know? You were born in sunlight, how do I believe you? So this questioning was there, but there was also Maitri. There was also a friendship, and that friendship gives a little bit more freedom, which is somewhere lost when you fear. Means when we do upasana, even of Ma Kali's upasana, if the friendship is there with the divine, she also takes ahead everything. Only when there is insincerity in the heart, then you have to fear. The fear comes from insincerity. But for somebody who is sincere, even the most ugra devatas, even the most powerful forces, they cannot work to trouble a person. So that is something which Krishna is also very much trying to tell. He says, Bhogdaram yajna tapasam sarva loka maheshwaram sahrudam sarva bhutanam gnatva mam shantim ruchhati. When to man this singular truth is known, that all sacrifices I receive with joy, for they are my own. He shall perceive me as his dearest loving friend, and he shall then experience my perfect peace that has no end, apar shanti, that shanti which will come when you recognize that the divine is a friend. And this is something which allows us in everyday lives also. Like some participants shared their experience, they have considered the divine to be a companion. And the companionship also, that is a great kind of bhava to have with the divine. Means this allows, means if you see, why did Arjuna receive, many people say, why did Arjuna receive the Gita of all the people? There were so many people in the Kurukshetra Yuddha. Why was Arjuna so special? If somebody says he was too intelligent, greatest IQ among all, Arjuna himself has said, I don't understand anything multiple times. So what is the reason? Anybody? Can you tell me?
Yeah,
What?
Krishna has
Yes.
found the right patra. Krishna is right patra. Even
Yeah.
God wants a right patra to give the knowledge and the divine
Yeah,
things.
I think
So
as
Arjuna was the
teachers
right
also,
patra for
you
that.
search, you as teachers also, you give the right patra to
Yeah,
knowledge to the students who are worthy, who are
yeah,
sincere, who are learning, not to
yeah.
somebody who is not listening. You don't go too detailed, no?
Yeah.
But what made Arjuna Patra is the question, Ji. Among all the people, there were so many people. There were great people who had done great works. There were great ones who had reached higher state of
His
consciousness. There were,
internal state of
He was his companion,
yeah,
Krishna's
yes.
companion. He was Krishna's
Ah,
companion.
yes, absolutely. Perfectly said. Means there were so many rishis, there were so many other great ones who had done brilliant deeds. But this Maitri, he was the friend. That is also visible in the Gita. If you see, Krishna tells Arjuna, Sa evayam maya tedya yogaha proktam puratanaha bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetad uttamam.
So I have
So
a
Krishna,
question.
yeah, can I just complete this and come to you, madam? One moment.
Please,
Yes.
please, sir.
Just this look only. I'll just complete it, then we'll come to your question.
Yes, sir. Please.
Ji. So here he says, Sa evayam maya tedya yoga prokta puratana bhaktosi me sakha cheti rahasyam hetad uttamam. The same knowledge that I had first thought, I shared with you to enlighten your thought. The king of secrets to you too I shall lend, for you are my devotee, my dear friend. This is something, the Maitri Bhava, if you cultivate with the divine, you will start becoming more receptive. I think if you want to learn more from your teacher, become the friend of the teacher will freely part you all the knowledge. So yes, somebody was asking a query. Yes, ma'am.
I
Yes.
had a question, sir, Dr. Nina.
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
when you said that Krishna was Mitra with Arjun, uh,
Yeah.
why is it that only Arjun became Mitra and why not the other four brothers? What was
Why
the
did Arjun only?
became the Mitra
Ha,
and
you just
not
see
the
if in
other
the
four?
Mahabharata you see, no, Arjuna had a complete obedience and trust. Krishna would tell him, go here, he would go there. Everywhere Arjuna went. Whatever Krishna would say, he had that sincerity, means that loving sincerity. And Arjuna is like a representative of a sincere human being who is not wanting to harm anybody. We can say a good, clear mind. That was why Arjuna, one of the qualities. But if you see the history of Mahabharata, you will see very interesting places how Arjuna blindly trusted Krishna. Probably these are factors which would have come into play definitely. Ultimately, Krishna only knows what is the exact reason. Yes, see. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Can I
you.
tell you something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Probably because Arjuna was chosen because he is sort of quite closer to the human nature. He had all the inferiorities of human nature, and
And
then
also
through
the
Arjuna,
good
taking
one.
Arjuna as a medium, probably Krishna could give this kind of a teaching, which is relatable to all human beings. Because Arjuna, out of all the five, possessed all the inferior features of all human beings.
Yeah, all right. He had some inferiorities which come with human nature, but he was also what we call Gudakesha, Parantapa. We can say, we can
But
Mahabaho,
we
so
can
many
find the
such titles.
binaries in Arjuna, it seems. We can
Yes,
find
yes.
the binary. We can find all the binaries in Arjuna, it seems. He was also a
Yeah,
great
yeah.
warrior. He
Yes,
was a
yes.
great warrior on one side. On the other side, he was also equally an inferior person, not having any conviction at that point of time. He could not face the crisis, just like any human being. So
Yes,
I think Arjuna is just the mixture of the binaries that we human beings face in this life.
absolutely, madam. Yes, yes, that could also be a very good point because many times when we study the Gita as part of our foundations workshops, when we conduct them, participants keep sharing how did Arjuna have the same doubts that we are having 5,000 years ago? That time they didn't have these technologies, they didn't have these problems which are in everyday life. But well, human beings will remain human beings. No, human nature has to change. That is what the divine is trying. And probably that endeared him. It is okay. Some when we aspire for perfection, the journey for perfection begins through imperfection only, isn't it? What is imperfect only can become perfect. So this is something which endeared him. And in Maitri, there is a freedom. And you will not believe, after 18 chapters, Krishna gives one simple word to Arjuna, his friend. He says, I have told you everything. Now, yat hechasi tatha kuru. You are free to do what you wish. Normally, we spend 15 minutes talking to our friend, and if our friend does not listen to us, we say, अब इस जन्म में नहीं बात करूंगा. I will not talk to this person again. Here, Krishna, in the middle of a battlefield, he has taken it out time to give a pravachan. And yet, Krishna is so clear. He says, now, my friend, that is also a friendship. He teaches us. Means we can make Krishna our good friend, but we can also learn what a good friend is from Krishna's behavior also. So this is something. This is another thing. If you are able to become the Mitra of the divine or divine becomes the Mitra, you will also become like Rishi Vishwamitra. You will get the friendship of everybody. You have Krishna's ways about not having dvesha at all to anybody. You are going to work because you will recognize the divine in every living being. Vasudevam sarvamiti sa mahatma sa durlabha. It is rare, Krishna says, it is rare, but that person who can see divine, he says in all living beings, whether it is a elephant also, whether it is a cow also, whether it's a wise person or the fool or sinner, everywhere inside, if you can see, that is something. So anyway, this is one more type of bhakti, which is the Maitri. Then comes the Vatsalya Bhakti. This is something very special. I think we have among us a participant who shared that she sees Krishna as a child. I would like to invite that participant only, whoever had said it. If ma'am, if you would like to just share a few lines, then we go into this. Yes, please. Anybody?
I was that participant who said that. I
Yes, ma'am.
consider I consider Krishna as my own son, and then
You asked your
maybe
mother
people
about
who,
that shampoo? What
Yes.
she told, she'll
Yes,
find out.
Sunita ji, somebody is
Okay.
speaking. I would
She
request.
told, okay,
Yeah.
if
Yes,
you
Sunita ji, please
if
tell.
I tell her that you finished the bottle,
Yeah, please tell Sunita ji. Yeah.
can I continue?
Yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
I might sound insane for some people, but in the start of it, even my own family members couldn't understand that. In fact, there's a personal story attached to it. I was undergoing two very difficult physical conditions. I had undergone 6 surgeries, and that was the situation. And then finally, I found solace in Narayaniyam. I come from
Okay.
Kerala, and
Hmm.
Narayaniyam is, yes, is something that I started chanting regularly. And
Yeah, please continue, ji. There is some audio. Yeah. Madam, please continue. There was,
Sunita
please.
ma'am, I think you are in mute.
can everyone
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then it so happened that my tumor all of a sudden vanished just because I continuously chanted
Okay.
Narayaniyam, and there was no scientific explanation to it. And
Okay.
then started my complete kind of a devotion to Krishna, and it's
Okay.
like now it's almost like 10 to 15 years that I have been a staunch devotee of Krishna, and
Okay.
it's like I share everything with him. Even if I get a
Is a
chocolate, I keep
child, is
it.
it? As a
Yes,
child.
even if I get a piece of chocolate, I keep it aside for him. And the thing
Hmm.
is, the wonder is that in my home, if it is visible, I don't know. Here and there, we can see scribblings where it's like
Okay.
everywhere, and there's no explanation to many things that happen inside my
Okay.
home.
And
It's
you are
like
enjoying
something.
this relationship as a looking at the
Yeah,
divine as
continuous.
it's
Of course, yes. Of
okay.
course, yes. That is a
G
kind
G.
of, a kind of rejuvenation for me. His thought itself is like a rejuvenation for me.
And this came after that heavy treatment difficulties, that physical pain,
Ah,
and through the treatment
and not
also.
just that, there is a celebration called Vishu in our home. And then
Okay.
on that, yeah, and that is actually supposed to be the first New Year, first day of the New Year. And on that day, we celebrate in such a way that we give a lot of offerings to Krishna. And it so
Okay.
happened that all these incidents may be appearing like insane and mad for others, but it in fact has a lot of even scientific evidences, because now when I take
Okay.
the photograph,
All
when I
right.
take the photo, when I take the photograph of the Krishna idol, it's like complete blue color everywhere, because
Okay.
the aura has spread in such an extent that the whole puja room
All
is full
right,
of
ma'am.
blue color.
Yes, ma'am. So I will not consider it mad, but I'll tell you, I was very surprised. You're also from Kerala, because when I first heard of this Vatsalya Bhakti, I was also very surprised. It came through a participant, Usha Maji. She is also from Kerala only. In a Gita workshop, she shared her experience. She told me that she sees Krishna as a child. I just shook my head. Okay, that's good. So, all right, she's feeling happy about it. That's fine. Let's continue. But then she started sending me some experiences.
Yeah.
And then I thought, we will enter into what is Vatsalya. This is something which is like, as Sunita madam has shared her experience, where the bhakta is able to perceive the divine as a child. And like I gave one example of Sunita Majid, she on 23rd June 2005, she had once suddenly she developed a kind of paralysis, and she had fallen down, and from there her life started. But till now, 19 years, she is suffering extreme pain. And when we were discussing during the workshop, one Gita workshop, that time she shared how she deals with the pain. She said, whenever my right leg hurts too much and I can't bear it, I say, Krishna, sit on the left leg for some time. This leg is paining too much. And she says the pain has reduced. Now, our physiotherapist who comes every day to our home for treatment, he says, I don't understand it, but you are able to bear this pain. That is enough for me. That is sufficient. So, this aspect of looking at the divine as a child, it requires a great tapasya. It requires somebody to have undergone a lot to, or have attained a lot of punya, maybe to a lot of sadhana. Like we have heard of how Anusuya had made Atri also a child. I mean Anusuya and Atri had a child Dattatreya. How it was said, it is like Anusuyatri Sambhoto Dattatreyo Digambara Tasya Smarana Matrena Sarva Papai Pramunchate. Means with her Tapobala, she had brought the divine as a child. Recognizing the divine as a child is another form of bhakti, which is not, I think, anyway insane. It is established and accepted form of bhakti. Again, it is a type of bhakti. Somebody may relate to it, somebody may not relate to it. There is no hard and fast rule that everybody must relate to it. But this is something. These are actually the four types. And then comes the fifth type also, which is madhurya. Madhurya is something about the sweetness. It is connected with the word Madhu, or it can be in English translated into honey. In Rigveda, we have a Rishi, his name is Madhuchandas, because his rhythm in the mantra is so honey rhythmed that they gave the name Madhuchandas. Or if we know, anybody has heard of this, Madhurashtakam. Madhurashtakam is Vallabhacharyaji's composition, where he says, Adharam Madhuram, Vadanam Madhuram, Nayanam Madhuram, Asitam Madhuram, Hridayam Madhuram, Gamanam Madhuram, Madhuradipate Rakhilam Madhuram. Means the entire divine is beautiful. That is a love which is not like human love, it is something beyond. It's divinity which is not having any adulteration of attachment. I think today also morning you must have studied about Prema Bhava, where Swami Narsimananji must have talked about the same in this Bhava. So in this truest sense, there is no expectation. There is no expectation or any attachment. It allows us to rise. It is that means love is purest, divine love is that which is not having any expectation of anything in return. And that is exactly how a person who is practicing this Madhura Bhakti is actually experiencing. They experience this love towards the divine. It keeps flowing and it is something like, it is like nectar. It is, some people experience the taste of, they call it Amrita. I mean, that I'm experiencing. How does one identify it? In one's life, if you are experiencing it, you will just see small, little moments also become divine moments. This is another important aspect of this bhakti, which is, means Sant Gnaneshwar Maharaj had talked about Amrutanubhav. He had experienced that nectar. And what it is, if you see, like it is something which has to be experienced, like how everybody's experience, which comes from one's personal realization, is different from reading elsewhere. Sant Tukaram Maharaj had also said, Khadilyasa Godi, Dekhilyasa Nahi. Means the taste. Say, I sit in front of you now, mango season is coming. I conduct a workshop and I start eating a mango in front of everybody and say it's a very juicy and tasty mango. No matter what adjectives I give, you are not going to get the taste of it until you yourself go and get it. Well, this is the fourth type of bhakti. This bhakti is something which allows us to make our life divine, what we can say. What was everybody in Vrindavan was experiencing this only in Krishna's company. This was that experience of ecstasy, of felicity, of ananda, and that ananda is what we can say just same as the same ananda which is there in the Veda, the Satchidananda, the greatest one, which is the ananda of the highest consciousness. And if we practice this, what happens? The divine also understands and gives us more. If you see 18th Adhyaya of the Gita, technically Gita gets over in the 63rd shloka. 64th shloka of 18th Adhyaya, Krishna gives bonus because Arjuna is enjoying. He is told this. Arjuna is enjoying that knowledge which he is receiving from Krishna. So he says, okay, you have not signed up, but still I am going to give this to you. 65th shloka, Krishna says, Sarva guhya tamam shubhuyaha shrunu me paramam vachaha ishtosi me drudamati tato vakshyami te hutam. And yet another secret, hear me, for I shall explain. As you are my devotee, I hold you main. You are to me most intimate and dearest, hence I shall tell you what is best. Because Arjuna has that bhava, is adoring, and that bhava of love for the divine, he tells, Krishna gives him an extra secret. Manmana bhav madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. He says, go to me, divine. And this beautiful shloka comes elsewhere in the Gita earlier also and in the 18th Adhyaya also. Three-fourth of the thing is same. But in this part, he says, when you love the divine, there is a role of the beloved also, isn't it? The beloved will take you through. That is the second part of the promise which Krishna gives to Arjuna. He says, merge into my consciousness, become my lover, become my sacrifice, be my adorer, bow to me and you shall come to me certainly. My dear one, this is the promise I shall fulfill verily. So, this aspect, when we are able to recognize the divine, then we can actually connect. So, the first part of this session, it was told it will be in two parts. I would request the organizers, how much time do I have in this first part to get complete?
So till 4 o'clock, 4 to 4:15, we have break. Then we will
Ah,
continue after that.
yes. So now, if we just understand the aspect of bhakti, this is something which cannot be taught but has to be experienced. And the best way to experience it is by taking on or tackling our own doubts, what are there in face of facing, but we are there, whatever they come to us, and then we can tackle them. Then the sadhana begins. If anybody would like to ask something or share something in this light of what we have covered, you are most welcome. And then we again continue. Anybody, if you have something to ask or share. Then we continue to what is the Krishna has told who is dearest to Krishna. Yes, Pradeep sir. Yes, sir.
Little bit uh, Shanka type question is there.
Yes, sir. Most welcome, sir.
We see the Bhakti or Mitra, Vatsalya, Madhurya, all the forms. It's a relationship between Bhakt and Aradhya.
Yeah.
And Bhakt, the quality of Bhakt supposed to be Nischal and everything, and he's supposed to.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
But the same time, if he is living in this world and he is duty bound to do something,
Right.
like
Yes, sir. Okay.
he's a police officer.
Yeah.
Now every day, same situation like Arjuna was in that.
Okay.
If he will become a Nishchal or Mamtatva and he's kind to everyone,
Hmm.
so it is little bit contradictory
Complicated.
to the
Contradictory. Okay, sir.
uh, how
All
he
right,
should
sir.
will
Ha,
do.
ha.
Arjuna to
Okay.
Prabhu himself is saying ki get up and do the war. So he to has the immediate protector there. But
Hmm.
what about the other people? How they
Yes, your
should?
example of the police person you have given. Yes, sir. Now, sir, just one small question because Krishna is asking about love. No? A doctor who is working on cancer cells and administering chemotherapy, is he being kind to the patient or is he being cruel?
The ultimate aim is kind.
He's kind only, isn't it, sir? On the surface, it doesn't look like, see, this chemical is being injected, the hair is falling, so much suffering is taking place. Anybody on the surface, it may look like it is not kind, but it is actually a kindness. So something like that, the policeman of doing the duty, but it should not be trigger friendly. If the policeman in the light of duty is trigger friendly, then it's going to create what we can say nothing. No, it is not going to take you towards divine. It is going to take the person away from the spirit of the law also. So means this is something which we will see about gunas because in our Sanatan Dharma we have had different types of rishis. Some of them are having a ugra svabhava. The tapa that means they are what we can say. Durvasa was known to we can say we talk about Shanta Bhava. Many
Hmm.
will say Durvasa was not Shanta in that logic, on a superficial manner. But when we understand that he was not a cranky person, but he was working with a higher consciousness, which appeared like that. Because sometimes outer appearances are, it is not sameness, no? Krishna is not talking about becoming one in the sense, does not mean everybody should appear the same, should talk the same. Some teachers show kindness in their scolding also. If you can see, if the student can see, the student will be able to understand that this person is out of karuna only. means that teacher is having Vatsalya Prem only, though the teacher is shouting and telling you are useless or you now get up, get out of this place immediately, and student feels angry. But I think this now, if we probably, I think Pradeep ji has told a good question. If anybody wants to ask, I think, sir, is that question answered
Yeah, yes, some extent it's
to
like
some extent? Yeah, you
uh,
are welcome, sir. Please, sir. Yes,
Can
sir.
I complete your answer, sir? Can I complete your answer, sir?
Yeah, yeah. Somebody wants
I
to add. Yeah.
I
Can I
want to
complete your answer, sir?
Okay. Well, to complete with Pradeep ji and then come to you, madam. Sir is saying something. Yes, sir.
I hope I'm not taking too many
No, no, that's
questions.
fine, sir. No, no, sir. Please tell me. Yeah.
If everyone has different prakriti and
Hmm.
pravritti too, I
Hmm.
hope I'm choosing right words. By nature, everyone's nature is different.
Hmm.
If by nature someone is little ugra
Yeah.
or he get anger, by
Hmm.
nature few people are very polite. They
Yeah.
don't take efforts. They are
Hmm.
naturally like that. But some people like that. So how they should incorporate or something like that,
Right,
or
sir.
what they
Right,
should.
sir. Okay, sir. This will come in the. We are having actually a second part of the lecture which will
Ah,
happen afterwards. It will be on these gunas. Because you have talked about Prakriti, and they are connected with the gunas and nature of a person,
ji.
Rajas, Tamas, Sattva, and something
Hmm.
beyond these three gunas also. So that time we'll probably be able to handle it. But in short, if you are just if you wish, like each person has a swabhava, through that swabhava a person has to go, because this chapter also last Krishna says sarva dharman parityaje mamekam sharanam vraja, meaning you have to ultimately overcome your swabhava also, but initially you will function according to your swabhava. Sadhana will go ahead. Till that point it is okay, is what we'll see that again in the details, sir.
Ji,
Yes, sir.
ji.
Yes, please.
So
Yes, please.
I have a question.
Ji, sir.
Can you hear me?
Please, yes, sir. I'm,
Hello.
I'm not able to see your screen, sir.
Uh,
May I
yeah, you can.
please tell me, sir?
Yeah, can you see me? Yeah, can you see
Yes,
me?
yes, sir.
Against light. Yeah, yeah. One of the questions you asked was, I think, very interesting as to why Krishna as his patra. Because obviously, there is Yudhishthir, who would have been probably a better patra with the kind of knowledge he has, or Vidur, or Bhishma. And there are a number of people in Mahabharata who could have been the patra, but why uh, Arjun? If Since I'm a student of literature, I see it. I think Krishna had no option, in the sense, if you look at his larger vision, larger aim that he has in order to establish dharma, and
Yes, sir.
to bring to an end of adharma, the only arrow that he has is Arjun, and he has to do this job which he has cut out for himself through Arjun.
Okay.
And if Arjun is vacillating, then he has no other option but to tell him what he has to do and why he has to do what he has to do. So I think sometimes teachers have to there is no option for the teacher but to do what he has to do in the class with the student that he has in front of him at that particular point of time.
Yes, sir. That is interesting point of view. But just one thing was in the Gita, only Krishna says Arjuna that even if you were not there, I would have established dharma. He could have
Oh,
used another
yeah.
instrument in the Vishwarupa Darshana, because Arjuna gets afraid of the Vishwarupa also, and he says, "See, Arjuna, Nimitta matra bhava savya sachin." He says, become the instrument. Understand that you are just a medium. Because sometimes in this aspect, sometimes the Shishya gets ankar that God is dependent on me or my teacher is dependent on me, no? Then the student will go on the wrong
Mm,
direction.
mm, mm,
So that
mm,
here Krishna says, if
mm,
Arjuna is
mm.
not there, I can choose anybody because I am the
Mm.
one who is getting the work done. So
Yes.
that is aspect is there. But yes, I think God has to use instruments, whatever instruments are available. So that is also true. But dependency
So
is more
one
upon the instrument rather than the divine.
then
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one more thing you had said, which this is about the most talked about thing in Gita about karma and not to wait for the fruit of the karma, action and the fruit of the action. This is something that we keep on discussing. So I just wanted to know when we think of action, and we generally think of the action and the fruit that comes out of that good action, and not to be attached to that fruit that comes
Yes.
from the good action. But what happens if I intentionally doing a bad action? And am I not going to be attached, or can I be detached to the fruit of that bad action
Look,
that I
while
am doing?
performing, it is more of a manual of operations or this detachment because karma will lead to karma phala. Krishna talks about three types of phala: Ishtam, Anishtam, and Mishram in the Gita. Mishram is where there is a mixture of little
Okay.
what we say, some good, some bad. That is because the karma has not been done in the perfect bhava. Or a number of factors actually. In the Gita, they talk about in the 18th chapter, five factors. But if a person is doing wrong action and is feeling guilt free and doing wrong action because of detachment, does not mean that person will escape the consequences of that wrong action. That moment he may be guilt free.
Yeah.
But a diabetic patient eating sugar fruits or eating a lot of chocolates,
Okay.
I don't feel guilty. I am going to, but that will not be Naishkarmya Siddhi because here there is still a desire which is driving on the marga, which is not the right one, sir. I hope that connected, sir.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yes,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so
Thank you,
much.
Sir,
sir.
one more
Sir,
question, but that question is didn't say in chat box. YP Singh from
sir,
Aligarh said, please ask your question.
oh,
Sorry,
thank you,
madam.
ma'am. Thank
Yeah.
you. Can you hear
Yes.
me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my
Namaste.
question is, throughout the journey of the Arjuna, Lord Krishna were there. Whenever Lord Krishna were misguiding from his true karma, Lord Krishna were guiding Arjuna. In our real life, how we can decide this karma is good or bad, or whatever we are doing, we can perform all the work, whether it is good or bad, we can say this work is dedicated to Lord Krishna. So can it can be true
Yes,
or
sir.
not, sir?
Ji sir, this is a very like what happens means in our workshop also when we complete sometimes 50 days or even children's 19-day workshop on the Gita. And the question comes, what happens after now? That question answer session with Arjuna got over. Now what about us? Where is the we say that time the 19th chapter of the Gita should start after 18 chapter study. 19th
Sir,
chapter our Guruji says is the one where the divine inside of us starts having the direction, giving us the direction. So our samvad should begin the inner one. But if we are not able to initiate that, there is always, like in college, when we don't understand a concept, when we don't understand a concept, we go to our professor and ask. No? So we have to find the right teacher or the right guide, and then Krishna will be present through that person. We can learn.
okay, sir.
Ji sir.
Okay.
Namaskar. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I think if we can continue now, we go into another.
सुश्रुत जी,
Yes,
बस
yes,
में
sir.
एक चीज है,
हाँ
जो
सर.
कई कई लोगों के सवाल आए कि कृष्ण ने अर्जुन को ही क्यों चुना। तो
जी
उसका
सर.
बेस्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन जो है वो फोर्थ चैप्टर है, जो गीता का फोर्थ चैप्टर का जो तीसरा श्लोक है। अगर आप उसको पढ़ेंगे और उसकी कमेंट्री पढ़ेंगे तो बेस्ट रिप्लाई वहां पे है कि क्यों चुना।
जी सर. फोर्थ कौन से चैप्टर का कौन सा श्लोक बोला सर
फोर्थ
आपने?
चैप्टर का थर्ड श्लोक।
हाँ, वो श्लोक का आपको स्टार्ट कुछ याद है? वो श्लोक याद है सर
वो
आपको?
श्लोक है, स एवाय मया ते योग प्रोक्त पुरातन भक्तो असीमे सखा चेती रहस्यम होत दुत्तमम।
ये तद उत्तमम. जी
या
सर, जी सर.
तो
Exactly,
ये,
sir.
जी जी जी।
Because you are my bhakta, because you are my sakha, I am choosing. I think we also probably can experience. This is something, Bhakti Marga is a beautiful marga where the bhakta also starts getting elevated because of the bhakti to a higher state of consciousness. In If you see the Varkari Sampradaya, the name of Jnanoba Mahuli Tukaram is taken first before the Vithal chanting also, because that is how the connection happens. But now, if you look at the second part is how is a person according to Krishna? Because one side we say we are close, but whom does Krishna consider as close to the divine? That is also
Yeah.
visible in the 12th adhyaya only. So we look at those shlokas which talk about Krishna being closest to the divine. Who is closest? So if you see the shlokas 14, then they are very practical. That is the beautiful aspect. That will actually, when we see Krishna's explanation, it becomes more practical. He does not use too much of metaphysics in the Gita. He uses it. I'm not saying he does not, but he tries to make it very simple. So let us look at the 14th shloka, for example. Santuष्टः सततं योगी यतात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मयि अर्पित मनोबुद्धिर् यो मद्भक्त समे प्रियः. Krishna is saying, such a person is dear to me. Who is that? That yogi who is always in a state of santosha. That soul who remains ever in a contented happiness, always practicing yoga with a steady firmness, who has surrendered to me his intellect and mind, dearest to me, that devotee you shall find. Means, what is this santosha? Santosha is considered to be the greatest wealth. Santosha eva purushasya param nidhanam is a subhashit, which talks about becoming contented. When you are happy, when you're happy with what you are having, you can enjoy that so much. Just near my home, there is one small home where there are four people on living in just a. There's just two rooms in that home, but while walking, I could see laughter. I could see a lot of happiness emanating from that home. I remember going to one place where there are so many attendants for a single person, and still somewhere that Chaitanya is not there. That Santosha is not there. So it is not only connected with the outer aspect, the inner contentment. When contentment is there, whatever you have, you will feel that Trupti. And Krishna is saying that soul who is ever contented, who is always happy and cheerful, that person who is walking on the path, irrespective of the troubles. And sometimes you see the most people who are going through maximum pain, they are actually suffering, smiling the most. The one who is going through suffering also is because they have understood some secret. They've understood how to become contented. Some people get frustrated. This is acting, they say. But it is not acting, it is a lived experience of that individual. And that person who is able to always be in that state of bliss, that person, Krishna says, is dearest to him. Means somebody who is always in that state of ananda, who has surrendered mind and intellect. This question of mind and intellect is something which means what is mana and what is buddhi? This is something which confuses a lot. We consider our mind to be the same as the intellect, but the Vedantic texts as well as Bhagavad Gita talks about mind being a something different from buddhi. Anybody would like to share if you know what is the difference between mind and intellect? Yes, anybody? Mana and buddhi. Does
Hello.
yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible? Yeah,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
intellect is more of a rational part of thinking, and mind is about emotions. That's how I perceive it.
Okay. But is the mind beyond the emotions, madam? Or mind is beyond the rational thinking, or mind also has its own rational
The
limitations?
primary distinction that mind would be the rationalistic approach.
Mm. I think this voice is frozen. If I'm unable to, is everybody able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So there is a nice shloka in the Gita which says about levels. Like I think Madam has talked about emotions also. So there's something indriyani paranyahur indriyebhya param manaha manasastu para buddhi yo buddhe paratastu saha. Meaning that divine is seated in the highest consciousness, but then there is this senses which are driven by our indriyas. The mind is said to be controlling the indriyas. Higher than indriyas is that point where we get intuition, inspiration, higher consciousness, and then comes the divine. So there is a difference. There's a difference. Mind is always limited. Limited by what? By what it sees, by what it hears, by what it has experienced. There's a limitation of the mind. But Krishna is saying when you recognize that limitation of the mind and then you surrender it to the divine, then you are able to receive something higher and you are closest. Where we must have heard of this intuition. Anybody? Clairvoyance, all of these, are these myths or these are very much practicable or heard or experienced? Anyone?
Very much practicable and experienced, sir.
It
The
is
more,
possible, isn't it? We
when
get this.
the more you're closer to Krishna, the more the intuition, and then you
All
come,
right. But if you are not,
you-
say, if you are not connected with Krishna, I worship another Aradhya. I don't worship Krishna. I cannot get it.
I do not know. I'm not that close to any other
No.
entity.
Okay. But it's
Krishna
not
is my.
exclusive to, yeah, it is exclusive to divinity. But I mean, any marga anybody is on, if they connect with the divine, they can definitely. The form that we understand, we worship, it is the human side. You see as Krishna, that is right. We see that and we can connect. Definitely. Yes, see. One nice experience one junior resident anesthesiologist had shared. She about what is something beyond intuition, once what was beyond her mental thinking. The normal SOP for her was to do a particular test in the hospital for the patient, and all the doctors were trying to do the diagnosis. But unless you get the diagnosis, treatment cannot be done. So they were all struggling because that case was not giving them any solution. All the regular aspects that they had done were not working. But suddenly, from somewhere, a thought came into her head. She says like that only from outside. She says it's not hers. It came from somewhere. Do this particular test. Though none of the outer indicators indicated that was necessary. She felt I shouldn't go and ask my seniors because they will scold me because logically this is not required. But somehow she was feeling, let me go and tell the technician to do this. So she went and requested, said it is on me, then get this test done, which is not indicated according to the normal protocol. And suddenly that test came out positive, and she immediately got the diagnosis and she was able to tell to the seniors. Everybody concurred, and immediately patient's treatment started. If the patient's treatment had started late, it would have become difficult. It would have become difficult to treat. So now what has happened is this is something which is what we can say higher. And when I talked to one doctor, he talked about in medical field, they consider something called extrasensory perception. There is something, this is a phenomenon which is accepted. This is a phenomenon, not exactly in the medical diagnosis cases, but this extrasensory perception is something which they understand. A very renowned doctor of forensic medicine, he was talking about. So this aspect of mind, we feel a lot, everything is in the mind, but we don't really know where our mind is. Some people say it is in the cranium, it is inside, mind is here. Go to the cardiologist, cardiologist will say no, it is in the heart. We have the same. If you're saying neurons are there in the brain, neurons are also there in the heart. We have the cardiac nervous system there. You go to a child, he will say, Mummy, my stomach is empty, my mind is in my stomach. And the gastroenterologist will also say, yes, there is something called enteric nervous system. So mind could be there also. It has its own its own system of sending direct inputs. So, but mind is something which is not physical, but understanding its limitation is an important aspect for whether you want to walk on the path of Vedanta or whether you want to walk on the path of yoga or you want to recognize the divinity. We must at least recognize the limitation of our mind. My mind will work only according to its logic. I cannot understand the logic of the universe with my limited mind. So that is the first step. If we can surrender our mind and intellect and remain blissful, meaning if you are able to be happy, also the divine is satisfied despite your challenges. If you are able to experience the santosha, Krishna is saying that devotee is dearest to me. Next, who is the next? Again, Krishna says one more, who is dearest? He goes on, he says, Yasma no dvijate loko, loka no dvijate cha yaha, harsha marsha bhayodvegair, mukto yaha, sachame priyaha. He who by the world's chaos remains unperturbed, nor can the world by him be in any way disturbed. From pleasure, anger, fear, and anxiety, he who is free Such a soul is dear to me. Mad bhakta same priyaha. Or here he says, Harsha Marsha Bhayodvege Mukto Yaha. That free person who is free from all of this, from pleasure, from anger, from fear, from anxiety, such a person. He is not getting disturbed by the chaos outside. Chaos is on the outside, but inside this person is calm. If anybody is from the physics department, they will say, yes, that is the system of any storm also. Eye of the storm is always peaceful and quiet. The velocity is almost near to zero. Otherwise, the storm also cannot be sustainable. But what about us? So it is like that. Even if there is, means how they say about yogis, no? Mast raho masti mein, aag lagi basti mein. Or ramta jogi behta pani. They are in that lay of that consciousness. So outer circumstances, just because I didn't get a promotion, just because I didn't get some kind of desired outcome, I am not getting disturbed. I am not getting frustrated. That itself requires a great level of control, self control. So that person who is able to keep that, Krishna says, and nor can the world by him be in any way disturbed. Means he is not getting troubled by the world, he is also not becoming a disturbance to another person. Sometimes we say, no, when relative comes home, Are tufani aa gaya ghar mein. A big storm has come in because this person carries a great amount of disturbance, but that's not the yogi. There was this great yogi in Pondicherry, MP Pandit ji. I do not know if anybody has read his works. Such great, high consciousness. He would go inside, and his shishya, he goes around giving some wonderful talks. Shraddhalu Ranade ji, he would ensure that when he walks around, also his consciousness does not disturb his guru's consciousness. Just moving around also. I mean, that is the level of sensitivity. That is the level of understanding. So, a person who is sensitive, understanding this much that this person's presence is not becoming a trouble to another person, that person who is conscious, that person is very dear to Krishna, he's saying. He's not getting disturbed by outside. And we all got this chance. No? When during the pandemic, we all got locked in our own homes. We had the chance to become bhaktas because we have to not get disturbed with the outer circumstance and remain quiet on the inside. Well, if you are able to practice that, Krishna says such a person is very dear. Next, anapekshaha shuchirdaksha udasino gatavyatha sarvarambha parityagi yo madbhakta same priyaha. How is this person? Expecting nothing. Means zero expectation. This is the biggest problem. Everybody says, how can you have anything? Can you do anything without expectation? Anybody? Do you agree? Can we do anything without expectation of something in return? Is it possible?
It should be like something that a mother has for a baby, some kind of an unconditional love.
Okay. Yes, this is, I think Sunita Maji's all roads will lead to Rome like that. Vatsalya Bhakti only will come. Mother's devotion or love for the child. Mother will not expect, no? When she gives, say, I have given now, I made aloo paratha, I'm noting down in my records. When this
Yeah.
child grows up, I'm going to take interest, with interest, I'm going to expect return. No, even like teaching, I think, teaching as a profession, when most of all teachers, we can say, they don't expect the students to come and, see, that day I taught this lesson. So this person must come and give me share of profit of that business because I taught this marketing principle here. No,
A
but
true
it is,
doctor, a true
yes,
doctor,
two
a true
doctors
doctor.
also. Well, yes, yes. So I think everywhere, if you see, even our best moments with our friends are when we are having no expectations and we friends are spending some time together. Otherwise, people come with agendas to meet also, no? Just to meet somebody.
Yes.
Somebody comes giving invitation, come here. If you don't come, I will not come to your function. Everywhere it is a transaction. But some
Yeah, the
of the
best
best,
relationship, the
yes,
best relation, the best relationship is that of friendship because there is no
yes.
expectation.
Yes, yes, and not just even in among you can say among couples also. If both of them can function without expectation, where will anybody will it be a home only will become like Vrindavan for that person. parents and children, friends, everywhere, if we get into the relationship of doing what is right without having any expectation, it gives a lot of freedom, and that is something which Krishna talks about. It is very much possible, and I think we got some nice examples as well. Teachers, doctors, and even parents. Every action that a parent does is not with expectation. Sometimes there is a expectation which comes in, but that expectation only creates a burden, no, on the child. That expectation creates a pressure, and then that comes out elsewhere sometime afterwards. Instead, the best parent is one who is giving a good atmosphere without expectation, allowing the child to grow and walk on the path that the child wants to go. And Krishna is talking about the same thing without expectation. Anapeksha shuchir daksha, udasino gatavyataha, sarvarambha parityagi, yo madbhakta same priyaha. Expecting nothing, he is pure and perfect in every action and is free from the pains of worry and agitation. For every work begun, the ownership he forgoes. To me, such a devotee is dear and close. This is something Krishna talks about, that forsaking the returns. Such a person is somebody who has nothing to lose. That person is free only, isn't it? He's mukta, no? It's like in my Guruji, in his unit, his Ayurvedic unit, he was having a one young student had come and he was staying with him for many years. And suddenly, when he left the unit, suddenly one fine day he got this feeling, I have to leave, and he came and told, I'm leaving. After so many years, he was being trained to take over everything, and suddenly one day he has gone. It was such shocking news that even other people, some people from the ashram came. Kusumben, one late Sadhika, she is no more, but she came personally in the rain to come and see how my Guruji is faring. Or others were wondering how is he going to take with this loss. That time he gave a beautiful statement. He said, Bhagwan ne bin mange diya, bin bataye le liya. How simple is that? Have no expectation. This aspect allows you to have a great resilience to shocks from life. Life will keep throwing shocks. We cannot control it. We cannot control what will come. It will come from most unexpected corner. Arjuna had a shock from his own family only, no? People say I can fight everybody, but don't give me family in front of me. My family is only opposing me. How can I do? That becomes the biggest shock of source of uh, disappointment. Arjuna actually goes into depression in the very start, who is actually a very seasoned professional. Even he gets into that state. So expectations, when one becomes free from that, you get a kind of a buffer for shock. And Krishna is telling the same thing. He says, such a person, he is dearest, such a devotee, free from worry, free from agitation. It's all right. He can go ahead, he can deal with it. Next shloka. यो यो न दृश्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न कांक्षति शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान्यः समे प्रियः. Such a person, he neither rejoices nor rejects, neither grieves over nor desires material objects. To whom both the auspicious and inauspicious are same, that devotee, as dear to me, I acclaim. Means Krishna is saying here, he says, Shubha Shubha Parityagi. First one, he says, Yo na drishyati, na hrishyati, na dveshti. Somebody who is neither rejoicing when needs are fulfilled nor getting depressed or when needs are not getting fulfilled. He is neither grieving over that which is lost nor desiring material objects. Both Shubha and Ashubha, that person has transcended. Such a person, Krishna says, is dearest to me. In the Adi Shankaracharya's Nirvana Shatakam, न पुण्यम न पापम न सौख्यम न दुखम न मंत्रो न तीर्थम न वेदा न यज्ञम. He says, I am beyond all of that. What am I? And he says, Chidananda Rupa. I am that consciousness which is beyond the auspicious, which is beyond the inauspicious. Can we go to Bhagwan or Divine and say, Divine, this is Rahu Kala, please don't function now? We're not, Jyotish Shastra is a Shastra. We are not ridiculing that Shastra at all. But The divine moment, hour of the God can be any time. And that is something which a bhakta must understand. There, the bhakta cannot come in between because of personal understandings or personal limitations. So that is again another aspect of the who is dear, who is dear to Krishna. Next is interesting. Sama shatrau cha mitre cha tatha manapamanayoho शीतोष्ण सुख दुखेषु समासंग vivarjitaha. This is there are two shlokas actually, 18th and 19th. These shlokas of this adhyaya, they are connected. So we look at both the shlokas and then look in that context. Samah shatrau cha mitre cha tatha manapamanayoho शीतोष्ण सुख दुखेषु समासंग vivarjitaha. तुल्य निंदा स्तुतिर्मौनी संतुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतः स्थिरमतिर् भक्तिमान में प्रियो नरः. Friends and foes he treats as one. Friends and foes he treats as one. This itself becomes very difficult. In honor or dishonor, nothing is lost nor won. In comfort or sorrow, and in heat or cold, in opposites of nature, a balance he does hold. Krishna is talking about a poise that is balanced in comfort, in sorrow, in heat, in cold. This is understandable, but how does one understand treating friends and foes as one? Can we treat them as one? Is Krishna asking us to now let us go hug our enemies, tell them, come, please backstab me? What is the meaning of treating friends and foes as one? Anybody? Krishna is called what we can say Yogeshwara because of this only. He brings about a reconciliation of even the opposites. Means that is something which is very interesting. If we can, like it is there, it is the highest knowledge. Even in the Vedanta, Vidya and Avidya, we have to go beyond that also. Is what the Isha Upanishad talks about. But how can we treat friends and foes as one? Anybody? We have a clear definition. No, this person is my friend. This person is troublesome. He becomes my in my bingo book now. This person I'm not going to leave. That is normally how people decide. Yes,
In my
anybody?
opinion, yeah, in my opinion, like treating same as friend and enemies, like we should know what is right, what is wrong, and what our karma says that we should go for the right one. And while performing this right, we should not differentiate whether the person to whom we are going to treat is our friend or enemy. If it is
Yeah.
right to enemy, then we should do for that also.
All
In
right.
my opinion, this is my perception.
Okay. Fine. So yes, Dr.
Maya
Preeti ji.
forgiveness.
All right. So I think
Maya
I was just
forgiveness.
received a notification that 4 to 4:15 will be our break time. If yes, maybe we can continue after the break this discussion and we take it ahead. Is that okay?
Yeah, 4 to
Yeah.
4:15 is our break time. We will resume promptly at 4:15 p.m. with the continuation
All
of
right.
like
All right, madam. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Namaste. So we just will probably 1 minute we can just close our eyes and then conclude.
sure, sure.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
Thank you. Thanks.
Namaste, welcome back to the second part of second session. So let's start our session with observing 1 minute silence. Oh, so Shubhjit, please.
Namaste ji. So, in a brief overview, what we just saw in the last session was about the ways of which Krishna has said in the Gita how one can approach him. We also saw the different types of bhakti, especially the what was first the Shanta, then the Dasya, followed by Sakhya, Vatsalya, and then Madhurya. Now we were into this part of who is considered dearest to Krishna. Dearest is the one who is always in that Trupta Atma, who is always blissful, somebody who is able to experience Ananda. I think, madam, we got one experience, a lived experience of a participant, if I was not mistaken. Sunita, she went through some treatment, and despite of all the experiences, normally has a very big bearing on an individual. It tries to many times when people undergo these four truths of life: Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadhi. All these four are truths which are very difficult to reconcile with. And yet, somebody who has a great inner poise, that person can bear it also. So, that is something we saw, that somebody who is cheerful, who is trupta, somebody who has surrendered completely to the divine, he is closest. We also saw that someone who is not causing disturbance to others or is not getting disturbed by the outside forces, such a person is closest to Krishna. He also talked about having zero expectations and hence becoming free, free from shocks of life. Many times we are manipulated by others because of our expectations. The aspect is, if we do our karma right, when the karma is done perfectly, the karma phala also will arise automatically. But we shouldn't do just actions because of the karma phala, but it should be done because it is the right thing to be done. The Gita also talks about the same thing. So that is where we saw, and being beyond what is the auspicious and inauspicious, when you are able to treat both as one and recognizing that the divine is there everywhere, you are not creating any divide or division. Such a person, we can say, is close. So we will look at three more shlokas of this adhyay, which is the adhyay on Bhakti Yoga, and then we can continue. So we saw Samah Shatrau cha Mitre cha Tatha Manapamanayoho Shitoshna Sukha Dukkheshu Sama Sanga Vivarjitaha Tulya Ninda Stutir Santushto Yena Kenachit Aniketah Sthiramatir Bhaktiman me Priyo Naraha. Somebody who is able to treat friends and foe as one. Our participant had also shared it is possible. Most of the time, we have a bias for our friends. So, whatever my friend says is correct. Whatever my friend says is true. Or we have this feeling that it's all right. It is all right to be biased towards your friend. And whatever an enemy says, no matter what, that is wrong. It is a clear cut black and white picture inside of our head. But the real friendship, does it mean only accepting everything a friend says? Or can we also treat our friends' words with neutrality? Anybody?
The friends and foes basically, I think, are two sides of a coin, because a friend can become a foe too, and a foe can become a friend too.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. But how can a friend, how do you say this, madam? Friend becoming a foe?
So generally, when a friend for his or her own selfish interest, when they try to use us
Ah,
or make us do something that is not correct, they
okay.
become our foes. And foes, even though they may be wrong at times, but when they are trying to make us do something right, they
Yeah,
become our
they can.
friends.
Okay, that's wonderfully said. But it's a shock, isn't it, madam, when a friend becomes a foe?
Yes,
But
definitely so.
if you are a neutral, then you are not going to get so shocked by it. You will not have that you too Brutus moment because you're all right. This is not this person is driven by. When we look at the gunas, we see Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. We will probably understand these are all games of nature. It happens. We're able to maybe take it with a pinch of salt. So that is one. Yes, ma'am, that is true. And foes also. There is no permanent enemy or permanent friend in the divine in the world also. People fight. No, political parties also fight. That is probably until the elections. After that, they come together. They are together only. They are able to put aside their differences sometimes. So this aspect of not being biased, many times friends will teach us, but sometimes because of our attachment or friends' attachment towards us, they may push us in a wrong direction. Same time, like Dr. Minaji said, sometimes our foes can also become transformed. Gita talks about this. Potential of transformation is inside everybody. The greatest sinner can become transformed with divine grace. The sinner can become the saint, that is true. But enemies also sometimes can teach us if we are alert, even if they don't want to teach. There is one nice Sanskrit phrase, Durjanam Prathamam Vande Sajjanam Tadanantaram. Means first namaskar to the wrong person. Wrong person will tell you what not to do. Teachers will tell children, don't do this, this is bad. This will lead to these consequences. Students will dream, students will, even if the teacher is the best teacher, student may not listen. But now, field trip teacher takes the students to a prison, and there the students see firsthand what happens when you do wrong. What are the consequences? So these prisoners then become a better teacher than the class teacher only because they have taught what should not be done. So if we are able to remain balanced, we can learn from everybody, whoever it is, however that person may be. So that is one thing. Then honor or dishonor. This also we get too attached. Today I am so great, somebody has told, so we feel very much we're in the skies. And then some other person dishonors us, and then we feel broken, emotional. How dare this person speak? So this also the balance or samatha. Krishna says samatvam yoga uchyate. The yogi is not one who is fluctuating in emotions. The yogi is somebody who is poised. But my question is, why should we learn about yogis? Anybody? Krishna is giving us explanations about yogis, isn't it? So why should we learn about yogis? It is applicable only for maybe who is a yogi then? Somebody who is leaving everything in the world and going off. Only that person is a yogi, or anyone? This very question of becoming yogi.
So every person who is trying to fulfill his responsibilities or duties is a yogi.
Hmm. Ah, they are one with the harmony of the universe, isn't it? They are in the yoga, a oneness which is there connecting the entire universe. And that is what Krishna tells Arjuna. Tasmad yogi bhava Arjuna. Meaning he is teaching Arjuna the way of yoga in the middle of a battlefield. Right in the Ranabhumi, a huge battle is taking place. Internal also, outer also. And at that time, Krishna is wanting. So I think Dr. Meenaji has perfectly said, all of us can aspire to become the yogis. And when we become yogis, our actions will become what we call divine actions. They will not remain what we can say is actions driven by jealousy, ego, or lower emotions. That is what is important also, isn't it? So let us continue. So mana and apamana both can be taken with the same. So you don't have to take too much credit because somebody has given credit. You can say thank you. You can respect that person, but don't have to take that credit to yourself. Same way, the person who is cursing you also, his curses will not work on you because you are not taking credit. You are not taking curse also. That balance is there. In comfort or sorrow, in heat or cold, in the opposite of nature, a balance this person is holding. In praise or censure, he is poised and peaceful. With whatever comes naturally, he remains blissful. Whatever comes naturally, recognizing this as a gift from the divine, that person is able to remain poised. If we are having this mindful practice, this practice of mindfulness at all times, we are not going to be greedy, we are going to be able to relish and enjoy life's moments as well. This is what he is asking. He says, when praise or censure, you're remaining peaceful. No matter if somebody criticizes you, the most harshest criticism also, it can be taken with a balance, isn't it? Or do we have to get frustrated because somebody told me I am like this? Should that break me? You are useless. Somebody has told such a statement. Should that statement causes a disturbance or a palpitation? Many people sometimes, this person told me like this, that's why now they go to the doctor and said, see, my reason for, is that person the reason for increased blood pressure, or it is the non-handling of the insult or anything? If a person can handle it, there are so many people who get insulted day and night, no? Yet they remain balanced because they learned how to handle it. So this aspect of handling both criticism as well as praise, such a person is very dear, is what Krishna is saying. And another aspect is whatever comes naturally, that person is blissful. If we understand that there is a force in the world which is higher than us, which is connecting us, which is growing, which is allowing us to also grow in consciousness, and something is coming to us from that divine force, I don't think we need to be frustrated at all. Instead, every moment will become blissful. Say, like on a hot day, you are sitting and doing some field work, and suddenly a cool breeze comes from somewhere. It comes from nowhere. Does it matter which side the cool breeze came from? No. The quietude and that shanti that comes from it, or the happiness that comes, that is what you have to relish. And this is what one must understand. One must recognize the little moments. Because if you are able to, then you are actually really free. There was one anecdote of a person who is always positive, Mr. Positive, always seeing what is good. So much that some of his friends only got irritated. What, this person is always seeing positive, positive everywhere. This is not healthy. This is not right. Now, I don't know if it was the bad will of the friends or what it was. This person met with an accident and his one leg had to be amputated. Again, that friend or so called friend comes to ask and say, see, what is the matter? Maybe this person will now not be positive. But instead, this person is surprised. This person, without having one foot, one leg, also is still happy. He asks him a question. Tell me how you are happy now. Instead of supporting, he asks a question which is like demoralizing. What is happiness? You have lost one leg. How can you be happy right now? And this person replies, I have one shoe less to wear. Now, this is the attitude. This is the attitude that can allow us to remain best at all times. And that is what Krishna is also considering exalted. He says that with whatever comes naturally, he remains blissful. When from his people, things or home, he can detach, be such a soul with such devotion and conviction is dear to me. You see, Krishna is asking Arjuna to become detached from his own people, from his own things, from his own home also. This creates a big misinterpretation. I am getting detached. People use this word for indifference. Krishna is asking Arjuna to become detached from his people, from his things, and from his home. Can someone tell me, is detachment equal to indifference? Anybody? Is it the same? Is detachment the same as indifference?
No, detachment is not indifference. In my humble opinion, from my very humble experiences, what I've come to know is what Krishna means is this: always keep a balance. Do not be affected by whatever that is negative, nor be very much rejoicing on whatever that is positive. Because whatever that you gain or whatever that you lost, that is not out of anything that you do. It is not out of, it is not actually the fruit of your action. because we always think whenever we get something, or people like as you said earlier, the friends and foes difference. We term those who are there for our interest as friends, and
Mhm.
those who are against our interest as our enemies. But in fact, it is neither the friend nor the enemy that leads us to success. It is we ourselves who has to take ourselves to success. Maybe the friend can give us some positive morality and the other one can demoralize us. But what should affect us, that should be decided by our own self. So that how a person should drive one's own self is in fact the consciousness that he creates for oneself. And the greater the consciousness or higher the consciousness, less he gets affected by others.
Yes, madam. So I think this is something which should have very clearly be understood, because anytime people misinterpret detachment as indifference. Husband wife fight. No, I have become detached. Now I don't care. I'm going to Himalayas. The other spouse should give a suitcase. Okay, take.
No,
Go.
the
Nobody
attitude
goes. It
should be,
is,
I
yeah,
think,
somebody.
sir, the attitude towards anything should be like, this is like a prasad to me. Whether it is good or bad,
Okay.
it is
Yeah.
God's prasad.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So this actually, there is a beautiful word in Sanskrit in this Gita only, when Krishna talks about Mukta Sangha. That is real meaning of detachment, free union. I think we all would love to work in an organization when where there is free union, meaning you are free, you are connected with the organization also, and at the same time you are free to pursue your interests. Means individual and organization both are able to grow. Or in relationships, when there is free union, meaning you're not bound in that relationship by some rules, but yet you are still connected. The connection is not lost. That is like a mother cannot lose mamatva, isn't it? That feeling of love or for the child should not be lost. But the mother should learn now is the time to scold my child when the child is wrong. If the mother, because of attachment, forgets to scold the child, her beloved child only will become a criminal afterwards. That is not something. Now, the entire Bhagavad Gita began because of this division only, isn't it? They, the Krishna keeps trying his best to remove that divide. That divide is what separates all of us, isn't it? Here it's a divide between families only. Many times intra-family, most of the times people say Kurukshetras are happening in everybody's homes. Go to the court, you will see the legal cases. This person has filed against another person has filed. It goes on. Somewhere, this aspect of divide, if we are able to rise. Krishna also in the means in the Bhagavad Gita, first shloka tells us, Mamakaha Pandavaschaiva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya. Dhritarashtra, the emperor is only feeling my own children and the others. So he has created a divide. As an uncle, everybody is are like his children, isn't it? Children does not mean only blood relations. As a elder, he has to take care of everybody without any kind of but personal attachment. But see what this attachment does. This attachment created a great war of Kurukshetra. So in our life, at least we must remember not to have it. And many times, because of attachments, we get manipulated. Because of attachments, we are taken for a ride. And that is where Krishna is asking us to, even your own people, your own things, what is right must be done. Not just getting because this person is telling me this, because this has to be done, you will do something wrong. Nothing will come out of it. It will be a waste. And so we must learn that important principle of detachment. So here he says, when from his own people, things, or home, he can detach me. A soul with such devotion and conviction is dear to me. It requires a lot of conviction to be detached from your own people. It does not mean you are not going to love the people you care a lot about, but you are now not going to be attached or have expectations from that person. You will do what you have to do without expecting anything. That is the way you can be peaceful as well. Krishna says such a person is dear to him. Then he goes on further. He says, Ye tu dharmyat mrutamidam यथोक्तम पर्युपासते श्रद्धाना मत परमा भक्तास्तीतेव भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रियाः. But the dearest of my devotees is he whose supreme aim in life is to love only me, for he emulates my teachings with perfect devotion, and his life is the immortal dharma's exemplification. So after saying who is dear, Krishna gives the answer of who is dearest. Who is the dearest devotee of Krishna? Who is the dearest devotee of the divine? It is that person who is living by the teachings, who is not just parroting the teachings, but is actually practicing them. Such a person becomes the example. And it is something the Gita talks about becoming the example. In an organizational setup or any institution, if one person sets up a very high standard, doesn't it inspire everybody else to raise their standards? Do we agree this or not? If one person sets a high standard, doesn't it inspire others to raise their standards?
Yes, sir.
From your experience, yes.
Yes, sir.
Anybody would like to share some experience of without having to name anybody, just if you would like to, how where you felt it, because practical experiences are most important.
So when I joined my department, I'm from botany.
Okay.
I'm alumni of the same institute. My department, that is my teachers, all were PhDs, and because of me, that department was not an entire PhD department. So there, that elevated status inspired me, and then I completed my PhD, looking up to
Okay.
them.
Looking up to them. That is exactly how there's a chain, isn't it? That is how one becomes a source of inspiration. Gita talks about it. Yadyat acharati shrestha. The means sometimes in government offices also you go, you see the entire office is not functioning properly, but then one person comes in and makes a difference. Initially, he's asked, "What is the point? What are you doing?" Nothing is going to come out. And yet, when that person becomes the example immediately, like very recently, a movement is developing in Pondicherry. This beach cleaning activity started off by two, three elderly people. Now, so many have joined that it is now even the municipal commissioner, everybody are feeling like joining together. And now everybody is getting inspired to do the action. So, Krishna is saying that who is the dearest devotee of the divine? He could have told so many things. He says that person who is following the principles, who is living the teachings, who is practicing. So that is why it is said 700 shlokas of the Gita are there. Pick up any one shloka and practice it. If that becomes your life's entire upasana, that I want to practice one verse which connected with my heart fully, that is sufficient. Bringing it into practice. That is why Krishna is always about practical, no? Arjuna also is bringing Arjuna to, he has to do his duty. As a warrior, he has to fight the war, but he has to fight the war in a right manner, not driven by anger, hatred, jealousy, all these emotions. So, with this, we just saw the different types of devotees who are closest. Let us look at the ways of Bhakti Yoga, which are n number of ways are there. For the purpose of the topics that have been selected, we are going to look at those topics which are shared to us. One is chanting. Chanting is a repetition of a particular phrase, a word, or mantra. It requires even a nama japa, continuous repetition. It can be in any language or it can be in Sanskrit only, is my first question. Chanting.
It can be in any language, sir.
It can be, the bhava is important. It becomes a vehicle, isn't it, for raising your consciousness? Absolutely. That having said, we have done some research on effect of Vedic chanting on children with autism, and that is some, you can actually search it online if you wish to, that it has shown how repeated chanting has led to behavioral changes. Means the children are not chanting, they are just listening. Even by Shravana or listening also, transformations are possible. So in the Gita, Krishna talks about Yajnanam Japa Yajñosmi. I am that in japa. Japa is a repetition. Repetition of what? A simple word, a simple mantra, again and again. Manana trayate iti mantra. Mantra is that which protects by repetition. But how does it protect? Anybody? Anybody? If someone is from the psychology department or someone who is having some idea, how do you think it can help? By repeated chanting.
May I, sir?
Yes, please.
So, when I chant, it helps me to concentrate upon one aspect, that is the chanting, and it leaves my mind open and free from all the other things that have been cluttering me. And that is
Okay.
how positivity comes back to me. And then I am able to deal with all the other aspects which have been troubling me.
Right. So it helps you do your actions better, is it? That is one experience that Dr. Meenaji is saying. All right. Yes, please. Thank you. Anybody else would like to add something?
Sir, I wanted to talk
So,
about. Go ahead.
so
Yeah.
when we start to chant, definitely, as I can feel that we are connecting to God. We are near about something that is near presentation of God. This is my personal feeling.
All right. Yes, Dr. Nirojan. So you are feeling closer to the divine by the Nama, or continuous Nama Smaran or Nama Japa. All right. Yes. Anybody else you wanted to add something?
It
So
gives
maybe it
better
works on our
clarity.
nervous system.
Okay, it works on the nervous system. How do you say that? That's an interesting hypothesis.
Um, because so when we are chanting the mantras and we are able to imbibe that information, like if we
Hmm.
talk about the information processing model, then it actually gets into the nervous system. And mantra, we have specific words, and we are उनका उच्चारण भी हम किसी लय में करते हैं. They have a rhythm, and
Yeah.
that impacts the nervous system,
All right,
maybe.
that's just true, and there are researches which are ongoing. Absolutely, we had done some hormonal profiling of the children, serotonin and all the profile secretions of these hormones. Their profiles had been altered just by listening regularly for a period of 5, 6 months. Absolutely, yes. Somebody else wants to add something?
Of course, the sound energy might be affecting the physiological process, but I do
Okay.
not know. I do not know the physiological process that happening, but certainly it gives us better clarity on what we are thinking about. If we are
Yeah.
on a day on a confused on a particular one, and then chanting the mantras have always proved to give better clarity on a crisis, and then it ends up with a better clarity on whatever you're thinking about.
Okay, this is interesting. So it is also in our practical everyday life. Maybe physiologic factors may the physiologist explain it. But in terms of clarity as well, that is true. What we say, the Sat, Asat, Vivek, Buddhi, ability to discriminate what is right and wrong, that becomes much more enhanced by this. How does this happen? It's basically, I think we all know we have a mind, and at the back of mind, we have a second mind, isn't it?
Sir, may I add something?
All right. Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah,
All
so mantras definitely have the sound or the rhythm that makes the impact, but also just the recitation of a name of whatever your chosen god, that also works like the Wi-Fi password. You just
Mhm.
get into the connectivity and you experience the vibes if you do it with that focus, and that creates
Mhm.
a sense of courage and positivity in you. That's what
All
I
right. Ji. The same way, can we, when we think about our guru or our mother or our father, whom we have a lot of respect,
faith.
even thinking about them or repeating some words, or yes, that is also powerful, isn't it, Ji? So yes, this is something. Chanting is considered one way of continuous smaran. It is something which happens if it is able to you to become a part of your everyday routine. You will have a great clarity because later on, when today's session is not about it, but otherwise there are levels of perception which are beyond the mind. If we have to reach that level, our mind has to first become strong. The base has to be made strong. For that, we have to first make the mind what they call ekagra. They concentrated. And most of the time, what happens? We are in two minds, isn't it? One side, our mind is listening. Another side, mind is, what is there for food tonight? Or, okay, afterwards, I'm going to do this. This second side, there's already a loss of attention, loss of concentration. If you are able to chant, or at least till your second mind has become stable, you can continuously let that japa go on the inside. And this is something, if you go across the length and breadth of Bharat, you will see in even like all the saints. have asked to tell some mantra or the other. Repeat this, repeat. Sometimes it is in regional languages, sometimes it is in Sanskrit, it is in different languages. But by repetition, a person is able to rise, and that is something which is very unique. So chanting is a very nice experience. Even listening to chanting is beautiful. So this is one of the ways which we can all choose because it allows us, as somebody said, nice Wi-Fi connection to a higher consciousness. Probably that is one way we can connect to.
So I would like to ask something.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Somebody was asking something, or all right, then I think the
Yes, sir.
Hmm.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, when we are doing the chanting time, there are two minds are going on. Such a
Yeah.
time, sometimes we are not getting into single mind. It's
Yes,
not
sir.
possible immediately. What
Yes, sir.
way we can get it? Can you tell me some way?
Yes, I think, yeah, in Krishna also in the Gita, when he introduces first about becoming Sthita Prajna, Arjuna tells him that it's not possible. It's not, then Krishna says, Abhyasena. So by practice, slowly it will happen. We will look at dhyana right now. So probably that is connected with chanting in just one after we complete one more topic. That time we can look at this aspect, sir. You can just come back to me if that point is not covered. But I think little dhyana and it is actually without having to worry too much about what is the other thoughts without participating in those thoughts. No? You continue on your chant. Maybe little disturbance is there, but the physical action, that is why japa is done out loud. Your mind is also participating, your mouth is also participating, your ears are also hearing, and it resonates again and again. It could be just om, it repeats like that, also is fine. But it is possible to, with a little practice, it happens.
I
And I think
yes.
everybody has that aspect, Dr. Venkatesh ji. Everybody has
Thank you.
that difficulty.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you,
may I
sir.
ask something?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I was asking, what about inward chanting? That is when
Uh,
it is not vocal.
that is also actually it is a secret silent action chants. It
Is that
is done
does that
quietly.
work, sir?
Yeah. But it requires a little bit of higher concentration to do it.
Okay.
Damliji, my Guruji used to, as a representative and then later on as an executive, he would travel with a briefcase, but he had connected that inward chanting with his every walk also.
Yes.
So every step he would take is he as he's
Right.
walking. So nobody knew on the outside he's doing because many times sometimes people do chanting to show others. They sit and they try to show some relative has come, I want to show how spiritual I am. Or sometimes they do something that they cover their hands and they continue doing it because I don't want your bad vibes on me. But no, chanting can be done, as you said correctly, it can be done quietly on the inside. That is also
Thank
one of the ways. Yes, ma'am.
thank you. So another
Thank you.
question I would like related to this. You just now mentioned bad vibes. So do bad vibes really work?
We saw na Shubha Parityagi. What is Shubha and what is Ashubha? Mind that is receptive to the divine, fine. It is like
Yes.
getting receptive to negative statements from people when you are walking on your path. People say your idea is hopeless, you don't have any chance of succeeding.
Mm-hmm.
If you are receptive to those bad vibes, you will not focus properly, isn't it, on the action?
Okay, but
You
do
have
they
to
cause
learn to
harm?
accept. It will cause a harm if you are receiving those negative
Okay.
aspects. Otherwise, जैसे जाको राखे साया मार सके ना कोई.
Yes, that's what I was that is
Yeah,
what I wanted
yeah.
to hear.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you
That
so
our mind that is vulnerable is always a prey to every force, negative force or lower force. A mind that is strong and a mind that is sincere, nothing to worry at all. So let us
Thank you.
continue. Thank you, ma'am. So this is chanting. Then comes prayer. Prayer is most traditional form of bhakti. Prayer is in so many ways, different paths, different traditions. People have different ways of prayers. One thing Krishna has told very clearly in the Gita, which very few people like to follow, You don't have to touch on another person's Shraddha or another person's way of worship. Your job is not to pass commentary on somebody else. For Krishna, he says, all come to me, I don't care. So our job is not to say this person is like this person is lower, this is higher, my prayer bed is better, my form is better than yours, and all these aspects are not required. But prayer, in the sense, generally means prayer comes from where? From a position of an individual who considers himself or herself to be lower in consciousness to the higher one. And so it creates a ground. It creates a ground. When you bend and when you bow in front of the divine, you are humble enough to bow now. That means you are at least creating a ground for reception. Otherwise, you are so full of yourself that you cannot. Means even doing a prayer becomes very difficult for somebody. How can I pray to God? What is God going to do for me? I am too great to be bowing to God. These are also approaches people have. So these people will never learn what is the meaning of prayer because their head has never learned to bow. So the first step is being able to bow. That is prarthana one person is able to make. But once it does, then comes the biggest question. The next set of kolhal begins. What type of prarthana is correct? Should I ask for results in the prarthana? Because so far we've been told psychologically go into a state of every action without having expectations. Then should I have a prarthana with expectations and desires? Or should I have one without desires? This is the next big question. Like now in our village, in Pondicherry's outskirts, this Kotapurinatham village, we have a farmer also living nearby, a potter also living nearby. One person, both go to the same temple only. One prays to God, please give me lots of sunshine so my pots become dry quickly. Another says, I want lots of rain. Now, what should be the solution to this prayer? Anybody? This is what we call Sakam Prarthana, a Prarthana done with conditions, a Prarthana which is full of desires. We make no. You do this, I will get promotion. I want promotion no matter what. If you do promotion, I will give you something in return. When I was in school, my friend was an expert in Sakam Prarthana who had, for maths exam, good results. He would go and offer coconuts. He had perfectly established a relation. If you give me good marks, I will give you 3 coconuts. For him, it was a big job giving 3 coconuts. And he got good marks. He gave us 3 coconuts next year. So many coconuts came because that God likes coconuts and we will get good marks with coconuts. Unfortunately, the next year, the same person who was offering coconuts got the result, but other did not get their favorable results. So, what do you think is the problem? Is it the problem with the lower quality coconuts offered by the others, or what was the reason? If anybody wants to just look back and share, because yes, Dr. Preeti has said lack of effort the person has taken. Absolutely. Because though he was having a Sakam Prarthana, he was also doing the Shrama, isn't it? The efforts that he was doing. So, and the question is, should I not pray to God? Should I not ask something for God? Of course, if a child does not ask to the parents, who will the child ask? But a child should not be in such a state that if I get only what I want, then only that condition comes in, that's a problem. Because otherwise it is wrong. But many times, we don't know what we want in life. Imagine if everything that we just think of suddenly starts happening, or like sometimes I want transfer, no matter what. A person goes and does Sakam Prarthana continuously for transfer, and this person gets transfer. The new environment is so hopeless that he says, please cancel my transfer, send me back. That was good for me. Now, this aspect, just one moment, please. There's a there was some network drop. Hold on one minute. Yeah. Yes, so this aspect of prarthana also, which we are doing to the divine, we should be careful, isn't it? Because many times, what is my prarthana right now, today, may be very different 10 years down the line. Yes, Prachi, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I was saying that the prarthana should be for the shreyas and not for the prayers. Something which is
Okay.
good for me and something not that I like.
All right, this is a very interesting Sanskrit 2 words, Shreyas and Prayas, that Prachi ji has added. Yeah, because we'll come to that in a moment. That means when I was in school, all I wanted to have a restaurant. I will open a restaurant. That time I thought when I was in class 5, I will get free food. That is why I should open a restaurant. Now that's a very silly, useless thought because of my consciousness is only that much. But now maybe after say so many years, at 34, then I'm having a different set of thoughts. Maybe another 20 years later, what I aspire for may change because it is what Prachiji talked about prayers and shreyas. One that is desirable and one that is good. What is desirable will keep changing, isn't it? The person who loves sweets, once that person gets high blood sugar readings, then that same person starts betraying the sweets only, says no more sweets in life. Now, but that was not shreyas for the body, isn't it? I mean, that was not prayer. That was not Shreyas. It was prayers, driven by pleasure, driven by desire only. But what is Shreyas? I think all of us have, we are all in the, most of the participants are from the educational field. You must have prepared for the exams, worked hard, and gone ahead and reached this state because you knew what was Shreyas and what is Prayas. I do not want to get distracted. A lot of your friends would have been there who would have tried to distract you or knowingly or unknowingly. But you knew what was Shreyas because this is important to move ahead. Gita also is about identifying Shreyas. Krishna is asked by Arjuna, Yat Shreyaha Syana Nishchitam Bruhi Tanme Shishyasteham Shadi Mam Tvam Prapannam. A grown up man does not feel bad or feel weak in hesitating and saying, I am surrendering, I do not understand, I am scared. A warrior, a champion, whose name is Parantapa, harasser of enemies. Armies would run away in front of Arjuna. That was the skill of Arjuna. But this person also is willing to go and bow and say, I don't know, tell me what is Shreyas. Kathopanishad, the Upanishad between the death god Yam, Yamadev and a young boy called Nachiketas. It is also the entire definition of Shreyas and Prayas where the Niyama also tries to test Nachiketas, saying, I'll give you property, I will give you long life. He said, then what? At the end of long life, you are going to come. Niyama even says, I'll give you wonderful, many wives and all of that. Your 10 generations after you will also be living very, very long lives. You will get lots and lots of land. He says, then what, Yama? One day will come when you will take all of it. I don't want this. This is prayers. I want what is Shreyas. So that understanding is very important. So prayer should also, I think, sometime in light of this, can we not say that the best prayer that we can make to the divine is probably a thank you for what we've got with gratitude? The divine will give, isn't it? If we deserve, we will receive. Those who deserve will receive from the divine. Divine is not going to be fooled just like that by somebody's words or anything like that. But we have to become deserving. For that, we have to keep doing our work. So, this aspect of praying, it is better to pray without expectations. Just offer praying because praying will keep you grounded at least. If you have a daily habit of praying, please continue. It is nothing better than that. And the best way is if you can slowly start evolving at all points. That is something which we can see. So then next we look at meditation. Krishna, what is the need for meditation? Dhyana. It is for controlling the mind. The same need for controlling the mind is the need we need to understand for meditation. We have our own preconceived notions, we have our preconceived limitations, because of which we have sometimes less chances of working in areas which we are not familiar with. But with meditation, you can improve your mind's capacity in areas which are not functional, talents which are not present, are born in individuals. That is probably the power of dhyana. And in the Gita, Krishna has talked about dhyana in two places. Very shortly, he has also actually given two techniques of meditation. They come and go, and like you blink and a miss. The two techniques are there. If time permits, we'll look at them. But anybody here, is meditation easy?
No, sir.
Initially, definitely not easy.
Definitely not easy. Okay. Prachiji
Initially,
has
at
said
least.
no. Initially, at least it's not easy. Anybody
It's
else?
difficult to concentrate, sir.
It's difficult because of the thoughts, isn't it?
Yes, because of the thoughts racing through the mind, different kinds of thoughts.
Yes, yes. Actually, I just before this lecture, I went to my Guruji asking him, what should I speak about meditation? He reminded me about my question which I had asked him 13 years back when I joined him first. I had told him about meditation. He said, you had come like a monkey and you were asking me what is meditation. That time I was not, I had actually told him, he had told me to meditate. I said, meditation jam nahi raha, it is not working. He told me, acting karo. That is what he had told me. I was surprised. What is the meaning of acting? He said, acting means acting, do acting. But then because Guru has said you have to follow. So I said, all right, let us do acting of meditation. He said, don't get up, don't move left, right, don't turn here, there, keep your eyes closed, sit in one place. And I was very surprised that in that acting, suddenly one day meditation started happening. So meditation is more like a consequence of when we quieten our mind. There is something called dynamic meditation, which is possible for a person who has raised a higher consciousness. Sri Aurobindo talked about dynamic meditation. Many people, while they are in the middle of action, also they are in a meditative, concentrated silence. So that time also, Sri Aurobindo would do writing that was like a meditation. They called it automatic writing. His pen would keep flowing without interruption. Well, there are different ways. So dhyana is important. We just look at the two techniques of dhyana in short. They are very easy to follow. And then we go to the last part, which is seva. If you see dhyana, Krishna has told this particular technique, which is about controlling our life force, prana and the apana. Sparshan krutva bahirbahyas chakshushchaivan bhruvoho prana samo krutva nasabhyantara charinam. Shunning all external touches. This is about the yogis, how they meditate. Shunning all external touches, they concentrate. Focusing at the center between the eyebrows, they meditate. Controlling the life force entering and leaving the nostril. Their inhalation and exhalation, they equalize at will. This is one very simple technique. If we have a minute, we can actually try it even now. What Krishna is talking about is getting detached from the external touches for a moment, for when you are sitting for the dhyana. Concentrating, where focusing at the point between the eyebrows. Inhalation and exhalation. Prana pano samakrutva. Nasabhyantar charinam. Trying to equalize the inhalation and exhalation. So just for those who have not meditated also, this is something which can easily be done. All you have to do is probably forget. I mean, maybe finish your works. If something is on the stove, you can turn it off for 5-10 minutes, which you are planning to meditate, and probably tell all your friends you're out of network for some time for those 10 minutes. But just closing your eyes, trying to focus at this point, and controlling the inhalation and exhalation. Say you're inhaling for 3 seconds, exhale for 3 seconds. That is all. It is very simple, but this is a technique told by Krishna in the middle of a battlefield for Arjuna. It's something which everyone can practice. If we can just do it for a moment, yes, just let us close our eyes. Inhale, say for 2 seconds or 3 seconds, whatever is convenient to you. And the same amount of time you should exhale. And try to focus at this point between the eyebrows. Let us begin. Yes. So now this was just a small 1 minute practice that we did right now, but this can be done for longer times also. And Personally, I found this to be very useful when, especially when you're taking an important decision. Thoughts come in from so many places. What this does is it immediately silences your thoughts.
Excuse me, sir.
Most of the time,
Can you
decisions
hear me?
taken in a fit of emotions are wrong decisions, isn't it?
Excuse me,
Decisions
sir.
which you take in an emotional state, they are wrong. So, better to silence the emotions. This is one very good technique for the same. Excuse me. Then comes the Nasikagra Dhyana, which is there where Krishna talks about one more technique where it requires, I think you can just look at the shlokas of the sixth adhyay, 10, 11, 12, 13. Because we are also a little short of time, it will be difficult to practice the second one. But it just talks about focusing at the tip of the eyebrows. And it's like if you keep your eyes open and also stare at this point, you would be able to suddenly silence your thoughts. Just like without opening, without closing your eyes, you just open and focus the tip of the nose. You cannot do it for too long. You can then, but initially open your eyes, then close your eyes, then open it can till you become steady and silent with it. But this is a technique which allows us to empty our thoughts immediately. If somebody is having trouble with thoughts, this is one more technique which Krishna says. So dhyana is important. Dhyana allows us to make our mind balanced and controlled to do our actions better. So this is one more aspect of the way of bhakti. The last portion which we can look at is the seva. Seva is service. There is no higher purpose in life than service. Krishna talked about loka sangraha. Means he talked about becoming a means it is seva does not mean running away from your own material wealth also because many people have unfortunately taken a wrong interpretation of wealth as being the source of all evil. Is wealth the source of evil? Anybody?
No, it depends on how wisely we use it.
Yes,
If it
yes. We say
was so, then Dharma, Artha, Kama would not have been
right,
mentioned as
right.
the four characters.
Artha will not be a part of it at all among the four. Yes. Anybody would like to add?
Yeah, uh,
Yes, sir.
I think it's a Western interpretation
Yeah.
where they considered wealth is a source of
All evil.
evil, all evil and everything. But in
Hmm.
Indian way, wealth always get guided by the morality. So
Yeah.
the achievement or acquisition of wealth also through a moral means, and then distribution or expenditure of the wealth also through a moral means. So in
Yes, sir.
that way, wealth is not. And just now the ma'am gave the example that out of four purusartha, one is artha. So acquiring wealth is considered a duty.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is a manifestation of Goddess Lakshmi in the physical
Some
plane.
somewhere I
Absolutely.
consider artha is a mool of dharma.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely,
Any
absolutely.
dharmic
Because
karya, if we need, uh, we should
yeah,
start with the money. Otherwise,
yeah. No, so it is actually it is a means. It is a means we can understand. And Krishna talks about how we can say we have to become like Raja Janaka. The example that he gives Arjuna means you don't have to be a monk who is selling a Ferrari. You can be one in the Ferrari also. But the aspect of why people probably interpret is because desires come in. People start taking it for personal. Then how much is enough and for everything when it is belonging to the divine. Janaka Raja was the best example because he was wealthy, but he did not consider his wealth his own. He did not use it for his own personal pleasures. Instead, he used it for the betterment of his entire, we can say, kingdom. And that was where it was perfectly put to the best use. So that is again important. So yes, seva is so many ways seva can be done, and seva is a service, and we are born to serve, though we don't realize it. Nature is also serving us. There's a beautiful Sanskrit subhashit which says Paropakarartha phalanti vrukshah, Paropakarartha vahanti nadyah, Paropakaraartham dahanti gavah, Paropakaraartham midam shariram. Means for this service, the trees are giving. fruits. It is for service that the rivers are flowing. It is for service that the cows are giving milk, and it is for service that the human body is. This is important to realize the need for service, because if we do not offer service, we will not grow at all. It is an important aspect of sadhana, it is an important part of bhakti. Serving the divine is also called Madhava Seva. And what is Madhava saying? Loka Kalyan, Loka Sangraha, betterment of the world. Use all the energies that you have got in service of the divine by trying to better the world. There cannot be a higher purpose. And for that, one must keep trying to keep getting better and better. The Gita talks about tapa, which a sadhak must do. It involves service only. There is a Sharira tapa, there is a Manas tapa, there is a Vak tapa, means even by words. So a student who is learning, who does not have a source of income, can such a student do service? Anybody? If a student has no source of income, can student do service?
Without source of
Yes,
income, no, sir.
yes, he can.
Okay, one person has said no, somebody has said yes. Who is saying yes? Please tell me, sir. Or madam. Yeah, whoever it is.
Yes, he can do, I think, in my
How is it,
opinion.
sir?
A
How is
student
it?
can do the service, he can give the whatever knowledge he has, he can give to the other people.
Student. Oh, yes, what knowledge is acquired, you can share. In the process, knowledge grows, no? That is true. There's also one more type of seva which is called Shramadana. The student can work, say in the the NSS, he can work, or he can go elsewhere where help is required. So there are, we can say, so many different aspects, and even learning, serving is possible anywhere and everywhere when we become conscious of our duty, our responsibility. And if we reconnect it with bhakti, that is beautiful because you will get an endless motivation. If you do it driven by yourself, you say, no point. People are like this. Mankind is like this only. Mankind has no, they're all selfish. There's no point. How much ever you do, people are not good. You're not doing it for that. You are doing it for your own growth, for your own, say, like what we can say, as an offering, no matter what. I remember one person being working in we have a group which is cleaning the beach. So one person gave a big lecture to spoil his head. This person just shook his head, thank you, and he just went on. I said, what happened? He said, I am doing it for the divine. Let this person say, I am doing nothing, I'm bringing no systemic change. That person went on to accuse the person who is doing this service as you are promoting wrong stereotypes in the society, you are making people lazy, you are preventing government from doing the work, you are wasting your life, but you are bringing other people to misery by making them support your work. And XYZ, he kept on. He just said everybody has a right to opinion. I am not doing it for his opinion. I am doing it because it is my offering to the divine. Because the one beautiful aspect he said was, see, it is you require a lot of strength to lift heavy things, but you require greater strength to lift trash of somebody else also. It is an inner strength also. Somebody else has thrown, you have that humility to bend and pick it up. That is a seva. That is something. It is not about showing your pradarshan, or it is something, because even donations can become wrong donations according when we look at later on the tamas, rajas, and sattva. There is like desha, kala, patra also has to be seen, and what is the bhava? Are you doing it to show off? That becomes rajasic. Is it a donation which is useless, which is actually not helping any cause? Like a particular country's organization was paying another country's or for so many dollars. Now, what is the need for all of it? That is a tamasic donation because it's not helping anything. It is not resulting in any action. So, what is the real service? That is something one must totally understand, and that is which can be done properly. It is done as sadhana. That is why we see many times in Bharat also from the Gurukul system. Even Krishna went to a Gurukul and was doing Shramadhan and other seva. Why will Krishna have to do it in Sandipani Ashram? Why should he go there to that Gurukul? Because this is a part of life. We should engage in service. I'm doing my job. My job is service, yes, but you're also getting a remuneration for it. We're not trying to equate your remuneration to that because the service that you are lending is much more. Education which you are providing cannot be equated with salary at all. It can never be equated. But if you're capable of doing more, why not? Maximum, the greater service you do, the greater you get purified. This is our experience. In the cleaning effort, all those people they say, we are not cleaning the dirt outside, we are cleaning the dirt inside. That's why we are enjoying it more. Because while I'm doing this, I have experienced, somebody says physical transformation, somebody says mental transformation, somebody says I get more cheerful. Why? This is power of seva, and we must all get into this habit because it is we have got two hands. That's enough for us. Two hands, two legs. People without two hands and legs also are doing seva. There is a person, a very big motivational speaker. He's got no limbs, and yet he goes across the world inspiring people and students to talk. So this aspect of seva is very important, and that is why people go sometimes to suddenly they pick up a broomstick and go and like even CEOs of institutes or big, like factories and other organizations. A lot of people they just themselves go and offer shramadana. Why? Because they feel that is an important aspect. So there are different types of service, but service is integral to bhakti. So service must be performed. Without service, you cannot grow. Service is something which helps in chitta shuddhi. This is something. Chitta shuddhi is a consciousness, purification of one's inside, what we can say, internal state of mind. It should not be done with a ahankar bhav that I am doing it. Instead, I am offering whatever I have, whatever I can. So that is the last part we can say of this bhakti yoga part, which we looked at according to the topics. It was seva. There is a nice dharana mantra, which is the in which is many times uttered before the chanting of the Atma Shatakam. It is a long one, but I'm just taking out the shloka, which is connected to the seva part. We just conclude with that, after which I was told that I should keep some time for interactions. If somebody has question answers, we will look at them. So we conclude with this mantra. Chit Kalyanam Hrudaye Nityam Sevya Seva Sevakarahitam Praptam Paramapadam Shantam Vimala Sukham. Means Chit Kalyanam Hrudaye Nityam Sevyam Seva Karahitam Praptam Paramapadam Shantam Vimala Sukham. Meaning, when we engage in the Chit Kalyana, in the clearing up of our heart, of our consciousness, Nitya meaning eternally, all the time, what happens then? When the difference between the person who is doing service and the person who is receiving service also ceases, and that person reaches to the highest state of consciousness. Praptam paramapadam, shantam vimala sukham. Very easily that person experiences bliss, shanti and peace. So with this, I think our today's session is complete. If anybody has anything to share or if the organizers want to add something, you are most welcome. Namaste. Thank you everyone for tolerating me for this long. Namaskar.
Thank you.
No, it's not a tolerating. Actually,
Ji,
it was a
yes, yes.
wonderful
Thank
session,
you, Ji.
Sushritji, and
Namaste.
thank you so much. And anybody want to ask anything and your suggestions, and this floor is open for the discussion, please. We have, I think, 15 more minutes for discussion. So please.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are talking about meditation, like between the eyebrows. So it can be
Yeah.
done in any position, or you have to sit in an position or consider
So,
yourself.
yeah, that is an interesting one. In the sixth adhyay, means when Krishna first talks about this technique, he doesn't talk about the position. So this technique, I think for that, for the example of Vatsalya Bhakti, I had talked about one Maji, Usha Maji. She is paralyzed. So she lies down and she does that meditation. She gets her experience even in that. But if you are able to sit, if you don't have any difficulty in sitting in a position, in the sixth adhyaya, Krishna talks about, right, not just position, also the place also where you sit is important. The place should be one place which is a constant place every day. Means he says, Shaucho deshe pratisthapya stiram asanam atmanah natyuchritam nati nicham chailajina kushottaram. Means place should be clean. That place should be pure. Means he's not saying dimension. It does not have to be bungalow, or it is if your home is small and it is just one tile. If you have dedicated for dhyana, this particular place. Clean that place every day, use that same place. That is what he's talking about. Then there the position should not be too
That
high
that
or
means
not too low, in the sense that it is not going to bring in too much ahankar also inside of you, or it's not going to make you too depressed as well. And then it talks about having a base or an asana. And that time, asana, he said, Krishna had suggested about deer skin, kusha grass, or any natural cloth. Today we use deer skin, we will have to do dhyana in jail. So we can choose either cloth or kusha grass. So this is about the location.
a wooden stool,
Then is a
wooden stool,
position also,
like
sir. Yes, sir.
a
Please tell
wooden
me,
stool.
sir.
Call it as a wooden stool. Yeah, we call it as
If it is
mata in
keeping
a.
you balanced, the asana is required. That is what, if the person is able to sit down in a cloth, it is ideal, sir. It gives greater base. But if somebody is not able to
Wow.
fold the legs for some reason, it is fine, sir.
Sukhasana. They say it as
Yeah,
Sukhasana.
yeah,
Sukhasana is
the
good.
Padmasana, Sukhasana, whichever is the easier one. Absolutely, sir. And the
Sir,
next
I
part
got
which
another
talks
doubt.
about, yes, sir, there is a position also. In the position, the person should be like in the samam kaya shirogrivam dharayan nachalam sthira sampreksha nasikagram swam dishaschana valokayan. Keeping the body, neck, head erect and immobile, a stable position he must take in that style, without mind or eyes glancing in any other direction. On the tip of the nose, that person can, like for the Nasikagra Dhyana. But if you look at these are guidelines, because somebody is not able to sit, that person should not feel bad, ki, I cannot sit. Krishna has just told about controlling. The last dhyana can be done even after after eating. Generally, dhyana is not to be done immediately after 4 hours of eating is what people say. But the first one, which is about controlling breath, that can be done anytime. Position is fine, but ideal is when you sit in an erect position, if you can, without looking here or there, and body, the head, the neck, and the rest of the body should be in a straight line. And a base is required, and a place should be a clean place. Like today, I did on sofa, tomorrow I did on bed, third day in another place. There is no use because as you keep doing at a particular place, you start establishing your consciousness in that place. So after a very tough meeting, you decide you come home and suddenly you thought, my head is too disturbed. Let me do some meditation. You quickly go. That is the best time to do meditation. People think when I'm disturbed, I should not do meditation. No, that is the time to do meditation to become quiet. So many times, if you have been regularly chanting in a particular place or a room, the moment you enter, you start becoming quiet by conditioning only. So that is the place. A good place. The size of the place is not important.
Sir, another doubt. So I
Yes,
have
sir.
been constantly chanting Vishnu Sahasranama, but I
Yes,
am
sir.
a Tamil. I don't know some Sanskrit.
Okay,
So
sir.
some names like goes it is not spelled properly. It's okay, or it's you have to.
Sir. அம்மா திட்ட மாட்டாங்க சார் தப்பா சொன்னாலும். Mother will not shout
Okay.
if you tell amma instead of amma you say I or you
Sir,
say ma. Mother will not get disturbed. If sincerely you chant, it shouldn't make a difference, sir.
another
There,
part is I'm chanting Rudram. I'm little bit
okay.
afraid. Some words, no, very difficult actually.
You're afraid of whom, sir?
That's a good
You should
question
not.
actually.
Yeah, no,
That's,
that's fine. Yes, sir.
the
No, it is
rishis.
actually it is try. We should try to do our best, but I don't think because in Bahinabai Chaudhary, when illiterate poetess was there in Maharashtra, she she learned from Ma Saraswati and she would say Saraswati, Saraswati. Then it did not make a difference to the mother, divine mother, no, because that was what she learned. If you are knowing it is wrong, then you should like try to change it. But if you don't know, you shouldn't be worried about unknowingly making a mistake.
Thanks a lot, sir. That
Thank you,
cleared a
sir.
lot.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar, sir. Hari Om.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this is actually not directly connected to the session that you took, but it seems you are so much informative in the session, and hence I am asking you this question.
Please tell me if I can answer. I'll try. Yes.
Sir, the thing is, all religions, none of the religions advocate for suicide, but and even Gita is like a text that actually inspires us and help us lead
One
our
thing,
life better.
before I just comment on that, is like one thing is it is not meant to comment on anybody's, we will not comment on anybody's particular practice. If it
Yeah.
is, you don't mention the name of any.
I don't mention any
Yeah,
religion, but the thing is, I'm
yeah,
coming back to my question. The thing is,
yeah.
even though Gita is something that always inspires us for a better life, just taking the incarnations itself, unable to just go through the pangs of life, we find even Rama, many of the human incarnations like Rama, Balarama, all of them commit suicide. And even Krishna, at the end of his life, it's almost like willingly accepting death. Why is it so?
Okay.
Why? Because
Yeah,
it's like a paradox.
willingly accepting and committing suicide is
Like,
different. And they
that is
were all
true.
divine incarnations which came to
Yes.
perform their role.
It is like
Like,
it is like a paradox that's what I have felt. It's like the perplexity of this paradox. Can you please solve it?
okay, okay, but yeah, just because we'll not, that is not, we can say you have anyway told about these avatars and you, they have not committed suicide. When you say
Rama,
that, they have
Rama,
completed a
Rama
life's
and
term.
Balarama willingly.
They
It's
just,
like
yeah. Yeah, I will come to the point, Najib. Now, if you see each of these avatars, if you see Dasha avatar, each of these avatars came with a particular purpose.
yes.
I come and I complete my work and then I disappear never to come again does not mean I have ended myself completely. My role is complete, isn't it?
But the way Rama ends his life, the way Balarama ends his life,
Okay.
it's all
Even
yeah.
probably if you go, means if you just see the means Krishna also, if you see what was there, it was an arrow, isn't it?
Yeah, it was knowingly
And
subduing before death because he knew it is his karma, and it was Bali
no,
who came there
but
as the hunter.
no, so they are all following the example of mortality for what purpose? For teaching. No, if you just take out the example of Avatar and we try to relate to, see, now Bhishma Pratignya, we
No,
that was
while
a
they were
context.
alive, while they were alive as an incarnation,
No,
what
we
else
are
they teaching?
actually means now we don't recognize their presence in the Bhuloka, Sunita ji.
I understand how you. I do not act because at the end
Sir,
of it, they reduce themselves into just a complete human
sir,
form
I want to add one
while being
thing.
alive and
Okay,
while
one
being
at a
living.
time. I can just once because Sunita ji, what happens is when we try to, we are relating to our life. The
Yes.
lifespan of Krishna itself, if you know the life, how long Krishna lived. Right now, Arjuna is not a young boy. It looks like he's a young man, but he's
No,
actually a
no, it is
papa,
84
his
years. He
son.
was 84 years.
Yeah, yeah. So no, I'm just saying is this when we compare, it becomes a little difficult. But if you look at the purpose of the avatarhood, if you look at each of them, if you Dasha avatar, it is considered, no? Because we have a limitation of time. When now you go to Balaram also, you go to this person also. Each person, if I try to explain, it will become an endless discussion. But just looking at the because you question the concept of avatarhood, the very concept. If you see, why are you not talking about Matsya avatar, Kurma avatar,
I'm
Varaha
talking
avatar?
about the human avatars, the
Why only
complete
human?
human avatar.
Why not these avatars? All the avatars were doing a role in the evolution. Why there is a role? Why should a new avatar come? In the next place, if the God is all powerful, somebody may ask very well a question that why is a new avatar required only? No. If the avatar has come, why should after Rama, why should Krishna come? But if you see in the avatarhood, there is a cycle. If you see the evolution of consciousness is very similar to what little we understand about evolution of life from aquatic to amphibious to terrestrial to pseudo half human half animal then human. There's a dwarf man, then there's a he man, then comes the ideal man. Rama established Ram Rajya, and yet Ram Rajya, what he had to suffer for it. No, somebody says why is he avatar, don't consider Ram will Sri Ram will not mind, but who understand him and who recognize him, they understand it is as important as how constitution is laid. Then the spirit of the law has to be upheld, no? Otherwise, the law has to be repealed. So Sri Krishna came to do the next work. After Sri Krishna, like you said, Balrama, you did not say Buddha. Somebody else would have argued with me. Why did you not say Buddha? These are all vada. But then these are all, this is a point of view. But if you study a little bit more on these departures, you will see Sri Aurobindo has described about how Krishna worked onto the over mental consciousness. This is a mental logical aspect of what is Leela then? How is Leela possible? We don't understand Maha Leelas of the divine. First, whether it is possible or whether it is not possible. So this is, I think, these are all what we can say, because of our logic, we're not able to completely come to the understanding. Somewhere we are disappointed with this, maybe connecting it with our own, means if we are the mortality of the Diva avatar is also there, what about human beings? But these are all questions which are requiring a little in-depth study to look at, madam.
Sir, may I add?
Yeah.
What you said in continuation to that, as she was asking about Rama, it is specifically mentioned in Valmiki Ramayana that he surrendered his human life in the Sharayu river and then he got merged with Mahavishnu. So, as you rightly said, that was the stipulated duration and purpose for his appearance on earth as a human. So, that's a graceful conclusion of his life as a human. It's not at all the end point or
Yeah.
something that he did unwillingly or
Yes, no,
suicide.
it is a, yeah, it is not, suicide is a very harsh word to
Yeah.
use actually. But we allow all in our Sanatana Dharma, we are welcoming to all, everything. So, but today we have a little limitation of time. So we will come back to Gita because otherwise we have a very huge trove of treasure in our Sanatana Dharma that we can have endless discussions forever. Yes, Ji.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Thank
So
you.
actually, we are running out of time. It's around
Yes, please.
5:30 now. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So for the
All right.
questions, you can just directly ask him. And yeah, this time is we have to be able to conclude the session. And I don't have any words to tell about the session because if you look into the comment box, you can just see what kind of impression they have. So anyhow, this is the technical and official part. So I have to be too. So as we approach the conclusion of this insightful session, let us briefly reflect on the key takeaways. First one is Bhakti Yoga is the path of love, surrender, and unwavering faith in divine. And the second point, we were discussing the types of bhakti that Shanta, Dasya, Sakhya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya offer different modes of connecting with the divine. And the third part is the practices of Bhakti Yoga, such as chanting, prayer, meditation, and seva, serve as tools for deepening our devotion. And additionally, we explore the scientific and therapeutic dimension of Vedic chants, which have the potential to aid in neurological and emotional well being. So, this session has provided us with profound insights into the transformative power of devotion. May we all take this wisdom forward and integrate bhakti into our daily lives. So, as we conclude this enlightening session, let us take another moment of silence to practice its dharana because we started with ekagrata and now we will conclude with dharana, the art of retention and assimilation. So, I invite you all to close your eyes and embrace this final moment of the stillness. Please. Oh, with gratitude for this enriching session, we now conclude on behalf of Ramanujan College and the Center for Human Sciences, Rishihud University. I extended my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Sushrit Bhattiji for his enlightening discourse and to all the participants for your enthusiasm and engagement. May the path of bhakti inspire us all to cultivate love, surrender, and devotion in our lives. Thank you and have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
evening.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.